Hello, everybody. I am Tiny Shiny with Man of Class today with the NECC Overwatch competition. Southwestern Michigan versus Huntington Esports in week 4 already. We're getting near halfway through the season so far, and in the Mideast Emergence Division and Man of Class, I'm really looking forward to seeing how these matches play out today.
Oh, I am too. And of course, we've got a couple of matches on the stream tonight. Not just the first one. There's going to be more than one coming up. Not just us talking. There'll be more people. Don't you worry. Variety is all we're about. But yeah, we're going to be starting with Southwestern Michigan College versus Huntington Esports here in the the Mid East Emergence Division, as we call it, indeed. And both these teams have had a couple of games already.
Mhm.
Like you said, you're in week 4, so they're at least 5 to 6 games in. Currently, Southwestern is not doing amazing. Currently, a 1-4 record. Huntington on a 3-2. So they're in a little bit of a better spot. But this is where that's got to start turning around for both those teams. You're halfway through, a little bit of a gauge of how
Mhm.
everyone's doing. This is where those power levels really got to start either changing or really start building up.
Incredibly. I mean, now's the time, later than ever. I mean, you want to get your turnaround going. To be fair, Michigan did have a victory on the board. Actually, they did manage to beat the same team, both teams over that victory. So, however, we're looking to see a pretty close competition in terms of records. Huntington may be slightly favored in that sense, in terms of the teams that they played, the skill level of those respectively. And I mean, now we're going to get ready to look at those beginning rosters and how those are going to start out as we got to see our schedule and how these teams are really going to try to approach the game today.
Yeah, and talking about teams, obviously also talking about players. Like who are we actually going to be seeing playing today? We actually had a name change come in from one of the players on Huntington, if I'm not mistaken. No,
Mm-hmm.
that was the other one. It was a Southwestern. Sorry, on Michigan on the Michigan squad. So looking at those team rosters, starting with I don't even know what we're going to be starting with, but I know we're going to be getting them on screen when and anytime. Um, yeah, I'm going to be starting here with
Yeah.
Michigan, Southwestern Michigan College, Pac 5,
Mm-hmm.
307, or just Pac 5 as we like to call them. Nines, that one kid, Taro, because Plague has gone through a little bit of a name change, and Crusher Z kind of coming in here. Nice diverse roster. We also always like to look a little bit like what's their academic background. In this situation, you
Mm-hmm.
can see there's absolutely no correlation between them. So they truly have this sort of society set up there in Michigan that is more broader than just this one department thought it would also be cool to have an esports team and they just made all the students from that particular studies. No, it's truly an all-around program, and it's always good to see.
And that's the beauty of esports. It's not
Yeah.
bound to one major or the other, your interest. Everybody has a place in the online gaming world. And it's really beautiful to see that Michigan has been able to set up that type of environment for themselves as well. And actually, a bunch of younger students as well, freshmen and sophomores primarily, in this roster. And once you start to go look at Huntington, we might see a bit of a change compared to the backgrounds of the players.
Huntington always also known as the director squad. A lot of film studies in this one, but we also got some computer science and psychology here. So it's going to be Prozac, Ginger, Trashbode, X, Michael, and Doxic starting out on the roster today. And this roster has been doing well so far. I mean, like we said,
Hmm?
3-2 record. The teams that both of these squads tonight played were defeated in more. Or even defeated in general more convincingly by Huntington if you look at the map score. So they are coming in today as the favorite, but of course, the game keeps changing because Overwatch 2, we keep discovering new things. For clarity, we are not on the same patch that the Overwatch League is currently playing on. So if you were expecting a lot of the same banana rush, as we've been calling it, probably not going to happen. But some teams like to be ahead of things, so we could also always be surprised.
Yep. I mean, we might see a bit of everything, and that's the fun part about this competition is that there's no strict boundary. Teams are more free to experiment and figure out what works best for them. It's
Yeah.
always yes, there's always one thing that might be slightly better to play as the other, but there's also the idea of choosing what you're most comfortable with, and we're going to see how that goes out today. It looks like Huntington actually they're on a 3-win streak. The only games that they've lost were the very first 2 weeks, so maybe it was just a bit of a learning curve for them taking that time and really developing their team and their synergy as well to bring them to this nice winning streak. And they're looking to extend it here today as well.
Yeah, and the first win can sometimes give you a taste of that victory, give you a taste of that coherence that you can find within the team. And if they have indeed found it, that could be a very dangerous thing to fight against for Huntington. But yeah, we've got, of course, got the teams lined up. We got the map set ready. It's almost time to go back into that game. Busan is going to be our first map as usual. We're going to go through the control, hybrid, escort, push, and then potentially back to control maps. Situation of things. First of 3 match. Nothing odd, nothing strange. It's just some good games of Overwatch between these two squads. And with Busan as a first battleground, at least we can already rule out the fact that May is going to be played because, well, she can't be played right now. She's not in the game. There were some concerns over her ability to put people inside of walls, which can definitely be a problem. So let's not have her on the battlefield today, which is unfortunate because if I talk about Busan, I like myself some May play on the Mega Base.
May will thrive on mecha base specifically. So I think there's a lot of teams that will be kind of devastated to hear that news, but at the same time will be willing to kind of move forwards and try a new approach, if you will. Mecha base specifically, as we know, has been more prominent for the close range. Busan in general, we're thinking about the different map types that you have and the wide variety that you can even see in terms of the compositions, depending on the map, the open space that you have. But mecha base, we're often going to see that more brawly style coming out.
Southwestern Michigan College will be on the left in the blue. Huntington comes out in the red on the right side of this particular map. It might switch to the coming map depending on which side the first go on. First controls and attack under neutral. You need to worry about which type to start on. Thank you. In chat watching. It's going to be great.
Yeah, of course. It's going to be amazing. And we're already seeing these rosters beginning to come out. Zarya, the prominent tank pick, which, knowing her initial strength when Overwatch 2 came out, both in the Overwatch League and just your average everyday comp games, Zarya, very, very good choice. I do like to see a near match. The only difference right now is really going to be those support compositions. The Zarya Reaper going to be the primary essence of the composition moving forwards, and already having to battle on this high ground. It's going to be about that Genji wanting to rotate around the back, kind of be more of a nuisance as we're seeing them play on this high point. Pack 5 as well wants to try to find a way in. He's watch these bubbles when they're coming out and using them to their advantage, and that's the rush forward from Pro Zach. Managed to take down Crushers, but pays for it with their own life. Ginger in as well, but falling low, forced to retreat a little bit further back to get healed up before they're forced to re-engage. But being down a damage player, Huntington knows that they are on the back foot. Heading out to this fight, point control has been unlocked if players wish to do so, and it is Huntington on the point. And they will be taking the first capture.
It's going to be kind of missed a little bit of that fight. There's some tech problems, but here we go. The rest does actually come off on Nine's. Taro does play for that with their lives. Trash Bow, very charged Zarya, making sure they get the damage down. And with the point control, they're going to try and establish the control, but at least the high ground has been given up. As I say, that Ginger really goes through Crushers.
Yeah, Ginger is really getting in there, which is impressive how well they're able to play with this Genji and just casually throws up a triple kill on the board. And that's just going to be another fight won quickly for Huntington.
Huntington, I mean, proving they're sort of, we thought they were coming in here as the favorite. Certainly they're proving that right now. It's still early to really call it, but for now we can at least we have comfort in the knowledge that we were somewhat right to start off with. Ultimate are starting to come online a little bit for Southwestern, but they need to do a little bit more. This is obviously the one we're all looking for, that railgun shot.
All about lining up those shots. Sojourn, her ultimate can be the best in the game, or it can be the worst. All depends. You're actually able to land those attacks. Not like a Death Blossom, where you have to worry about that. But actually, speaking of Death Blossom, there it is, Pro Zach. Up with one, courtesy of that ultimate. Takes on the Sojourn with them, and they did lose the point a bit there. But Huntington able to come back in, knowing when to prioritize that objective.
Yeah, you're definitely okay losing a couple percent in order to get that back going back up on your own side quicker. The Reaper has been a hero that we've been looking at a lot currently. It's because of the DPS passive boost, you get this extra attack speed that Reaper really usually is like trouble with. Like, oh, I don't reload as fast, I don't, move as fast, all that stuff. And now he doesn't have to worry about it. And as Pack 5 goes in with the Reaper ult of their own, they get denied by the Immortality Field and the headshots from Ginger.
That ultimate, probably one of the bigger ones you could have had, knowing that you had the Diva, the Matrix there, to kind of back you up. And unfortunately, that wasn't the thing. Is that one kid actually making a couple swaps and to the Diva, which is kind of interesting considering with the composition they're playing to and the low time that they have to get themselves onto the objective here.
I think that was kind of the point, right? So on without any cooldowns, without any charge, if you're not able to get much out of your bubbles, it's a good choice to swap over to a different tank because Zarya doesn't really do that much if her bubbles don't get value. That kid with the Matrix will be able to defend her DPS players and her supports a lot better, but it might not be enough. And currently with a 99%, they need to flip this point right now, otherwise this map will be over.
You're looking to do it, but Huntington, they have this Graviton Surge and the Dragon Blade in their back pocket, just sitting there, just chilling. Haven't even needed to use it, but actually will be a soul grab onto the Ashe just to secure that elimination. And now they're looking pretty far up. That one kid's mech getting absolutely shredded by a full charge Zarya beam, and that right there has been round number 1 going to Huntington.
Round 1 over, done and dusted with. Huntington not really looking to break a sweat just yet. Mecha Base is one of those maps where once you win that first point, it can be very hard to get through the choke, especially on that high ground, which is where Southwestern kept on trying to push through. I would have liked to see them maybe try a different angle of approach. Don't go all to the stairs every single time, because whereas that high ground is very important to have or helpful to have, it's not everything, especially if you can make use of the walls that keep coming up all the time around the objective. And now that we're going to go to a map that's a little bit more open, it has a little bit less of a strong chokehold on it for a defending team. I'm curious to see what Southwestern's going to be able to pull out on this one.
It looks like they're going to take on the full mirror match, which I do admire, them taking this approach, maybe to give them that extra speed and the, at least in the support line, I feel like that's going to be really valuable. But the early rotation to point, it's actually pretty warranted because the push around the side from Huntington as well, the speed wasn't able to get them there in time, especially with an immortality field forced out really early from Huntington. That one kid is able to move up really far. You need to use these bubbles a bit more aggressively, but you need to be cautious of that Zach getting into your backline, just hunting down this Baptiste. Falling down early, Taro, unable to do much. Healing, looking low. Crusher's falling down, and Huntington looking to take the first object cap once again.
The coordination around this Reaper is very important for Huntington's success at the moment. The way that either Trash Boat is able to bubble them, the way that they're speeding them around, the way that they're sort of distracting the rest of the team and then coordinating a target for the Reaper to go on, it's very impressive and it's good to see. You see the pressure on Southwestern is just very hard to deal with at the moment. And they're not able to reply in kind. If you look at the ultimate differences between the Reapers, it's not gigantic. The gap isn't really there yet. But over the course of the game, that might change.
Especially if Pack 5 just immediately tries to go in, but unable to get that Wraith form off in time. Trashboat taking them down immediately, and rushing forward to clean up these kills is incredibly important as you're able to get these staggers out, but you need to be careful not to overstep your bounds.
Yeah. Of course, you know, we're talking about the Reaper of the DPS a little bit. You can also look at what's happening with the speed boost, because that's very integral, of course, to the mobility of both the Zarya and the Reaper primarily. The way that they're able to move around the map is very dependent on how that Lucio is going to be able to use the speed boost, and also really tempos their engages and disengages.
Tempo and who's able to control it during that time. Like all eyes right now, they're going to be on 9s. Going to be trying to set this one up, gets caught in a grab! Let's take down with them. Look for that trade later on, but Pro Zach just says, nah, this is ours. Pulls out the Death Blossom, and another team kill coming on through.
Looks like we're going to be seeing potentially a swap come out on that side. Yeah, 9's going over to the Soldier. I mean, it's understandable. If you want to fight from range a little bit more than you want with the Genji, then this could be a very good answer, especially also in the backline against that Reaper. Throw a Helix Rocket in his face, doesn't really like to have that. And it's just constant poke, which the Genji provides a little bit less of in accuracy.
Ideally, you're looking for that Genji to kind of stay alive. You need to avoid that Zarya and need to harass these characters that don't have the mobility or the ability to get Genji down much sooner. But now the point needs to be contested, 96% and counting. Everyone grabbed off and able to get the actual flip, but that's okay because you have the point control as well, but you don't have that numbers advantage that you're looking for as Huntington come on through. After surviving through that grab, simply not enough damage to shut them down, and map number 1 is going their way.
Map number 1 to Huntington. Didn't really seem to like they had a lot of trouble with this, and you can definitely tell that when you just go to this mirror matchup, Huntington just seems to have their number. But Michigan is not completely out of it just yet. We've always talked about Control being this sort of outlier. Yeah, it gets a good warm-up. You get some skill indication sometimes in terms of team fights. But a lot of the time, it very becomes this sort of rock, paper, scissors type of deal where one team is just better. And it's sometimes hard to like, really come back into that. So it's definitely not one of those where we're already going to count Michigan out completely. because Huntington just had this one, but there's still at least 2 more maps to go. And of course, we are going to go to a hybrid map next, which can't be chosen by the teams because we have the predetermined map selection. In this situation, it's going to be Kings Row, everyone's favorite hybrid map.
But let's be completely honest here. Even if it wasn't up to us to decide the maps, the teams
Yeah,
probably would have gone here
yeah.
anyways.
Yeah. It's been a
So,
conversation though. Like in Overwatch 2,
mhm,
we got the new heroes. You can't just play Ryan Zarya anymore over there.
mhm.
The map might be the same, but there are still a lot of speed changes and other things that are different. And other than the familiarity, I mean, we also have the new hybrid map. We have Paraiso in now, which is a really cool map. People really seem to like it. I like it too. And it brings this very different playstyle to it. So there are teams that actually prefer some other maps now, and it's coming through a little bit more. But of course, like you said, we can't really pick them here. Teams don't pick them. We sort of select them way ahead of time before the season even starts. So yeah, this just happens to be the game in which Kings Row is going to be played, and you get to enjoy it with us.
Mhm. Like you said, even if it's old map, old kind of story that we're always looking to solve, it's also a new pace, new style. It's
Hmm.
not two tanks anymore. And I
Nope.
would be kind of surprised if we see. Honestly, I'm expecting to see the Zarya once again,
Yeah.
especially from Huntington. Trash Boat looked really solid on that. We of course can't. There's a lot of variety that we can see on Kings Row. It is one of those more flexible map selections. However, it just depends on playing to your strengths and what works. And honestly, looking at this from another perspective, Southwestern Michigan might find this to be a very comfortable spot to try to change the pace of their game.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's really uncomfortable in Kings Row, and I think that it might actually be more to Michigan's detriment than their help. If you can
Hmm.
select one of those sort of off-map picks that's really good for your team, but other teams kind of struggle or are not as familiar with, Kings Row is really that map that no one really minds. It's just kind of there, and everyone's cool with it. So yeah, I would have, it would have been maybe better for them if you had something like Blizzard World or Paraiso or even Hollywood just on there because it's just sort of off balance. That being said, you could also go off balance with a couple of heroes. We see a lot of Widowmaker openers on attack here. If you really want to play something against the Zarya, I would usually suggest try and do something with the Winston. The problem there is that Kings Row is not the best Winston map, so going to
Hmm.
be a bit of problematic here. So yeah, a lot of options kind of being sort of taken away from Michigan here. But I do hope they have a good Widowmaker opener because that would be really awesome.
It would be really nice to see. We love to see the Widowmakers just come out and hit shots. I mean, maybe it's not the most interesting to cast, but you can feel the tension, you feel the energy, and you're like, oh my
Yeah.
gosh, are they going to hit that shot? And you see them line it up, and it's very exciting to see. And having that come out to be their win condition would be amazing for either one of these teams. Have that just kind of chilling, pulled out the secret ace that they might have been holding up their
Yeah.
sleeve, and
And Michigan is trying to adjust anyways. They're shuffling some things around their team. We're not gonna have any substitutes, but we're gonna have Pack Five move over to the tank role, and that one kid is now gonna be on the DPS. So that might be because there's like some hero preferences, some DPS preferences that they want to do. And currently on defense is where they're setting up. They're coming out with the Reinhardt. Now, I was
hmm,
thinking in my head, like maybe one of these teams might try it, or both of them might try it, just for the sheer fact that Reinhardt still does really work well in King's Row because of the close quarters. But
hmm.
it's always a risk. And that one kid on the Junkrat right now, like I am very excited to see this because again, they're trying to throw a curveball here. They're trying to do something that they might be more comfortable with, and that Huntington may actually need to adapt to.
This is definitely a curveball. It would totally fit under that vocabulary word right there. And playing into this with a Winston, it's going to be kind of tricky. But that's a huge bionade actually into the back of the room, and Huntington don't even want to go near that hotel. And who can blame them? You're going to want to wrap around behind, take a less predictable angle to get there. But Trash Boat's so low, barely able to leap away in time. And now Parrot and the rest of their team is forced out into the middle of the space and forced to play the objective. In Huntington, we're going to take another crack with this composition here.
Not just a curve ball, it's a curve grenade. You do see the high ground being taken here by Trashbot on the Winston. They're trying to surround them in this hotel. That's exactly where the Junkrat and the Reinhardt like to play. Even the Reaper, just get them up close. They're going to back off a little bit to not be completely surrounded, and Archway is going to be their friend to back up to if they need to. No cleanse in that Reinhardt because no Kiriko, and there's the jump on the Baptiste.
It's truly amazing positioning from the defenders right now in the way that they're set up. They know where their composition is going to find strength, and they're playing to that incredibly well. That one kid, however, getting caught out by another random Hanzo shot. Prozac ending up with two. The opening that their team was looking for. Landing these shots on the Hanzo does an insane amount of damage, but Nine's coming back in, alive and healthy. Will be keeping your team up on the defense.
And that's where that Lucio comes in. Just keeps them safe behind that Reinhardt shield. Nines is able to walk in, and the speed boost just overwhelming these attackers that were trying to take position of the point. And now you see it. The change has to come through. Trash boat on the Reinhardt. Keeps the 30% ult charge. Of course, that's a change that's currently in the game. You keep that ult charge, and a nice dragon through the hotel.
Huge dragon strike. It actually forced out that immortality field, but that one kid tried to walk away from it, and probably not the best time in order to prevent that damage from coming through. Nines finds the Kiriko in the back, heading to the point, looking for the Hanzo, has the Death Blossom in hand, turning this one around for their team. Like you said, that Lucio coming in clutch, choosing their moments to re-engage incredibly wisely.
Very nicely done. And they keep losing maybe like 1 or 2 members, but the nature of their comp is by taking them out, unless you do it with a Widowmaker, like you're far away, you're always going to sort of trade heroes. And normally that's an attacker advantage, but not when the numbers get fewer. That's where Reaper thrives. Less enemies to fight against is exactly what he wants.
You don't want to take them multiple at a time. You want to take those 1v1s, ideally. Trash Boat has this Earth Shatter, same one from Pack 5 whenever they opt to use it. The sound barrier, giving them that extra boost forward, not willing to drop the shield to swing the hammer, afraid of that Riptire, which actually Prozac managed to snipe out of the sky. Meanwhile, Trash Boat has fallen, but Nines again with the re-engage. Once the resources have been fought out, they know that they have the time, they have the numbers, and therefore the advantage to continue through, and only a minute remaining for Southwestern to come on in, for Southwestern to come on in with a win condition.
Yeah, this entire map so far, this defense has been the symphony of the supports. The Crushers and Taro have been doing so well keeping Pack 5 alive. They're balancing that health bar. He went down to 17 HP over there. 17. That's ridiculous for a Reinhardt to want to shatter into.
That's just trusting your supports right away. I mean, trust that one too, because there's the combo you're looking for. Holy Ginger with the 5K. Courtesy that Earth Shatter and the Nano Boost, and I mean, you needed the ult dump, but whew.
Yeah. And it's kind of it, you know, right there. It's going to be able to take that one out. I mean, it is almost an overtime. It took almost 4 minutes to take that first point. You're still going to be happy when you're Michigan. It just, you know, it's always better to get a full hold. Obviously, it is. But this is still something you can count as a victory on King's Row.
Exactly. You're coming up with these major plays, and when you're on objectives like that, all you need is realistically a whole team wipe to get them through, and you're all
Plus, look at what Huntington had to use to get that first objective. They only really have the dragon left. Now they can open up a fight a bit in these sort of tight alleyways, but with the defensive ultimates that are currently online, I don't think they're going to have trouble to hold at least 2 fights.
So you're going to try to hold this choke as long as you can. Reinhardt's going to absolutely thrive here, and so does Nice. Once more, comes up with a double kill. Looking for another one with a Zarya, but it's incredibly low, so Pack 5, so you know what, I'm going to step in, I'll help you out. Just Trash Boat against the wall.
They were pressing that shift button for the Wraith form. You saw it happen. It's like 1, 2, almost got it back. I love seeing the weapon charms as well. There's a little health back on the Hanzo bow. Like it's just dangling there, but it's there. I love to see it. You know, you can't put the skins on, but at least you can do that.
Yep, it's another fun thing to look at. These players can fight back against the rules of customization in competitive Overwatch games.
Little personalization right there. Oh, the dragon comes through.
Ooh. Dragon only really cuts off the Reaper and the Junkrat, which doesn't do too much. However, Terra, it's close, and the support's now down. That's the opening that you wanted to find. Ideally, with the immortality field already been utilized, looking pretty good for Huntington to move forwards, and really well played off that Dragon Strike as well.
See, and this is one of those moments where you can start criticizing Michigan a little bit, because they've had a couple of these ultimates for at least 2 or 3 fights, and at some point you got to use them, because even if they don't get value, just by using more of them, you get your tempo up, you get your engages up, you get your aggression up, and it sort of pushes back or puts pressure on Huntington that otherwise wouldn't be there. Even if you don't kill anyone with a Riptire, they're still having to run away from it or deal with it or look at it in any way, shape, or form. So it's always useful to use more of them than save one for like the 4K. Even though 4K is awesome, of course.
4Ks, of course, are absolutely amazing to look at. And actually, they're looking to do that off the back of their Earth Shatter, Sound Barrier, Toxic, perfectly timed, and just like that, the advantage that you had early on has been destroyed, and Southwestern Michigan are heading back to spawns with still a couple of ultimates in their bank, and Hunting Esports have played this incredibly well, and only using what's been absolutely necessary to win these engagements.
Yeah, and not having to use a lot, being able to go with 3 ultimates into that last checkpoint, keeping that momentum up is a really good thing. Obviously, we are going to look at that one kid still with the Riptire ready. Do want to see that come through in this fight, honestly. Otherwise, it's just going to be there for too long. And the neutral game from Junkrat hasn't been that strong so far. Coming through the air does get at least the immortality field out of the way. It's something. It's at least a little bit of something.
It's definitely something. We take the immortality field. It's a long, like, nearly 30-second cooldown. Take that out. There's already a second half later on, which you're going to want. And that's why you're going to use the Dragon Strike to clear that rest of that space. These players are unforced, cannot move backwards anymore. They're forced with their backs against the wall. Playing the Junkrat, actually, really 3/4 and finds 2 off of it. Now you have an Ant Matrix in your possession. That's a great place to be with this specific hero. Able to one-tap the squishies. Wanted to get in, but don't even need it at that time. It's just zoning ultimate.
It's arrived. The Bastion pick.
Oh,
the
no.
0.3 King's Row Bastion. It is the play that we always are waiting for. Now, they do have a couple of ultimates coming against them, specifically the Amplification Matrix and the Overclock. But you know who can get one-shot by a railgun? It's Bastion. Bastion is really hard to kill, especially in his tank form.
Oh yeah, you have that extra health. You're not taking nearly as much damage as well, and you can just spray. You can see right there, Trashbot had to use the entirety of their defense matrix just to negate that damage from that Bastion in the tank form. Even have the Ant Matrix at their hands, but wisely kited, moving away into the rest of the building, give them the space that they require. But now is the time for the that was so close. That sound barrier almost was deleted. Ginger. Overclock moving into the back, wanting to back out. Not risking this, but 9 says, that's enough. We're calling in the artillery strikes. They might not have found any eliminations off of that damage specifically, but it sure did give their team something. Rozak is not given up just yet. Everything is coming up from Huntington. They see that it's winnable, and they know it has to be, because overtime has since begun. Last push.
Another tire that doesn't find anything. They couldn't move past the payload. There was just too much pressure on them to really do anything there. The Overclock, yeah, it didn't find much from Ginger, but it didn't have to. They just pushed him away. Dragon Strike, Self-Destruct, all these survival tools, case making. It's been so valuable for the ultimates they've been able to save. Now the Amplification Matrix out from Taro. Can she enable her team for this?
Yep, the answer is definitely yes.
Yeah.
That's just Junkrat damage going through the Matrix. You see, it
is.
wasn't even that the junk was through the Matrix. Those players were zoned out to the other side of the cart where he was just sitting and waiting for them to come through.
Yeah, it is looking good for Michigan. Like in general, this has been a fairly good defense. The cart got a little further than you might have wanted for those double like overtime pushes on point A and B. Like maybe you could have stopped it there sooner, especially with the ultimates that they did have available. But overall, I mean, they didn't complete the map. You had a lot of good fights on defense, and you made some swaps that definitely worked out. So Michigan is showing their versatility, showing that they're thinking about the game actively and adapting to the situation. And it's Huntington that's kind of sort of, they've mostly just been sort of WM1ing, trying to like force the issue in the exact same way with the exact same heroes the entire time. Whether that will come back to bite them is of course a question. Maybe there's just too big of a teamwork gap between these teams that it might not matter. But we'll see. We'll see what comes up with this, because I am very curious to see whether Huntington can have as effective of a defense. They're going to try with their Junkrat of their own. Ginger is going to be on it. But this doesn't seem to be like their bread and butter sort of defense that they would normally set up. So they are being forced into this different play style by Michigan at the moment. And playing your own game is always a very strong move on the side for Michigan is in that position now. So looking forward to this attack.
Yeah, see, the Southwestern Michigan, they're coming out with the try to get a bit more coordinated with this. Huntington Esports, they're relying a lot more on that sheer damage output that they have. The spam damage, wanting to rotate around this choke, and a very nice rotation, but that bio nade was even better. You have the Immortality Field 2-stack on top of it, but it's barely even needed. Nines might have found 2, but your Baptiste has got the rest covered.
They did actually get some value out of that. They pushed Huntington in a very odd position because they've got quicker respawns, and because they're using the speed boost effectively and spawning as a team, they can make a very strong aggressive push onto this, and it's going to be hard to hold for Huntington because they've got no ultimates ready just yet. Ginger and Prozac are the closest as DPS.
With how fast that fight actually unfolded, I'm not even surprised. Everyone just seemed to fall over at exactly the same time. Only 30 seconds, but Ginger finding the better. His advantage of running that. Hanzo the defense, but playing into a Reaper is rather scary as that specific hero, unless you're able to land that headshot. Often a very nice challenge to have is trying to replay from a Reaper as well. Mythical. Able to reset themselves to that high ground and wants to play up there where it's nice and safe and happy, but that one kid is looking to take away their safe zone and eventually forced off, and we'll be taking that first point away.
Yeah, high ground. How about I put some mine on that ground? That's exactly what that one kid did over there. Still a lot of good use of the high ground from Huntington. Just purely the Hanzo play from Prozac there. That flank almost won them another defense just by purely no one looking at them for a little bit. But eventually Huntington does fall over. They didn't quite have the same defensive hold of the setup that they could have because of that chaotic fight early on. And Michigan having a lot more time in the bank now. Their momentum is starting to build. They only just have a couple of ultimates behind, but they're really close to getting them.
This Graviton Surge with the Dragon Strike, always a classic combo. No matter what you have, however, you have both the Immortality Field and Sound Barrier to try to counter that out. Bionade taking a bit of time as well. You're wanting to use the Sound Barrier pretty early, which you want to engage, you want to take the space you can while you have it, but so much coming out from both sides right now. You need to come out. You need to be the winner. It's an incredible fight. Valuable who is able to actually pull out on top. And Crushers trying to 2v1 with Azaria. Does not have the health in their advantage. Might have been stuck in a trap, but support's there to back him up. It's just about holding the space as long as they can, hoping that Reinhardt can return to them soon.
They got more numbers coming back earlier on the attack here, so they'll be able to push back a little bit further. But now it's the ultimate bank for Huntington that's completely overwhelming. As long as that tire gets nothing, they might have a chance.
It's been the story before. They've been able to take it down, but taking the Reinhardt down is just as they were about to hit that Earth Shatter. The damage follow-up isn't there. That ultimate finding little to no value in that scenario as the defense is able to push on up and hold on tight.
I think that Shatter, because it still hit a couple, it actually made Huntington use one or two more ultimates than they maybe otherwise would have. Both support ultimates and the tire. They will only have the Graviton. They might be holding on the Dragon for it. But just with that rip tire from that one kid, they could just open this up. They just haven't really found that much value so far. They need to bait out this Immortality Field from X-Michael. Otherwise, there is almost no way this tire is going to find anything.
You're going to ideally want to do that with Zarya. Attack 5 is actually already switched over. Pulse have been expended. Moving that around, but you don't even have to worry about that anymore as Terra actually falling down that one kid. As the Drip Tire finds the Hanzo, completing its journey all the way through.
Oh, starts so low.
Yeah, and it's exactly the value that you needed to find out, but you're falling so low as Trash Boat can engage. Didn't want to use the grab there, and it's understandable. You want to hold on to that for the next point. This one's already been set and done.
Yeah, they're speeding through this map, and with 4 minutes, you definitely don't need to be worried about not being able to build up enough ultimates. If I am Southwestern Michigan here, I do a couple of drive pushes, make Huntington use their ultimates and go in with 5 ultimates, just press Q it all at the same time. And if that doesn't work out, you'll still have 2 minutes left. So they can go for the Hail Mary play without it being a Hail Mary. And that's such a luxury to have on this map.
Incredibly, Kingsville third point, often a point where a lot of teams can get stuck up, which we actually did see with Huntington in Esports on their attack. Repton Surge has covered by both Immort Bubbles and a Sound Barrier, and nobody's going down through that one, but Nines chooses this exact moment to unleash the Dragon Blade, knows that the Repton Surge isn't there to stop them, and just like that, it's a 5v3. The point is in sight, Golden Box of Victory right there, you can nearly taste it. Running these players off, you lost Terret, but that is not nearly enough. 3 players still able to push this point all the way to its completion. Southwestern Michigan still looking to find another map.
And as all of our people in esports left to say, we got a series on our hands, people. It's a 1-1. Michigan and Huntington drawing up the series here on Kings Row. You see Prozac here. This was that flank. Just on the first point, the first attack, and you can see this goes back and forth. He did the same flank on the second try. The problem is they didn't have the same amount of distraction on the point of the defense in order to hold that again. And that was, I don't know if that was Michigan's actual strategy. The strategy just go in, take as many with you as you can, and then just go in again because you got the speed boost and they don't. It's a fairly good thing. I mean, we've seen this before with dive strategies as well, where they just keep on jumping, and eventually it's war of attrition that they win because their respawns and their mobility is higher. It worked out a bit quicker than that does sometimes, but it definitely worked out. So Michigan is showing us some different colors here, and you'll have to see it because that just means, well, we're gonna have a series, and we're gonna have more than 3 maps. We're gonna have 2 more at least.
Mm-hmm. Minimum of 2, so at least double what we've already seen today, which is great because we get to see these teams have a bit more flexibility, pull out different looks for them. Reinhardt, probably not going to be one we're going to see too much moving forward. So glad that we did get to see a bit of variety here on Kings Row. Very
Yeah.
nice to see. And with that, we will be taking a quick break, get our players in for the next match, get a drink of water. We'll come back with you in just a couple of minutes. Welcome back to week 4, match number 1. Southwestern Michigan and Huntington Esports tied up, actually, in a nice 1-1 series as we're getting ready to head into map number 3, our escort selection. And so far, we've seen a bit of variety. We saw a bit from both sides. We saw the Reinhardt comps, we've seen the Zarya comps, and Route 66, very interesting, very long, open sight lines. And I'm looking to see another new look here.
Well, exactly. You talk about these long open sightlines, but the one thing we pretty much have not seen so far is actual hit scan. It's been all. I mean, Reaper's the closest we've come to it, and maybe you can count Sojourn as it, but we haven't seen really Widowmakers, Ashes, Cassidy's. Like it's not been coming through. Not necessarily a problem, but on a map like this, you could exploit that a lot by actually playing them or coming in with something like a Pharah or an Echo. I'm saying like, well, if you're not going to play hit scan on range, we're just going to poke you from range with those things in the air and get an extra angle of attack. Would be really nice to see from either of these teams, and they have been swapping things around a little bit, but it's always up to them whether they actually want to go for it or not.
Maybe we'll see some substitutions heading into this map too. Bringing in a hit scan player, for example, would be nice. We saw Ash for a tiny bit on Busan downtown. And actually, no, it was in Mecha Base. We saw Ash for a little bit. We saw a Widowmaker for like 2 seconds on Kings Road defense on the 3rd point. I believe it was Huntington that brought it out.
Yeah.
So they're not very big sample sizes to really play off of here.
They haven't really been picks to like sort of start a map with. They haven't been like starting strategies. That's more, obviously what we're, thinking about in that situation. But looking at Route 66 now, we are going to see at least Prozac start on that Ashe on the defense. I'm a really big fan personally of having Ashe on defense here on Route 66. It's very nice to play from this big Earl's high ground, to throw dynamites down. It is obviously her cinematic and her lore map. Doesn't mean it's just necessarily that's why she's good here. It just happens to be that case. But yeah, then you have the Mercy to damage boosted. I don't see anything wrong with it. You have Mercy just mostly worrying about the Sojourn and the Ashe, and then Ana looking at Trash Boat on the Sigma. Solid setup. We are going to see Michigan at least load in on the Pharah right now. I don't know if they're going to stick on it. And again, if you're not expecting hit scan, this might be a play, and you can hide behind the wall a little bit. But it might be a very quick back to spawn and swap.
Pharah first point, once you move around this first corner, can be a little iffy, just because there isn't as much natural cover as you'd like, and already the hit scan proving to be advantageous, especially with that damage pocket. Prozac finding that first elimination, and it just has eyes on the far. Like, look at that! Like, it's not something that you can really teach. It's something that you're practicing over and over again over time, and it might be Southwestern Michigan to take another look at their composition and switch some stuff up.
Yeah, they're already making some swaps here, and you can see that one kid, they swapped them around from the tank role to the DPS role. They just mistaken on that Junkrat the entire time. Sometimes that's just the case. The players are very comfortable in that one hero, and you can kind of make it work in any situation. We've seen semi-professional teams make that work, just like one-trick players almost. Not going to call that one kid a one-trick player just yet, but it is very curious to see that they've been on Junkrat for the last, 20 minutes roughly.
Junkrat is the glass cannon in a way. There's a lot of points that Junkrat can be very valuable, and a lot of others that it can be kind of iffy. I think Route 66 kind of iffy at that time, especially if you've fallen twice to Prozac with the hit scan and common counter to that hero.
We're going to see Pack 5 go over to Zarya now. They want to make abuse the fact that they can play the Zarya that's still in a fairly strong state in the meta. And because that 1 kid and 9 are both on fairly spammy and barrier-breaking heroes, they could potentially make a move to just break through the Sigma barrier, and then the Zarya is going to have more value. She doesn't have a shield, but she has those bubbles that will not be able to be broken as easily. And even when you break them, she's got a lot of charge, a lot of weapon charge. 9 does get taken out, might be able to rest that, but it is in a very precarious spot.
Carrot, it's possible you get it out, especially maybe if you consider popping Valkyrie, but just gonna let 9s respawn on their own accord. Rushers falling pretty early here. Just have this Kitsune rush when they return, and that might just be the thing Southwestern Michigan are looking for.
It's tricky to work with that rush when the enemies just sit on the high ground, though. They're trying to find a way to break through this, and so far their solution has been try and spam at it, maybe get a pick, but every single time they get a pick, it's been rest so far. Now the rest is off cooldown. Now they need to find this elimination, and that 1 kid jumping in is trying to get it. Is not able to get it, but at least doesn't lose their life for it this time.
Yeah, and on the plus side, this cart has managed to rotate itself around the gas station. So you have a much better positioning, and Huntington are going to be forced to come down to try to contest, and that's when that Kitsune Rush is going to be valuable when these players are stuck in it and cannot move out. Specifically, Sigma has to use the Graphitic Flux really just to save himself in this scenario and try to get the Zarya down, has bubbles to cover the majority of that damage from the slam, but you're looking kind of lonely just by yourself within a bubble, and Huntington doing a great job on this defense of prioritizing this high ground and positioning.
It was really strange. I mean, a lot of players are still like adjusting to the fact that Kiriko exists. You could see that Nines on the Hanzo, they were like aiming at the enemy, but because of the movement speed they got from the Kitsune Rush, they weren't quite ready for that shift and how they had to aim differently. So you saw that crosshair be too far to the left, too far to the right because they just weren't ready. That's finally a great riptire though from that one kid. We criticized them a little bit on how they used them, but that double kill is coming exactly what he needed, and they deny the rest too. That's a two-man advantage straight off the bat.
Third time's the charm, getting yourself in there with that riptire, opening it up. Clear. Huntington, however, not willing to give this one up without a fight. Bobbert on the point. Ginger finds their second of this engagement. Bob finds another one despite being booped off cart. This isn't just over for the defense yet. It's a 2v4. Right now, the Zarya antied up and no healing able to come through from Michael. And they're able to hold on to this one strong as this time clock diminishes continuously over and over again. And just getting these players on the objective all you can. You got Michael and Ginger now. Nines. Bring this one up as long as they have something to say about it, but it's looking rather grim. You still don't have that player advantage, the ones that are coming back fast, but Dragon Blade with the thing to turn around, getting up to the high ground, pressuring on the Ana, finds that elimination, but slept up. Gives time for Trash Boat to stabilize with the remainder of their team on the low ground, finding a couple trade-offs of their own. Hack has to try to get the Sigma down. You have to get that Mercy, ideally, before is Miss Michael's doing their best to keep the rest of their players alive and surrounding this point. It's going to be a long... Now on one with the damage boost to back them up, and Mercy's once more traded out. Nines coming back, and Southwestern turn it around just in the nick of time.
They finally were able to get the supports out of the way. That's been their crux the entire time. The reses, the anti-nades, the nano boost, the Valkyries. It's been so much extra healing that's been coming their way from X-Michael and Doxic. Now Southwestern finally gets a chance at B, but they've been low. They lost a lot of time. 4 minutes total. That door is opening very slowly. They're just, get this card going, guys. Let's push it. Let's push it. Because they will only really have maybe 3 fights here on B if they're lucky. Maybe 4 if they're really lucky. But it's going to be a tricky one. And they did use a lot of ultimates to get through. But the sound barrier should be something to sustain them through at least that Gravitic Flux.
Yeah, those ultimates usually cancel each other out pretty well, but Prozac just hitting these headshots are huge. Gets another one. You don't even have the sound barrier now. You might not even want to invest the flux into this, considering you already got 2 eliminations, but one less thing to worry about in that specific department is Nines pressuring the Ashe player as much as they possibly can, but now on fire. Doesn't need to burn to the ground on their own doing, but choosing this moment, choosing the Dragon Blade, knows that they're down, but wants to at least by the time to come back. Crusher's back with the sound barrier, barely landing onto the players that were stuck in the flux, and damage not able to go through, but again, Nines is stuck in the back lines. No one really wanting to pay attention to them as they know what a threat they truly are, and taking the focus away from the front line would be very tricky to deal with. Trashbow stuck in a Gravitron, Surge pulled in, locked up, but the sleep will secure their life and be able to hold on. A minute remaining for Southwestern Michigan to push this point all the way through.
Now you can just tell that Nines is sort of very alone when they go in there. They go in there on the Genji, and every time they get elimination, they usually lose their life for it, and then it just gets rezzed back up. So they either need something else to jump back in there, like you could go for a Winston, for instance, or a Diva in that situation, or just have a second DPS that goes with you. But they need something else to help you out there in that front line, and that's why they're switching over to the Ashe now, so they can just try and play a little bit more structured with their own back line and with their Zarya, rather than just diving in head first.
Nines gave it a shot and was like, yeah, nope, until he got taken out, and back to the Genji they go. I mean, ideally, you want to pressure them. If you know that you can't beat them in the 1v1, then you got to try a different approach to either outsmart them or take on with the different mechanics that you'll have at your session. Nines able to do that very well. Already finds the one for the tactical visor. From that one hit, these players able to escape away. Not just in time. Doxic to find the Ana player, but the resurrection from Michael there once again. Zape and Sound have another player back in the fight, and Bob giving them that 6th man they'll truly need to turn the tide back to their favorite players and able to touch if they're stuck up in the sky as well. Just like that, this point likely coming to a halt, and anti-health Genji that is on fire isn't going to be living for a very long period of time on an objective that is surrounded by your enemies. And it's just the same idea of throwing these bodies to the cart, hoping you can build an ult for something to happen. I mean, maybe Nines comes back into this with the Dragon Blade that's almost on top of it, and you even have the sound barrier close. If Crushers can build this up and continue to buy the time that they need, it could be turnable.
Yeah, true value of the Valkyrie coming out right there, plus the AoE healing from Crushers. They were pretty much unkillable. Now Nanoblade, not the Blind Blade, just the Dragon Blade comes through. They get both the DPS. No res available right now, or at least not possible to res any of these targets right now. Michael wants to stay safe. He's going to fly in, Valkyrie back up. That's just Doxic under fire. They need to get this Ana. They need to make sure that they get something out of this. The anti-nade is really good, though. That one kick goes down. Next, Michael will be traded. And with the sound barrier, they should be able to get this point.
That was a huge time buy from Southwestern. They played safe. They didn't try to go for eliminations they knew they couldn't get. They played around that cart like it was their life force, and truly, it is in the game of Overwatch. Got the correct win conditions up when they needed it, and here they are, moving on to the third objective, the minute 30.
Payload, definitely the most consistent healer in Overwatch. Can promise you that one. It's, don't worry about my quick play games. Just the players that are on this team right now, they actually do support each other. Let's talk a little bit about that Mercy dynamic, though, because we can constantly see Michael being able to rest, but that's because they're on defense. It's so much easier to rest someone when you're on defense, and you can just hide behind the wall. The attackers usually don't have that luxury, so Taro, he has to really rely on getting these proper damage boosts on and healing their team on the right moment. Going okay-ish, but yeah.
I mean, the tricky part here is you're running a Lucio Mercy composition, which doesn't have a lot of burst healing, or actually really none. And you're trying to get the pocket damage, but realistically, you can't. You need to be focusing on this Winston, who's already so low. Granted, you have the Dragon Blade and the Primal Rage. Keep him up and steady, but the headshot onto Nines. This Dragon Blade comes up with absolutely nothing this time around. Not going to be the hero or that their team truly requires. Is Southwestern stuck in a bit of a pickle. They have time to come back through this, but Resurrection on a trash boat. Once again, defense able to make a good advantage of their positioning. Get this one on through. Xanadu on the refresh. The Death Blossom wants to use it absolutely now. Comes up with 10 seconds remaining. So close. The line is in sight for Southwestern Michigan. Likely looking that they're not going to be able to get it there. Ginger comes up with a triple kill. Seal the deal. Self-destruct on the point. Just a little Tracer scooting around. Testing this objective with the last bit that they can, and not coming out. We've seen a lot of these fights turn around, though.
Yeah, the Lucio, they need to get the Lucio because Crushers had the sound barrier. If they get the res off on Crushers somehow, there could be a big play. Not going to happen this time. The mech is gone. That's the Mercy. Payload is actually going to halt here. It got a lot further than it looked like it was going to get, though, so they can be happy about it. It's very reminiscent of Huntington's push on King's Row, where it kept on being pushed into overtime, then they don't quite make it to the end. Let's see if that's actually going to be the same on the other side, though, where Huntington just pushes it through with like 4 minutes left on the clock. For now, we can just be happy in the consolidation that at least Michigan discovered that Winston exists. Because I do think that might actually be a very valuable hero to keep sort of switching back to every now and then when they need to. And whereas Sigma can be very annoying in sort of blocking off that healing, Mercy and Lucio are not really bothered by it that much. If they can get by that Sigma and just sort of ignore their existence in a lot of ways, then they can have a lot of value with that Winston, with their support line, with their DPS line. And then that tank is kind of left there holding their spheres in their hands, just floating around. The hyper spheres, not really that useful when they're not close to you and they just run past you. Pack 5 going to set up on the Reinhardt on the defense, though, and they're going to go in with that Bastion again. They might do a very close hold. I don't think they are, but they might. It's a possibility with this comp. But they need to make use of the high ground effectively.
High ground is going to be their best friend, but I mean, who really would sit up there? Maybe the Baptiste, maybe Nines, but in order for Pack 5...
Well, it's not about sitting there and poking there. Like, you set up there so you can jump on them without having to use movement abilities to get close. So you can even stall the card a little bit from up there. So you force the enemy team to get close to you before you engage, and that's when you can just drop down on them and use the high ground advantage that way, because it provides you cover. Now they're just setting up in the open, and that might just be their detriment. Already a lot of damage coming out there from that Soldier, from Ginger.
Sojourn able to burn a couple things down, but Prozac didn't have the deflect and underestimated the DPS that Bastion can provide in that scenario. And Ginger still is up here, firing away, wants to move along the back, has the power slide to get themselves out, and managed to put themselves back on the low ground. And it's going to be interesting. It's going to be a battle of, I think, honestly, the Sojourn versus the Bastion. Who is really going to be able to find the poke damage and the burst better?
The Genji has to find a way to get in closer, and with all of this burst damage that they have on the other side, it's going to be very tricky without a deflect. You can see it in and immediately out again. Arrow going a little bit low, but she's able to regen burst back up and get some healing from Crushers. As there is the D.Va remech. Finally, they're going to be able to fight again.
Themselves back in the fight, and that's the tricky part with D.Va. Once you're out of mech and you don't either fall immediately or get that mech back, you're stuck in a different position you can't really work with. But Soundbearer actually coming on through and desperately needed by several players of Southwestern Michigan. As per usual in typical Bastion fashion. Well, that actually rhymes. That's nice. I'm gonna have to use that more often.
Definitely do. As we do see now the true power of Michigan coming to life. It's not necessarily their mechanical team play. It's they're throwing the enemy team for a loop. It's the constant adaptability with the comps and throwing out some new fangled hero that the enemy team has never seen before in scrims. And the Bastion is definitely that culprit in this sense. As Prozac dashes through both supports, gets the kill, gets shattered, and Charge doesn't even die from that. Oh, this fight is going all the wrong ways for Southwestern. But at least the Reiner's still on the cart. Never mind. Oh.
Never mind. It was a very sad, like, oh, never mind.
Never mind.
Never
I thought we were gonna get some heroic Reinhardt play, but they already used their shatter and their charge, so it was kind of over anyways. Then we're gonna see ultimates for Ginger and Trash Mode be there. They can definitely zone out a couple with those, but Pack 5 is just gonna speed into them with that Lucio, and that speed boost difference has been a problem for Huntington for a while now.
Yeah, but honestly, they're making do with what they can, and Ginger, okay. That's how you play Sojourn, ladies and gentlemen. You point your gun, and you hit secondary fire, and you do a lot of damage, and you win. Yeah.
You press Q, and you just automatically win. If you get less than 2 kills, then I don't know what to tell you. At that point, you don't even need to hit headshots. Like it's not getting nerfed, by the way, people. Don't worry about it. You can still play overpowered Sojourn until at least the 4th of December. So use it. Go play DPS. If you're a good Sojourn player, you can have a good time. But for now, Michigan not switching over to the Sojourn themselves. They have 9s on the Soldier now. A little bit more range, a little bit more, cover that they can take. Keep dashing around, darting around with those legs the entire time. And it's going to be that kid that's going to be looking for a Death Blossom.
I mean, they're going to look for it, but you have to work around the defense matrix of Trash Boats, either when they're in a position that they're not able to get back to the rest of their team, or ideally they're out of mech, is when you're going to get the most value. You don't exactly need to wait for those moments, and it's going to be how much value that one kid really is able to find. If you can even get one and scoot away with your life, that will be plenty. But the self-destruct, that was a grave mistake, and Urana has the sleep dart available. Doxic saving 3 players about there if that sleep dart had not hit.
It was the right moment. It's the right choice to go for because the D.Va's out of mech. That's what you're waiting for. But unfortunately, indeed, there was a sleep dart there. Good shatter, though.
You shattered only under the D.Va and decides to pin in and, Reinhardt moment. Reinhardt moment is what we're going to call that. Classic combo with the Earth Shatter, unable to come up as much value as they were searching for. They began that play behind the attack visor, though. Knows that they don't have a shield to block it, but it still takes a lot more damage than they were able to do at that moment in time. And that's why you're going to need to commit to the Dragon Priestess. You need to commit that. And even the Nano onto Michael, whether that was intentional or not, it is existing and still managed to take away Crushers.
I like this move that Southwestern is doing at the moment. They're sending a lot of things on flanks and on behind the enemy team and going around them. And it's exactly how they're constantly distracted and oh, we have to look at this, we have to look at this, we have to look at this. The carts barely move. They burnt out a lot of time. Yeah, they're not necessarily winning this fight, but they're constantly stalling. They're constantly being a nuisance towards Huntington at the moment. And it just keeps on being a very good moment here. Good cleanup from Huntington. Nonetheless, they are going to cap the point here. I don't think another contest is going to come in. But it's been a good defense so far. But this is where they're going to be truly tested because 2 minutes 40, it's not a whole lot of time. but it's definitely enough time for these ultimates that they have and ultimates that they can build up to absolutely decimate a defense. And last time, that overclock, that would just got them an entire objective.
And overclock is going to be huge. Ginger came up with 4 last time. Can they do it again? They have an Ant Matrix, but he's going to sit on the high ground instead. Says, I don't need the duplicated damage. I can do all of it on my own. Like, on the other hand, making really good use out of it. Immortality fields, little questionable at that point in time. You know what? You'll have it up before that next engagement begins, ideally, and it's on a roll. Huntington still have both the overclock and the self-destruct in their exposure if they decide to use it, but losing their Sojourn, they might be a bit more on the back foot.
Oh, they made some space with the tire. Didn't quite get anybody, but at least it made a lot of Huntington back off, which gives them a little bit more time to get out of spawn on the side of Michigan. So that was a good play. But now Huntington goes in with the self-destruct, has the nano boost ready, the overclock ready. This could be everything to finish it off. They get the remake kill in the 9s. This fight might just be over before it even starts.
I think that was invisible Sombra too. They weren't even showing themselves, just like, oh, squished, instantly dead. It's
Oh no.
Poor feeling, and you're not able to get on the guard. The graphitic flux from Pack 5 immobilized every single player.
We
It's
call
just a
that.
Huntington W.
Yeah, we call it the double Dutch in the playbooks. You can see the Dutch hero double duking themselves. Unfortunately, played double agents. It's just it's the problem. But hey, you know, we get to play the game from the Sojourn. I mean, I was joking about it a little bit about Sojourn being super strong, but that was also just a really strong play from Ginger. Still taking the time, lining up the shots, hitting them properly, got a lot of space from their team to do it with. So it was still definitely worthy of being called a very good play, and Ginger has been hitting shots all night. So still impressive to do. And now it's a 2-1. Route 66 has been won here by Huntington. And as we're going into push the next game mode, that's going to be chaos. Like I genuinely am very curious about what's going to go there, because it's everything is new about this for both these teams. Because it's also, you know, it's a very, very unfamiliar map for everybody. We're going to have some swaps happening. Pack 5 is going to go back to DPS, and that one kid back to tank. So a lot of swaps going on. And you know what? They've been swapping a lot. Not just the players, but in heroes.
I mean, and that's one thing on its own. It's one thing to have players come in from off the bench. That's great. But also having these players swap roles. If you're swapping from tank to DPS, sure, there might be some similar mechanics, but it's a lot different styles in terms of shot calling, how that is playing out. Your positioning matters a lot different. There's a very huge differences between roles, and seeing these players' flexibilities and keeping the same 5 people in can be key in terms of your communications. However, are they able to step up to the roles that they've done, finding success with various variations of the two?
Yeah. And what I will also say is, I mean, I talked a little bit about, like, yeah, they swap heroes a lot. I think Overwatch 2 in its current state is so promoting of hero swapping because you keep that 30% ult charge.
Yep.
So a lot of the time you'll have these DPS players like, oh no, but I'm on 60% ult charge. Do I swap or do I not swap? And now the choice is a bit easier because you keep that 30% guaranteed. And I think Michigan, even if it's not really working out for them all the time, the fact that they're swapping heroes so much is really working out for them, because it keeps throwing enemies at the back foot. You're still trying to counter, you're trying to adapt, you're trying to do something different, and you don't lose ultimates all the time. Because that's usually been that whole thing. It's like, oh, now we're going to lose the next 4 fights because we didn't have ultimates, so we don't have that rotation going on. And I think that realization that has set in with Michigan, or at least it seems to have set in with Michigan, might be something that more teams want to take note of when a patch is favorable to diversity. Just being able to swap to either counters or soft counters, or things that work better for you or your team in that situation or that part of the map. Maps like Eichenwald have always been very iconic of that, where you start on a composition maybe with a Pharah, and then with a Reinhardt, and then you swap over to something more divey like a Winston, a Genji, and then on the third point you go back to a Reinhardt, and now you can actually do that without having to really worry about, oh, but then all our ult rotation, so it's such a problem. Like, you give up a little bit, but not enough to really warrant saying we're never going to swap. But yeah, we're going to a new map type. It's push. It's Esperanza, which I usually have dubbed myself as Shishperanza, because what's really going on in this map? It's chaos, it's carnage, it's everything that we love about push, about the high speed and the flanks, but it also can be very frustrating to push through, especially because this little corridor they're going to go through right now. This is going to be one of the most pivotal flanks in the entirety of Overwatch that everyone is looking. It's not even a flank anymore. At this point, it's just a second main that you're going through. As the teams meet in the middle, they're going to be on almost mirror compositions. Main difference, Taro on the Moira.
I'm going to be curious because Moira, I often view her as she does a lot of healing, but seemingly pointless damage at times. Well, Baptiste has a bit more utility to his kit in a way, and having an advantage, you're not really bound by resources either with Baptiste. You're not worried about managing your healing versus damage cooldowns, but difficult finding early, not pulling early because Nines is able to get that high ground positioning and hold themselves in that spot.
Hopefully going to be seeing a little bit more coming out of Michigan here. Looks like they've been able to win the fight out of this mostly. Zarya, that one kid staying alive is usually the indicator of that. Zarya wins, and that means your team wins. But that early pick on Michael was really what cemented that. They're going to have Ginger immediately swap over to the Sojourn of their own, just so they can actually fight against that. Yeah, we're gonna see whether or not this makes a big difference in their play. We saw Ginger have a very strong Sojourn, and this is what I talked about in the old charts as well. Ginger not losing a whole lot making that swap.
Nope, not at all. You get basically the same amount that you had before. Maybe lose 10 or 20 percentage points, which isn't too bad, especially with Sojourn. You make that up pretty darn quickly. Having that mirror opportunity, but this robot really hasn't left the considered neutral round, I guess you could say. At this point, basically is two mains, and you're trying to figure out where the best positioning is for your team to find that opening, that window of opportunity, and it's gonna be the Genji finding the way into the backline, forcing these players apart for Nines to land the shots that we very well know that they can.
Nice on Sojourn. Where has it been all evening? It could have been such a strong pick the entire time, but at least it's coming out now when they most needed it. It's definitely the hero they deserve at this point in time. Overclock was a very strong ultimate to finish that off with, and now they're coming with still 4 ultimates left. Huntington, though, coming in with the full 5. If they're gonna defend this point before the checkpoint, that's what they're gonna have to be using, those ultimates. So let's see who uses which ult first, because Taro's Coalescence could be super aggressive to start something off with.
And that's the nice thing about that ultimate is that it gets up pretty quickly. But you're going to want to wait till the amplification goes down just so that you have that fade utility to get out. The sound barrier from Crushers was actually utilized earlier than you would have liked, and Red at this point is so close to getting those forward spawns, and ideally Huntington don't want to let that happen. They need to be playing this robot as far as they can as they begin to walk back already, despite having not taken down all of these players.
As that fight is eventually won here by Huntington, they do take the checkpoint. No, they barely didn't take it. That's unfortunate because they don't get forward spawns that way. Very nice timing on the recontest in that situation, because otherwise, you come to the situation where the forward spawn is activated, and then it's going to become harder and harder to keep fighting that sort of neutral fight in the middle of the map. Now that the gravitons are still online for both teams, this is where that is going to come in, and especially with Taro sort of being able to beam into that, both healing and damage, that could be the difference maker.
And neither of these teams really have any support ultimates to lean on either. I mean, you have Taro's Coalescence, but usually Graviton Surge is able to eat through that damage if you have the correct focus fire in that department. Toxic's able to move up. Neither of these Zarya's actually ended up using them there, which might hurt them a little later on. Building up these ultimates could be huge, but in the meantime, you're gonna have to be on the back foot when you recontest, as Huntington inevitably will be receiving the forward spawns.
Huntington winning 2 fights in a row there, having to use a lot of ultimates for it, so now it's going to be up to Michigan to use their ult bank advantage in order to start pushing that bot back a little bit and regain their lead. It's not a whole lot of effort. Again, they had to win 2 fights in order to get that back. It's going to potentially be the overclock difference. Nice blade to start it off with, though.
Yeah, a huge blade. You ended up using Graviton Surge there, and so did Huntington. So Pack 5 finding that value is integral to this team, especially in the later fights that will ensue. Now it's all about winning those consecutive engagements, and now with so many resources off the table, it becomes your possibility of coming out on top is much more balanced.
Especially there that Coalescence from Taro came in very late, basically almost only to kill off the Reaper, and then Reaper still gets out. Prozac actually living throughout that on like a sliver of HP. Kind of feels like that ult maybe not have been necessary, but the overclocks keep being held by both these Sojourns. They need to start pressing these Q buttons. There we go, there's Nines. Gotta start pushing this back, get some eliminations here.
Yep, Nine sees that Ginger got an elimination of their own and wants to try to turn that around and do the same, but Overclock not again, if you're not able to land the shots, then Overwatch doesn't find the value that you're searching for, and Huntington truly taking advantage of these forward spawns and returning immediately to that midpoint and already regaining them once more.
I'd still rather have them use the ultimate and not get anything than at least trying to get it. The
Bastion?
the swap over to from Nines to Bastion again as well. I mean, I've liked seeing it. It's just something that a team, if you're not ready for it, or if it just happens every now and then randomly, you might not be ready to set it up. Nice Bastion positioning as well. That high ground is the Reaper underneath them, though, but at least that means Prozac's been flushed out earlier than they may have wanted to with a Death Blossom.
I mean, yeah, it doesn't. And like, not only do they have Death Blossom, they have so many other tools at their disposal. They don't want to work with it. But that's 4 down. The Moira, the only one survivor. Not for much longer. A team kill comes through, and this robot's getting it so far up here, and with only the Death Blossom, Huntington just need one more fight.
Ginger still has the overclock. Like that's what's been the most impressive thing to me is like Ginger has just been able to find this Sojourn value without having to use the overclock. Maybe they're trying to prove a point. I don't know what's going on. Maybe they just want to use it to finish off the map, but they need to press the button at some point. I keep saying it, just to get more kill potential that way. Bastion in that room is gonna get taken out, and this looks like a road to victory here for Huntington.
It's not over just yet. You can see the spawn door right there. They can come in quickly, but you're close to a Graviton Surge. That's probably your best bet. You have the sound barrier to come back in to re-engage with, but Ginger on a 20-player kill streak, like, that's anything to how much value the Sojourn has provided for their roster. It's insane, absolutely insane, and that's what you're waiting for, the Graviton Surge to come back in, but 3 minutes remaining to get this robot nearly over twice the distance you've already achieved. It's a tall ask.
They are almost instantly though potentially getting that checkpoint. Like they need to win one fight or like one skirmish depending on how well Huntington regroups in order to get to that checkpoint and just push the bot like the barrier just on it, because it's like a little nudge, little nudgy nudge, and they'll get the checkpoint there. But there is that defensive ultimate of Doxic. She's gonna be ready with that, and that's gonna be hard to push through.
Not only does Doxic have that, you have the Graviton Surge as well. Doxic, just using this one earlier, they're going to have their own grab to worry about and use it freely to try to re-engage with this fight. They know how important it is to let this robot stay in the midpoint, and because they still have this forward spawns, even if they're losing players, they know they'll still be up. Carrot, with the Coalescence as well, filling up their team to the best of their ability. Pack 5 now, with the Riptire comes up with nothing. I guess it does get Michael low enough to take them out in the end. However, you're going to need a bit more than that in order to continue forwards. Prozac built yet another Death Blossom up. Such a costly one to build. That one, kid. Maybe be able to take them down and turn this out, but you're walking nearly twice the distance to return to the battle, and soft reset is really all Huntington needs here.
The Moira meter balance coming out from Taro there, going for the little bit of the right click to heal the meter back up. Look how low that meter is. You really need to use the orbs and try and get that meter filled back up ASAP, because otherwise this Zarya is going to have very little support, especially against an amplification matrix.
You can't even peek against that to try to get the extra damage you need to get that heal bar up. And that's the thing with Moira. It's so much about resource management. If you don't have it, then what else can you do? You don't have the sustain.
Yeah.
I mean, keep yourselves in the fight.
And I understand like the desire to swap. Like you don't always want to be playing the Baptiste. Sometimes you're just not feeling it. Immortality fields might not be landing, or you might not be hitting the shots or the right clicks. Like there's always sort of an argument where Baptiste just doesn't work for certain players. But I like the Moira adaptation. Like it does give them the ability to sort of sustain or pressure in certain situations, and it has been able to do so. And they're close to another Coalescence.
You're gonna get that one up, and you even have the photon barrier to play around. In the meantime, you're moving past it at this point because Nines has that full charge beam, double beam, pink and blue alongside each other. Laser these players down. Prozac, they managed to find one, but will just inevitably be staggering themselves out.
I like that they're getting better at just like sort of knowing or guessing where Prozac's gonna be. Yep. They've been sort of repeating those same locations, and at some point there's not enough flanks anymore. Like at some point you just know where the Reaper's gonna be, or can check them really quickly. So getting caught out a little bit more. Nines now on the Tracer. Not a pick we see come through a whole lot because of how vulnerable she is, even with the lack of CC. But we see sometimes they work with Great Revolution, and what a Graviton!
What a Graviton! What a sound barrier! Keep them all up. Crash Boat has one of their own. Nose Crushers has the sound barrier, though. You want to try to use it early. 14 seconds remaining. Even if you just burn down this clock a bit more, taking it to that overtime fight specifically, knowing that you only need the one to hit this home for your team. Match point for Huntington here as they move up. Pack 5 trades one out. No damage players for either side at the moment. Still holding onto this Graviton. That will be unleashed as Prozac seals the deal with the Death Blossom, and Huntington are taking this one home.
Huntington with the 3-1. They were thrown a little bit for a loop here and there. There were some creative picks and effective swaps coming out from Michigan. But in the end, it is definitely the prowess of players like Prozac on this Reaper, like Ginger on the Sojourn, but even just the solidifying tank and support line. This Trash Boat, very hard to take down, very solid supports, amazing anti-nades that come out from Doxic and Michael that has just been playing on every single support they've been playing in a very capable, if not outstanding capacity.
Indeed. I mean, the support's one of the few differences that were in that composition, and we can see how important that truly was in this series in general, having that sustained. The consistency in your backline is what will develop your front line and give them the opportunities to work. Enabling is the name of the game, and Huntington did just that, taking away the victory. Congratulations to them.
Yeah, Huntington, once again, they came in as the favorite. They did prove that they eventually were also meant to be the favorite. I mean, like, we said it before, their win record supports it. The way they played against the teams they both played against supported it. But it's always good to see it come out. But I don't know if I would say I didn't expect Michigan to do as well. I think it always sounds a little bit mean. But they definitely they might have performed a little bit better than some might have expected of them in terms of the way that the win records have gone. And maybe they are starting to find their own. They're starting to gel a little bit better as a team. They're starting to find these adaptations. They're making these quick swaps. They're making these quick decisions. And the more you're confident in those, the more you're able to pull those off correctly. And then the mechanics also start catching up a little bit. All the start to become a very dangerous team to deal with. And some teams that just do what they want to do, like whatever they want, whenever they want, those are the teams that eventually turn out to be the scariest or the hardest to play against. And that's how you can sneak in a fair few sort of, I would say cheesy wins, but you do sneak in a couple of wins that way. So we might still see them in the postseason in capacity because of this style of play.
Call it cheese, but whatever works. It might be a little different than what we're used to traditionally seeing, but because it's different, it throws other teams off their game. And even for Michigan, they broke a 7-map loss streak today, so it wasn't truly nothing that they came up with. They've shown signs of improvement and potential that they can push themselves through to the postseason, and Huntington themselves pushing them up to a 4-2 record. A good place to be standing, and hopefully putting them in the postseason themselves. Hope.
Yeah, I mean, I really hope that we see them there. I mean, hope we see every team there. It's obviously not always possible, but it's how we do. That being said, though, that was it for game number 1 this evening. There's obviously still a couple of games to come. Next up will be ISU Black versus the Bradley Braves from the Challengers Great Lakes Division. There might be, that's at least what we got planned for tonight. And after that, even 11 p.m. EST, you're going to have GFU Esports Varsity versus the Montana 10 in the Emergence Pacific Frontier Division. So there's still a lot more Overwatch to be played tonight, Overwatch 2 to be specific. So don't go anywhere and stay tuned for more of these wonderful games in the NECC, Overwatch divisions.
And welcome back. We got match 2 of the night about to be underway. I'm Alt Charge, joined by Chase Nuclear Nukem. It's going to be a best of 5 set between ISU Black and Nuke. They're going to be taking on the yet to win a game Bradley Braves. ISU has only won 1 game so far. We were both looking at this game where it's a 1-3 team facing off against an 0-3 team. It might be a couple of bad records, but we could have a good game on our hands.
Oh, no, I believe we'll have a good game, and it's very close on both sides. Like you said, Berkeley, ISU Black is 1-3, but they have gotten swept more times than what the Bradley Braves have. So the Braves have shown when their back's up against the wall, they firmly plant their feet, and they're ready to go. Going into tonight's matchup, I'm eager to see how they play off against ISU Black.
Yeah, and this is going to be a Challengers Division game in the Great Lakes region. ISU, they've got a ton of Overwatch teams. This is one of their Challengers teams. I think Purdue has a couple of Challengers Division teams as well, but ISU, one of the most coveted programs in college esports. That's just the way they roll. The Redbirds varsity team is a contenders level team. They're currently atop the Legends Division with a tier gap between the rest of the pack. So this team, even though they've got a 1-3 record right now, and like you said, have been swept all over the board, they are so well coached, Nuke. It's not even funny. I'm going to see if Bradley Braves are up to the tall task today when it comes to defeating them. But let's go ahead and just take a look at the lineups before we hop into game 1.
First off, on ISU Black, we've got the whole carbohydrate team: Shuffle, Pasta, Lino, Bagel, and Cryptic. On the side of ISU Black, what are we looking over on the side of the Bradley Braves? Berkeley?
Here is what the Braves are rocking. Like you were saying, ISU Black, full of carbs. I do believe they have a player named Muffin on the bench. So this team, they got a 1-3 record, but they are not hungry. I think they got to get that hunger, though, Nuke. What do you say?
No, I agree. It also looks like Biscuit is currently sitting on the bench as well. So they got biscuits, they got bagels, they got muffins, they got pasta, they got the whole plate.
They got the whole plate, indeed. All they're missing is some butter and some cream cheese, and they'll have a ton of meals for you. Looking over at the Bradley Braves roster, we don't quite have it up on screen yet, but I do have a little cheat sheet here. Oh, there it goes, there it goes. All right, we got Waddles, Halden, Speedweed, Draxnos, and how do you say that last one, Nuke? How are we going to say that today? Jace Jibes. All right.
Jibes.
All right. I don't quite have my proficiency in reading the gamer language, but I'm glad we agree on that one. So we're pretty much ready to rock into our best of 5 set. It's a fixed map pool. It's not loser pick or winner's pick. We're going to be going to Busan first, then heading over to Kings Row for Hybrid. Route 66 will be our map 3 payload. If it's required, we're going to go to Esperanza for our push, and then a tiebreaker map 5 back to control Lijiang Tower to finish off the set. Nuke, we haven't seen a lot of games go past 3 maps, especially in these lower divisions, but like we were kind of alluding to at the start of this cast, this one has the potential to be a very close game.
Yeah, no, completely agreed, especially with where they're currently at in the division, 1-3 and 0-3. This is going to be a slobber knocker between both of these teams. Now, looking at the rosters, obviously on y'all's end, you can only see the 5 starting on each side. However, ISU Black, while they have a lot of teams at Illinois State, like you brought up earlier, Berkeley, on this team specifically, they only have 6 or 7 members. But if you look on the side of the Bradley Braves, they got a whopping roster of 9, and 6 of those players are flex players. So I'd love to see some adaptive changes as they are going into these points. If they're having a harder time going up against ISU, I'd love to see swaps made, and specifically players coming out on heroes that they maybe are most proficient with, given their large roster size.
And I think Overwatch 2 plays very well to just swapping heroes. You don't want to give away your ultimate completely, but the game is very nice in that it'll give you 30% of your ult charge back if you had more than that. So don't be afraid to swap, like you're saying, Nuke. These two teams rolling out on some pretty good composition. Zarya very strong right now, as is Winston. And ISU, they're going to take the Sim TP out, and Bagel's going to immediately go back over to the Tracer. So these are pretty 2 stable meta comps right now, battling for the left side room on the drum. It's going to be James Jives trying to take this space early. Still has a bubble in the back pocket in case they want to close the distance a little bit more. You can see Bagel going on a flank on the outside. Still both teams in this staging phase, but here comes Bagel collapsing, getting that elimination onto Vohalden, and this one is underway, Nuke.
Yeah, Bagel going for a full spread in the back line, trying to take out this Lucio as proficient as possible, but that's going to be Draxnos getting the headshot on Bagel, or getting the shot on Bagel, eliminating them from the fight. Luckily, it was on the Tracer, so Tracer's going to be able to make it back to the point pretty quick. If Jay's Jibes can stay alive long enough, that's going to be Cryptic taking it out, and Alino and Cryptic are just opening this fight wide up, forcing Bradley Braves back into the spawn room where they might want to reconsider their strategy.
Yeah, certainly. And in that last fight, you could see Jay's Jibes getting a little too hungry there at the end, kind of overextended. Bradley Braves don't have nearly the amount of carbohydrates that ISU has.
Not at all. They are needing to get in on that full platter as Alino dives into the back line looking for a kill on Volodon, the Ana. And I gotta say, this Ana player has been pretty insane thus far. I've seen 2 anti-nades that have hit 3 people on the side of the ISU Black roster. They just need to get the oomph to push in. I'm not sure if Jay's Jibes being on the Zarya is what they need, but they're going to take point. Speedweed, Jay's Jibes finding a couple picks themselves on both of the healers on ISU Black. That should be a full regroup from the side of the Redbirds.
And like you were saying, Nuke, with ISU running that heavy dive, Volodin on the Ana, she's going to have a very, very tough time for a lot of these fights. Probably the primary focus of Fire in a lot of these engagements. ISU now staging near side right as they start to rotate to point and look for their next fight win. 25% so far taken by the Braves. They're going to have both support ultimates online, coming up with an Overclock and a Graviton Surge. But here, we got Alino diving in. Is the Nano Boost recipient from Pasta still trying to find something in the backline? Has to pop the Primal to stay alive and continue this effort and attack. Graviton Surge comes out from Jay. It's enough to eliminate Bagel, and Alino goes down to Draxnos as well. The Bradley Braves looking to keep this objective secured, but we do have Shuffle dropping the sound barrier just to try and keep ISU's attack alive. Still, though, it looks like it's a little too late.
Oh, absolutely. That was a massive win for the Bradley Braves just in that engagement. Alino really didn't need to pop the ultimate, and there was just a lot more focused fire coming out on the side of the Braves versus ISU Black. As soon as that Winston jumped in, there wasn't much happening. As I say that, Cryptic gonna pop the ultimate. Soldier finding a couple of headshots and going on a tear, going through the grocery store, if you will, and trying to get this point back on the side of ISU.
Cryptic overclocked and overpowered there. Immediately was able to silence Draxnos as they popped the overclock as well. That was the very first elimination that Cryptic got with their own overclock, and it could be a fight winner here still, though. The Braves have this one at 88% and ticking. It seems like it's about to flip back, but Jay's Jibes still holding strong on Zarya on the opposite side of this objective. Has high charge, could be a threat. Draxnos is back into the fray, but quickly dealt with by Alino. It looks like ISU Black is bound to take this one back as the overtime wick starts to burn, and the Bradley Braves finally dealt with, and Jay is sent back to spawn. Nuke, are you there?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I didn't have my my commuter whatsoever because I was having a coughing fit. That didn't happen whatsoever.
Okay, understood.
No. What I was saying was Jay's Jibes did a great job with that Graviton Surge in the previous point. It really secured a lot of kills for the Bradley Braves, and ISU a little bit further back, but ISU coming out strong with that ult from Cryptic really pushed them forward onto this point. Looks like Speedweed making the swap over to Reaper as well, getting the nano boost on the nano boosted monkey. Trying to find some value here. That is not going to be a good time for Alino, as Reaper is a direct counter to that Winston.
And ISU Black just gave up so much of that space, letting Bradley Braves walk in, but like you were saying, Pasta's nano boost onto Alino found them in elimination onto Empathy. They still continue to hold the point with just 5 seconds left. There may not be a recontest here from the Braves in round one. They get there in the nick of time. Jay is able to touch point, but not a lot of resources to keep them alive. Empathy goes down 4% away from the sound barrier, and that is going to be a crucial kill there that ISU Black was able to find. The grab does come out, as does the Blossom, but is it enough? They've found 2 eliminations here. They need to find 3 or 4 more. They've got to get this point back in their favor. Draxnos back in the fray. Hits the rail, got a headshot onto Alino. They're not done yet, but Bagel answers with that elim onto Speedweed. Still contesting here on the Tracer. ISU Black still possessing the point.
Absolutely, and that's going to be the Lucio beat drop as well, coming in from Empathy, trying to gain the emotional intelligence needed to secure this point back in favor. We're going to see Sleep come back out on Cryptic, and a follow-up sound barrier come out from Shuffle as ISU Black is full-blown back in this fight.
What a play from Shuffle. We knew this one was gonna be close, but oh my Lanta, this last fight of round 1 has not disappointed. The Braves still have an advantage here, picking up kills on the Cryptic and Shuffle. They're not out of the woods yet. Draxnos pops the overclock. That should be the DPS ultimate they need to end this round, and the Braves have a 1-0 lead here on Busan.
Yeah, Draxnos popping that overclock was exactly what they needed to secure the point. Getting that Moira, seeing Pasta on Moira coming back to point that fast could have spelled disaster for the Braves, but ISU is feasting today. As we've said earlier, Berkeley, they've brought the whole plate. And what a round 1. I mean, we predicted it slightly going into this match that this was going to be close, but what a way to kick open the door to the set.
Yeah, these are two teams right now toward the bottom of their standings in the Challengers Great Lakes division, and it is time to answer the call. If you want to make a push to playoffs, it absolutely has to start this week. So both of these teams definitely battling with all they've got. ISU had that objective with 99%, with the overtime wick burning. Bradley Braves just hung around. Ultimates were used to perfection from both sides, and in the end, the Braves had the last laugh.
Bagel, speaking of laughing, swapping over to the Sombra. Oh no! Getting out. Just the hairs on the back of the head. Speedweed trying to find a kill on anyone in the backline as of right now. I'd love to see the switch coming out from Alino though onto the Zarya. Just a better pick, in my opinion, on this map. And Draxnos just going on a tear with Jay's Jibes. It's going to be the Bradley Braves gaining the advantage and looking like they're going to secure the point first.
Yeah, and so far we've seen great stuff from Draxnos on the Sojourn. I mean, it's a brand new game, brand new hero, but still we've seen so many players just show their skills on Sojourn. So difficult to learn a hero that has that much height to the skill ceiling, but Draxnos showing up and showing out. Bradley Braves right now trying to lock down this choke. It's a very tough one to get through if you are ISU Black, but it seems like they want to go right down Broadway here, Nuke.
Yeah, in the backline, we're going to see Cryptic back there trying to get some kills. They're going to get Bradley Braves extremely low. Most of the team sitting around half health, but that's going to be a massive nano boost coming out onto Jay's Jibes from Voladon, and they are pushing through.
And pushing all the way pretty much up to the spawn doors there are the Braves, but they'll opt to just go right back and set back up on choke. They know ISU Black is going to have some ults coming online for this next one.
That's where the strategy really comes into play, Berkeley. We've talked about how ISU has multiple teams. That's going to be a massive Graviton Surge, and they're going to start pairing up these ultimates, followed up by a massive EMP and a sound barrier to follow suit. ISU throwing everything in the kitchen sink that they have at the Braves.
They're only going to have 2 ultimates left after this. They might have just used their 3 biggest, and they came up empty. Bagels EMP actually countered Empathy's sound barrier. You would think that would be enough to find those elims after all those shields are bursted down, but still ISU Black couldn't get it done. They couldn't deal the damage necessary to find any elims, and now for the first time, we're seeing them rotate coast side, switching over to the Diva as well, and hopefully this look pays off for them. Still a very difficult time getting through this doorway, though. They do slap on a nano boost, but already Cryptic and Pasta fall. Speedweed spinning like a man possessed. The Death Blossom finding a pair. Vohalden able to demech the Diva, and it looks like the Braves have this one on lock, 95%, and there may not be a recontest.
Yeah, it just seemed like Black was too hesitant to really push through. And when you're not hesitant, or when you're hesitant to push through against a Zarya and a Reaper, that's exactly what's going to happen. They had Pasta on the roster. Pasta was on that Lucio, or sorry, they had Shuffle on the Lucio. They could have just speed boosted through with their Diva, but they decided to stand at the door, wait, try to find a pick, and it blew up in their face every attempt that they had. This is them once again trying to just stay on this point, keep it alive, but I'm not so sure that's going to happen, Berkeley.
Yeah, the stall was crazy in round 1, but the Braves had a rather easy time dealing with it this time, especially having Jay's Grav online to silence the stall attempts from ISU Black. Bradley Braves, they take Busan in 2-0 fashion. Play of the game, though, a nice little consolation prize for Cryptic.
Solid headshot. This could be another one. Yep, There it is. 3 headshots in a row from Cryptic.
Yeah, Cryptic was on a tear in round number 1. Round number 2, though, a little bit quieter. We saw Draxnos really come to fray right in the very first fight, popping off on the Sojourn, and that carried through the duration of round 2 on Busan. Kings Row is the stage for map 2. It's going to be hybrid, a pretty different look from Busan, but I think right now the edge goes to the Braves. They're hungry, they're looking for their first win of the season, and they're playing like they could steal it.
It seems like the Braves just have a little bit more of a strategy going into their match, right? It seems like when they're going in, they have targets that they're calling. They're focusing all of the fire that they possibly can, whereas ISU is playing a lot more individually. The Braves are playing with that. I love the strategy of just holding the door, playing around that Reaper and Zarya, and just throwing as much healing as you want, and just telling them, you want to approach? Go ahead and approach us. We'll see how that works out for you. And they went to approach the first time, they got grabbed. They approached the second time, they got Death Blossom. So it seems like the Braves have a lot more of a vision and a mission with what they're doing, and Black just seems like they're looking individually to get some picks. But as we've learned, Berkeley, with Overwatch 2, you've got to play the strategy, and you've got to make swaps if you need to.
Yeah, you absolutely do. It seemed like in round 1, ISU Black had a great plan with the Winston composition. It seemed like they had a Winston Tracer duo going that was diving the same targets. And then since round 1, like you were saying, it seems like that kind of just broke up and dissipated. I'd like to see them get back to that game plan and not try and play so much into the hand of the Bradley Braves. Here on Kings Row, we could see a big composition shakeup from both teams. I wouldn't be surprised to see Zarya's all night long because she is pretty overtuned right now. The midseason patch is going to dial her back significantly, but I would imagine we do see a lot of her. I was surprised that ISU didn't find a little more success with the Sombra, just a hard time getting damage off and flanking. It seemed like Bradley was doing a great job anytime they decloaked to get the Sombra under pretty intense focus fire, so they weren't able to get much value off.
The Sombra tried to hack Zarya at one point, and Zarya became very close to dying, I think under 100 health, but they backed up in time, they regrouped, they got everyone healed up, and they pushed the choke again, and that was right before the Zarya had ulted.
Well, Nuke, going into Kings Row here, it's a pretty linear map. Not a lot of flanks you're going to see in the mid-fight. The first point, fairly easy to take. This is about a 50-50 map. It has great balance to it. That's why it's been a player favorite for 5 years running now. And it looks like ISU might be running a Reinhardt here on defense. That was always the good look in Overwatch 1. But Rein in a tricky spot in Overwatch 2. As the lone tank, it's very hard to just commit to plays in the front line and then trust your back line is going to be okay.
I completely agree, and while I agree, I believe that having the Baptiste really complements Reinhardt well. So, I mean, you could say the same thing about Ana, right? But specifically, they're going to look to play around this choke more than likely, and having that immortality field to put on the other side of the choke and keep your Reinhardt alive and swinging, it's going to be a lot of damage coming out. But once again, Bradley Braves running the same composition that they did on the second point of Busan. They're going to run that Zarya Reaper, and we'll see if it's able to get through the choke. ISU actually playing back around the Montana statue. Let's see how this works out for them.
Honestly going to be functioning as a second tank here, just TPing deep into the back line is the play they're going to draw up a lot of the time. Jay is going to save a bubble for them, and we'll see if that's enough to buy them space and backline picks like they're looking for. Right now, though, they're taking their time just staging beyond the far side of the statue. Speedweed does open things up with that kill onto Bagel, and now the attack can roll in. Not only is Speedweed at the front line, but Jay was high charged quickly, though. Cryptic with a railgun headshot onto Speedweed, and this one is suddenly a 3 versus 3 fight. That anti-nade did take down Alino, so ISU Black is going to have to make their way back into this objective down their only tank.
Yeah, we saw a brief glimpse of it right before, but Cryptic going for the flank while they were around the Mondada statue. The statue ended up not working out very well for ISU Black. ISU Black, though, recovering quite nicely, decided to back up, wait for a couple of their players to return, and now they're trying to take a point back. Bradley Braves got about halfway through, and that will be where the ticker stops, but we'll get the chance to regroup. Overall, great recovery from ISU Black.
Yeah, fantastic recovery, saving it before they gave up 2 ticks. I think if, that same fight were to happen again, Bradley Braves will have time to get that recontest out of spawn, just like we saw in that first fight. This coming fight, though, Jay is going to have that grab online. Bradley will also have a nano boost, and closely followed by a sound barrier, but Bagel puts an early end to this second engagement with the Death Blossom. It's going to be a quick reset here for ISU.
I think the Death Blossom was big brain. However, even bigger brain was Shuffle speed boosting the Death Blossom into the backline, because that was that teleport coming on top of the statue and falling down. That Death Blossom wasn't really hitting anyone, but that speed boost push really got that Death Blossom where it needed to be positioned to find value. Great job once again on the side of ISU Black, but we're going to see a Graviton Surge come out, followed up by an Earth Shatter. Sound Barrier on point, let the ults fly. We're going to see a pin. Cryptic getting the kill on Empathy, though, and that's going to be Alino speeding into Speedweed, sending the Braves back into the spawn room as ISU is making Bradley Braves feel a little bloated. All this carb coming out.
Yeah, ISU is looking great on their defensive composition. I think Alino is adding a lot on the Reinhardt. That shield in the way of Draxnos is really stopping them from popping off on Sojourn like we saw on Busan. But coming into this next fight, Draxnos could turn it around, has the overclocked online. Speedweed will have the Death Blossom, and it's about to get wild here. Empathy just waiting to speed this team in. And the Bradley Braves, they've got to come up big here because they've only got a minute left on this attacking round. Draxnos has popped that overclock. Speedweed staging here for the Blossom. Has to get by the front line in Alino, who was briefly antied, but makes it safely beyond the other half of the statue. Empathy right now carting around. Speedweed finally goes for the flank, and the Blossom only able to find Shuffle there before being taken down by the tank Alino. It's a 4 versus 4 here, Nuke. Bradley needs to find more.
Yeah, Bradley's timing just seemed a bit off in that instance. The Death Blossom didn't really have a follow-up.
Oh!
Fantastic sleep coming out from Voldon! Wow, what a sleep!
What a play. That is a point-winning cooldown right there. That Death Blossom would have ended that fight for Bradley Braves, but instead, they keep it going. They not only get the sleep, they get the elimination onto the Reaper as well, and they're awarded with the objective. Fantastic play there by the veteran support.
Well deserved as well. I sitting back, waiting. That's that second time. You know, the Reapers decided to teleport in the back line, and just keeping your eyes open and ensuring you're keeping calm.
Well, early here, Jay again, a little bit too greedy on that push, taken down by Bagel. Bradley has to retreat quickly here, probably going to be pushed back through the archway in fast fashion.
Fast fashion. Is that the new Fast movie?
Yeah, the last one was all about family. This one's actually all about swag.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Oh, why are you tripping
drip
so hard? Why did we think the same thing? I don't know, but ISU Black holding this corner exceptionally well. Berkeley, they gotta. I don't know what they gotta do.
I don't either. I mean, they're set up in a really great spot right now is the ISU defense. It's a fantastic spot for a Reinhardt to just claim some ground. Right now, though, the sound barrier coming out from Bradley Braves to try and push them through. Draxnos up in the crow's nest. Gets met by Cryptic's railgun once more. The headshot lands. Actually, that one was just a shot out of the rifle there for Cryptic to find that kill. Alino steps right into the front. The front liner here on the Reinhardt. It is a Rhine player's home game anytime you're on King's Row, and Alino is really flashing those main tank skills.
Exactly, and that's exactly what I was worried about on the side of the Braves. This Jay Jibe's done a great job on this Zarya, but Alino on this Reinhardt is just keeping the Braves at bay, stuck in all these small corridors.
Had a shatter there. The shield was broken for Alino. Had to pop the ultimate in desperation. Unfortunately, found nothing except for Jay's bubble. We do have ISU picking up one kill there onto Speedweed. Draxnos trying to salvage this fight with the overclock. Jay gets one, but Bagel gets a pair, trying to find the kill onto Jay as well. If this Zarya falls, that's it for the attack. Popping the Graviton Surge, but no one there to capitalize with any damage.
Yeah, they're kind of in a comparable situation. That Death Blossom was from the top rope, started it on the way down, and really halted any attack on the side of the Braves. Really great defense overall from ISU Black as they're looking to regroup and hold this corner.
Yeah, and a fantastic turnaround so far from ISU after that Busan round. This could be the final fight as we're under 10 seconds and taking Speedweed's Death Blossom for the Bradley Braves, trying to keep this attack moving here, is able to find 2 kills, make it 3, rolls in with the Hellfire shotguns to take down Shuffle. Jay gets the pick onto Bagel, and the payload is still in drive. Although, looking at the ultimates, Nuke, not much to work with to close off this second point.
You're right. They don't have a whole lot to work with. It's going to be determinant on how aggressive they can get here and what value they can find by being aggressive at this point. But Speedweed, you bring up a very good point with these Hellfire shotguns. They have been a menace since they switched to this Reaper in round 1 of Busan. That's going to be ISU now pushing in on payload. They will make it in time, and they are going to push, trying to get in. They're going to find the Immortality Field.
Oh, Alino just playing with scraps right now behind the payload, has nothing to shield the team. The sound barrier finally comes online for Shuffle. That might have just saved Alino's life. Still, though, a nano boost now usable by the Braves, and it seems like it's going to go right onto Speedweed, the menace, viciously dealing damage here with the shotguns in the front line. They're able to find the kill onto Alino, looking for more. The attackers who have tried so hard to stay in this game are silenced by Bagel with that team kill, the Blossom for 4, and then Jay falls to the shotguns in overtime.
I am picking my jaw up off the ground, Berkeley. That was the largest Death Blossom I've seen in quite some time. Wow, that halted any progress. It seemed, but it was all but lost. It seemed like the Braves were going to make it to that second point and force ISU to a third point, but that top rope Death Blossom from Bagel halted all expectations for the Braves to make it to that point. You brought up a really good stance in that fight, Berkeley. That sound barrier definitely saved everyone. Volodon did a fantastic job of throwing a anti-grenade and hitting 4 members of the team. That sound barrier in response by Shuffle really saved them until Bagel was able to get on that top rope. What a fantastic play overall in defense.
I mean, ISU Black, that's a totally different round than what we just saw on Busan. They looked phenomenal on defense. They ran no Reinhardt on Busan, and Alino is coming to play right now on that hero. I love it when you're just, it's a total surprise to Bradley, right? Kings Row, you should kind of expect a Reinhardt, but it's Overwatch too, so you really shouldn't. But Alino right now is a final boss, a one-man army. With a little help from a team kill from Bagel, of course.
Very true. Very true. Of course. It is phenomenal watching the composition strategy coming out on both sides. Just in Overwatch 2 in general, it just goes to show if you're playing around a plan and that plan comes to fruition, it's going to work a lot better than just running at them time after time, trying the same thing and it not working.
Well, right there, Bagel just put the catcher's mitt out to receive the Helix from Speedweed, already sent back to spawn. The attackers, though, they drop 1 member, they quickly get out. It's going to be a very fast reset here, and this is why we talk about ISU with just such a well-coached team. This is what a well-coached team does.
Yeah, I'd love to see a speed boost come in from Shuffle, or not even just speed boost, just go over to speed, your speed, and just push in. Get in there, get your Reinhardt in, create some disruption in the back line. But they're just allowing Jay time to get charges Zarya, and that's not where you want to sit. Draxnos now capitalizing on the fact that Alino's shield is down. They just were not quick enough to the draw. They got in position, but it feels like they're not getting in gear, Berkeley. This ISU roster needs to get in there. If they have a Ryan, get in there and swing. Standing there with your shield up, waiting for picks that aren't happening is not going to work.
Well, here they know they have the Lucio advantage as Empathy is almost back from spawn, but not quite, and ISU is able to step right back into the fight, take the front of the objective. They are grabbed right now, but it looks like they're going to be okay through it. The anti-nade, though, lands from Volodon, and that almost found 4 eliminations. That anti was on to everyone. Still, though, they haven't found much, except for a kill onto Bagel. They're going to need a little bit more here are the defense. They've found another one onto Pasta. Now ISU, they've got to reset again. It seems like Volodon is just the piece that is playing right now for Bradley Braves.
Volodon, I mean, we're in the second game, Berkeley, and I think I found my MVP. These nades are on point. They're antiing everyone on the enemy team when necessary and saving clutch members. That Jay Jibe's pushing up, saying, I got charged, let me push up. Volodon throwing that nade and hitting them and antiing the Reinhardt was just huge for that defense. Oh. Speaking of huge for offense, a massive earth shatter from the heavens. Alino putting Bradley on their back and trying to capture this point. It doesn't look like they need to try much harder. That earth shatter will do it for him.
Yeah, Olino just goes in, the speed boost finally hits, as did the sound barrier. And that's a very easy way to take a point, just flatten 4 members of Bradley Braves. Already ISU stepping all the way up to the bookstore here. Bagel not afraid to pop the Blossom. They've already found the quad kill. This payload, it's not going to make it past the bookstore corner before there's a recontest. Bradley, although they've got a long walk, they've got plenty of time.
See, they're pushing up, and I actually agree with the strategy here from ISU Black. Sure, they could have had someone on the payload a little bit faster when it came out of the gates for that Death Blossom to really be complemented by, the payload moving, but they've staggered the Braves pretty heavily. You said they're not going to make it past the bookstore. I guarantee they make it past the second corner. If they can find a couple more picks, this may be the stagger that they need to win them this map.
Bagel did have to Wraith out there. Olino's shield is broken, so they've got to retreat here. The payload is at about the bookstore. They've definitely gained some valuable ground. Bradley's going to be coming into this fight with a grab and support ultimates. It's a great response for the defense to have. ISU trying to keep that response from happening as long as possible with the Ant Matrix thrown out there by Pasta. Bradley finally uses their first ultimate. Jay sends in that Graviton Surge. It locks up 4. They can't deal any follow-up damage to it, though, and now it's going to take the support ultimates to win them this fight. They've invested everything here. Speedweed almost has the visor online. It's been enough to push ISU back, but they've found no kills so far. It's been an incredible display of just patience here from ISU, not overextending into these ultimates to stay alive.
It's a big difference between Overwatch 1 and 2. You have to use the corners to peel, and that means backing up has more value than it's ever had in Overwatch. Cryptic finding value as well. 1 headshot, 2 headshot, 3 headshot, 4! Give me the entire enemy team! I want more! Cryptic winning this map for ISU Black as they're going to make it and push this payload the final meters necessary. What a point! Putting it now up on the scoreboard, 1-1 for either side, Berkeley.
And this is kind of the game we were hoping for, right? Of course, we're looking at these records and thinking, this might not be good. But then we're looking at these records and being like, this might be fantastic. So far, the DPS have put on clinics. Olino on the Reinhardt, a great adjustment. And then, of course, that fantastic overclock we just saw. But here, the play of the game, the Death Blossom, the team kill from Bagel. I mean, this game has just been fireworks tonight.
It just goes to show as well, Berkeley, that division, it matters to a point. It matters if you're playing, right? Division, rank, etc. But good Overwatch is good Overwatch when you have 2 equal teams up against each other. And that is what we're seeing here tonight at the NECC Challengers Division, Great Lakes region, and nothing short of a spectacle on both sides. We're seeing powerhouses just coming out swinging. It's been great to cast.
Yeah, it's been absolutely fantastic so far. I love how much the DPS are popping off in this one. I love when the tanks switch over to Reinhardt, pays off like that on King's Row. Well, it's tied up right now. It can't stay tied forever. Pretty hard to tie a payload map. Route 66 is where we're headed next. We'll see you there on the other side of this short break. And we're back. Something's got to give. Alt Charge alongside Nuke here for what's been a great game so far between ISU Black and their opponents who took the map one. Bradley Braves just got walloped on Kings Row as the ISU DPS really stepped into that fray.
Yeah, I feel like the Braves were not expecting the resistance that they found in ISU Black, but we talked a little bit earlier after map one, ISU Black needing those more focused calls and strategies. Berkeley, I think that they found it in Kings Row.
Yeah, I think they did too. Route 66 is a fairly different map from Kings Row. I don't know if they get away with the Reinhardt here, but I know the DPS can click on the same heroes they were just on. I'm wondering if they actually make a swap off the Reinhardt or if they try and do exactly what Bradley Braves did, which was go on the exact same composition you just won on. I'm not sure it's going to work on Route 66, but the way they just played, it's got to be worth trying.
Absolutely. I mean, why not throw it out there in the first couple of I guess not minutes, but decades of seconds. That's a weird way to put it, but yeah, why not take it out, throw it out there, see if it works, take it the old college try, and then come back and try something new. That's what Overwatch 2 is all about. It's all about trying out your strategies, seeing what works and what doesn't. But you bring up a very good point. Route 66, very, very different in how you play it in terms of in comparison to Kings Row.
Yeah, I mean, Kings Row point one has high grounds around it. A lot of it comes down to just hitting a speed boost, at least with what those two teams were just playing. I think we're going to see two Sojourns on both of these squads. Route 66 is a pretty good sniper map. Sojourn can just do everything right now, and I think both Draxnos and Cryptic really came to play tonight on that hero. It seems like the best look for both of those players in particular. Everyone else, though, whatever they're going to play is kind of up in the air. I think we're going to see some Lucios because Lucio is incredibly strong. But aside from Sojourn and Lucio, I really don't want to hedge my bets on anything. I think this is a time where Bradley Braves start to really shake things up and maybe throw a surprise at ISU Black. If you weren't aware, now you are. The teams have switched sides. ISU is the red right attacking team. Bradley Braves is the blue defending team here to open things up.
I'm going to take a shot in the dark that Volodon is going to pick Ana again. Looks like they needed a quick pause, and we're back. Welcome. Yeah, I'm going to take a shot in the dark that Volodon is definitely going to run that Ana once more. Just finding so much value on the side of the Braves in that Ana. It's saved them in a lot of fights and been the precursor to engagement for a lot of their fights. It would be pretty insane to see another high skill cap hero to play in place of that Ana. Maybe a Zenyatta, but I don't know. I feel like Volodon is feeling themselves right now. There it is. The Ana's locked in.
The Ana's locked in, as is the Ashe with a Mercy Pocket and the Orisa for Jay. So a pretty different look from both of these squads. Right now, ISU's composition isn't final. They're still in the locker room, right? They haven't actually made their way out to the field, but the Bradley Braves, this is a poke composition, a totally different look than the rush-down Zarya Brawl that they were just playing.
Oh, very different entirely. I mean, you have to keep your distance. You have to be careful who you're allowing to come in, who you're focusing. That target fire has to be on point with this poke damage. Bring up very good points, Berkeley. They're going to play this corner. Jay Jives playing down a little bit. Everyone else on top of Big Earls hanging around the corner. We're going to see power boosted speed weed on this Ashe trying to find value. And I like the Ashe pick here. I think that Bob can do a lot standing on the payload and keeping everyone off at any given time. Jay's Jives coming incredibly close to death. Not gonna quite get there though, as Empathy is on it with the healing.
And this is a composition that ISU actually ran on Busan Point 1 when they were attacking, and Alino and Bagel were working very well as a Winston Tracer duo. Speedweed with the first blood here, the Dynamite onto Cryptic, able to get that elimination. ISU has to make something work here with the Winston Tracer. Very hard to get up on top of Big Girls for both of those heroes. Winston, of course, can just jump right up there, but can't get much done without Bagel in the wings, and that's the hero that has a much more difficult time actually getting up to high grounds.
Yeah, they do. And this, with the dive composition, might not spell a good taste in their mouth, if you will. ISU Black on this dive, though, getting all the way around, gonna find a stick onto Jay's Jives. Jay barely hanging on because the Valkyries popped from Empathy, and Empathy doing as much healing as possible. That's gonna be Bagel and Alino finding Draxnos and Speedweed. However, Empathy finding the res, trying to keep the rest of the roster alive. Volodon will fall to Alino, and that is looking like a fat reset, Berkeley.
Yeah, seems like the attackers here have point number 1 on lock. 2 minutes is all it took for them to secure point number 1 of Route 66 as the doors open and we commence our streets phase here. Alino did a lot. Bagel was there in the wings, but a lot of that was just Alino very far up in the front line, kind of knocking everybody off of Big Girls just by being an oppressor. And then once they were all on the low ground, Bagel was there right in the wings of Alino and able to clean up a lot of that damage.
Very good point. And spot on analysis. I think with this poke composition, they're going to have to play a little tighter and be a bit faster to the reaction when that Winston, or when Alino or Bagel, the Winston or the Tracer, decides to jump in. That's going to be Javes Jives trying to push up, though, on Pasta, trying to get a quick, cheeky kill. That's going to find it, but in the backline on the other side, Alino is going to find Empathy, and Shuffle's going to find Volodon, leaving the Bradley Braves without any healers. That's going to be Cryptic cleaning up the mess.
Yeah, Jay right there went for a play on both supports. Unfortunately, only found one, and in that time, ISU was able to take down both Bradley Brave supports, and by then, that's just a lost fight. Jay was way too far extended, had no chance of getting out alive.
Yeah, especially when They were that separated from the rest of the team. At this point, if I am the Braves, I'm reconsidering the strategy, right? They've not stopped this payload. We've had a hard time contesting. We need to figure out what we're doing differently here. As Bob is going to get popped by the Ashe, Speedweed trying to create some value here, but no kills are coming up on the kill feed, Berkeley.
No, none yet. Right now, ISU is just kind of showcasing exactly what they did on Kings Row, where they're able to just stay out of damage. So much patience, just kind of using a lot of the natural cover to stay safe for as long as possible. Right now, it's a 4 versus 5 favoring the Braves. Now it's a 4 versus 3 as a trade comes through. Drax knows for Pasta. Still, though, ISU are hanging around. Bagel goes in, tosses out the pulse bomb. That one has nothing sticky on it. Bagel and Alino both go down, and it looks like the Bradley Braves finally have a stop here on defense.
Finally, they found it. Yeah, it took them a minute to get there, but this point, I would say, or not point, this position in the map allows for their composition to play well to itself. This poke composition, you have a lot of wide angles you can take around high side, and that's exactly what they're trying to do. Placing the Bob up on the high ground really forced ISU into some comparable positions where Braves were just able to capitalize.
Yeah, the Braves have done a great job here on the second objective of just keeping ISU Black in front of them. As I say it, Alino goes in deep, trying to find this kill onto the Ana, way back there for the Braves. Good peel is able to keep them alive for now. Their DPS, however, die in the space that was made by ISU. Cryptic finds another kill there onto Empathy, and ISU Black, although they were stopped, it was not for long. They quickly come back, win a fight, and they'll be rewarded with point 2.
Yeah, this poke comp may work on this final point, but once again, at this point, I would be looking at trying something different because this composition isn't working to the effectiveness that they want. Maybe it's just 1 or 2 changes that they need. You know, Alino's been on this Winston this entire time. Maybe look at switching over to a Reaper, and that might find more value as ultimates are coming online on both sides, and they're going to look to hold this corner.
Bradley's going to have a Nano Boost, Bob, Valkyrie, and the, Terra Surge, Orisa's new ultimate. I believe that's what it's called. ISU coming in with a trio of ultimates. Bagel almost had the Pulse Bomb, but ends up getting Railgun before that ultimate came online. Alino was able to buy back that kill, though, by taking out Speedweed, who is quickly rezzed back in. Empathy raises them from the grave. 2 minutes on the clock for ISU Black to finish Route 66 here. Still jumping in the bounce house is Alino, primaling around. Speedweed able to find a kill in the backline onto Cryptic as the Bradley Braves have full control of this truck. Alino jumps up there briefly to challenge, but I don't believe ISU Black have the resources to hang around here.
No, they don't. They had to get out. And I love how they scattered as soon as Bob came out. It was like the lights coming on and the roaches running immediately. They found a corner, they waited a minute, and once Bradley Braves started hunting around looking for him, that's when they decided to get out and regroup fully. It's a 5-man roster. Yeah, that's going to be Alino jumping in once again. Is this Winston looking for a pick on the backline, specifically Volodon looking real tasty. Jay's Jibes pushing up, no armor left in the bank. Still pushing into Cryptic. There to back it up as well and finding kills left and right. Cryptic on the Sojourn is a menace.
And even though Alino died right there, they jump so far in and they have to be focused down by everyone on Bradley Braves. That makes space for Cryptic to just walk up Main Street, have whatever angle they want, and start clicking hits. Cryptic there did a great job utilizing the space that Alino made, and it might end up having ISU Black close out this map here with some time on the clock.
Ooh, that's going to be Speedweed trying to get in. Not going to find it in time. Draxnos! Oh my lord! Volodon with a massive anti-nade, but the capitalization unfortunately is not there. That will be ISU ending with 33 seconds left on the clock.
No win condition yet for the Bradley Braves. ISU are able to set up what is bound to be a great defense. They defended so well on Kings Row. Route 66 is a tad different, but it seems like ISU are still clicking all on the same page here.
Oh, they definitely are. And this dive composition, as you said earlier, Berkeley, is working a lot better. I think they needed a change of scenery, if you will, a different map to try it on. But with this payload, they're able to push far ahead of the payload, keep one person on, and keep the push moving Braves are going to have to switch up the strategy. I mean, they were able to hold ISU at bay a few times on that push, but overall, you could see the strength coming out in Alino and Bagel finding that backline. Speaking of which, Bagel playing, is everyone in Overwatch is calling him the dead character Genji. Never mind, switching back over to the Reaper. Yeah, I love how patch comes out and they're like, oh, we're reducing Genji's ammo size by 3 and we're gonna reduce his damage by 2, and everyone's like, oh, unplayable. Genji is unplayable. Sure, his combo doesn't work, right? And I see that, but I don't know. Calling a character unplayable after one patch is just a little silly with a minor change.
And that patch is out right now, correct? It's not coming out next
Correct.
Tuesday. I believe it is live right now.
It is live right now, correct? I believe so.
Yeah. Changes to Zarya, Sombra, Genji, Diva as well. We still see a ton of Zarya because she's just so good at dealing a ton of damage, but it seems like those nerfs brought her back a little bit. A lot more tanks are quite viable now.
Oh, absolutely.
Going into this first one, ISU setting up in a similar way, having their damage dealers and support up on Big Earls, having Alino down low on the Zarya front lining. And right now they're able to thwart off the first engagement from the Braves, who are looking to re-enter this one. That fantastic sleep dart again. Voladon making a great case for them as player of the match. They've had so many great cooldowns used so far. Cryptic is able to find that Elim onto Draxnos. It seems like nothing was found despite that great sleep. Oh, and the last word gotten by Shuffle. Wakes up from the nap and gets the boop kill onto Voladon. Letting this one breathe here as Alino starts to step forward. Not a lot of challenge here from the Braves as they start to retreat all the way back to spawn. Bagel did go down. Cole Cassidy is pretty slow, has a long walk back from spawn. The Braves have a window here, 5 versus 4, where they could do something, Nuke, as ISU, they're stuck without a DPS.
Absolutely, and they're rounding this corner. This composition, once again, they're still not changing, and that boop from Shuffle just made me chuckle all the way. That's a stick onto Draxnos, but healing from Empathy will keep them alive. Zelino's going to find another kill on Voladon. That feels bad, man. Voladon just getting booped, coming back, getting a couple of heals out, and then falling again. Got to keep your healers alive, and I feel like this composition is not playing well to that strength. They're kind of just running in and expecting the backline to be all right and just have the DPS peel. Jay's Jibes going in and finding ult charge, don't get me wrong, but this composition just is not doing what they are hoping that it will do.
Yeah, ISU Black right now is just doing a great job looking beyond Jave's Jives at the vulnerable targets behind the Braves tank, and they're finding kill after kill in these engagements. Right now, hitting the speed boost. Alino is going deep all the way into the end zone here to find Empathy. The grab locks up the Mercy on the side of the Braves, and it's already a 5 versus 4. Ultimate's committed here as the Braves pop the Nano Boost and the Terra Surge to try and buy this one back, but they come up empty, coming home from the shop with absolutely nothing. What a weird fight here by the Catwalk. The Braves trying to come right back in with the Bob as the 6th man, but again, it doesn't work. Nuke, they just keep on losing one player that isn't the tank early fight after fight.
And Empathy looking like they're gonna fall again. Yeah, they're just walking right past Jays. They don't seem to care or mind Jays whatsoever. They're going for that backline, like you mentioned, Berkeley, and even switching over to Zarya. Alino back on the Zarya and switching up their composition a little bit. They're still finding those crucial picks needed to stay ahead in this game.
And let's not forget that ISU Black, they got 2-0'd on Control. They've completely adapted to the Braves' play. And now ISU is in the driver's seat of this game, still holding the very first corner of Route 66 as Bagel finds another opening pick onto a squishy. Draxnos falls, gets rezzed back up. They won't have that cooldown for the upcoming engagement. As ISU Black, they've got 2 damage-dealing ultimates to use here to defend. Draxnos, in the meantime, pops the overclock from the high ground, trying to find something, able to find Pasta, able to find Bagel as well. The Carb's getting eaten up here by Draxnos, who's found a double kill, but it's still an even fight, Nuke. That overclock, although finding a pair, not enough to get them the objective just yet. It's going to take a lot more.
Yeah, this may be it. They are going to get the Nano Boost pushing in. Jay trying to find a couple of kills. Speedweed finding the pick on Cryptic. That's going to be Jay on Alino, and that might have been like we said earlier, the crucial picks needed for them to get to this first tick. However, there's still quite a bit of time. ISU can find time to touch if they want to get in here. It doesn't look like they're pressing to get quite on, though. I think they're going to wait, bide their time, and just allow it to push on in as they've realized, you know, they've pushed them into overtime. They can probably hold this for 2 minutes. At least that's what's going through their minds.
Yeah, a smart move there. Very restrained from ISU. They know they've completed the map. They don't have to try and go up in desperation and burn this Graviton Surge. They've got plenty of time to set themselves up well for success on second point.
That they do. That they do. Let's see if they can do it, though. Ooh, Draxnos falling exceptionally low. Healing from both Voldon and Empathy will keep them alive. It's going to be Alina with the Graviton Surge online, just waiting to line up the shot. As ISU is biding their time, allowing the Braves to push in little by little, but just like a predator, waiting to pounce on the prey. See if they're able to find it in the timing.
The Braves did a great job there retreating, able to get that kill onto Shuffle, who was overextending just a tad there. Had the sound barrier as well. ISU is down big in terms of resources. Bagel is able to buy back a kill for them, make it 2 as Empathy goes down. Bagel on the Cole Cassidy showing up clutch with a kill with the grenade as well as a headshot onto the main support there. And it seems like the Braves, they're going to turn tail and run. They're going to have a few ultimates online to re-engage, but right now, it's a similar problem that we saw in point number 1, where they're just losing these squishies early in the fight.
Yeah, the peel just isn't quite there, and the composition's been changed up a tad. Jay's drives on the Zarya now, but is it what is needed? We're going to see Bob popped out on point. Cryptic finding a immediate kill on Speedweed. That's going to be the Deadeye from Nicole Cassidy as well to follow suit. ISU Black looking to continue pushing here, and this is not looking great for the Braves.
No, right now the ISU Black Carbohydrates are out to lunch. They're having a relatively easy time here defending against the Braves for 2 maps in a row. I mean, the Braves were able to get point 1 in overtime, but now running into the same wall they were on point 1, and now with under 20 seconds left, yeah, ISU doesn't have ultimates. The Braves have a couple, but I'm worried that ISU snipes a couple picks early in this fight. The Braves can't let that happen.
No, they can't. If they do, then that's going to spell the end of the map. Stuck. Going to be all right, though, as Draxnos has the overclock on guard, and Cryptic doesn't care.
There it is.
Finding to immediately pick on Draxnos. Empathy having to get the res out earlier as they're pushing around this corner. Bagel coming close as well, trying to find Draxnos as they're trying to get a reposition. Speedweed finding the kill. That's going to be Cryptic from the top rope. Popping the ultimate, finding 1 yet again. Gonna find 2, 3, 4. There's the second. It might be what's needed, but no! They weren't on point. They barely stepped off a little too far, and ISU will take Route 66.
Well, starting off down 1, now up 2-1 in the series is ISU Black. They've really turned this game around. It's been fairly close until Bradley has to attack, and they're just running into these same problems. Their DPS, their backline, a little too vulnerable back there, not getting the peel it needs. And then, of course, we got Cryptic popping off 2 games in a row on Sojourn. It was the Cryptic versus Draxnos battle on map number 1, and for the last 2 maps on Kings Row and Route 66, Cryptic has really gotten the better of that duel.
Yeah, Cryptic is playing the name well, being very hard to read, sporadic, and in the moment, taking out all of the enemy. That is your great point. Draxnos and Cryptic's back and forth this entire series has felt like an anime battle, almost in a sense. Headshot versus headshot versus headshot versus headshot, but that time ASU will come out on top. Now going into our next map, what are we going to be seeing next, Berkeley?
We're going to be seeing the brand new game mode push. It's going to be Esperanza. That's going to be the stage for map 4. It's match point for ISU Black. They could take this one away and just go out 3-0 fashion despite losing map 1 and feel really good about this game. It'll be their second win of the season. Both of these teams need to use this match as a turning point. ISU Black has the chance to make that goal come to fruition here, or we could see the Bradley Braves step up to the plate and send us to map 5.
I think either is possible, if I'm honest. The Braves just have to be a little more open to trying out different compositions and seeing what works. I understand playing what you scrimmed, right? But you should be scrimming for multiple scenarios, not just we run this is what we run. Because in the face of a composition that's going to be a counter strategy, you're going to have a bad time. And that's exactly what we saw in the previous map.
We'll see if that's the case coming up. I mean, Push is a pretty similar game mode to, I would say, Payload and Control. It's kind of a hybrid between those two. It doesn't have a stable objective like a hybrid or an old Overwatch 1 2CP would have. It's a lot of soft resets, fighting and then resetting as quickly as you can. I think ISU has a major edge in this game mode. Just by the way they played on King's Row, I remember that fight where they were attacking and the Braves used 3 ultimates by the bookstore when the Braves were on defense, and ISU were able to back up and live through 2 DPS ultimates and a Graviton Surge. So I think a team that can do that is going to favor very well on such a soft reset heavy game mode like Push.
True. Very, very true. Yeah, Push is all about ensuring that you're not being staggered, because if you are, you're gonna have a bad time. Backing up, just regrouping, coming up with a strategy in the moment to re-engage and finding that re-engagement. That's where they can find kind of their dynamic in this map. That's what I would like to see as well, Berkeley.
Yeah, and ISU has just seen so good at that. Like, that is definitely a strength of this team, is just having the wherewithal to back up when you're down one player. Don't overextend into a fight that you don't believe is absolutely winnable. I think the Braves, they've won a lot of fights just based off of popping off and showing some really good DPS talent. ISU, though, they've come back into fights where it was a losing fight, but just game sense made that fight a little bit longer and made a win condition for ISU. I think Push is just their game mode here.
Push may be their game mode. We'll see in about 5 seconds, Berkeley, as Speedweed is going to try out the Genji on this map. Draxnos switching over as well to the Torbjorn. 2 characters we've seen neither play, and that's the type of energy that I want to see. Adversely, we're seeing ISU Black running the same composition that they've been running most of the series. We got Alino once more on the Winston and Bagel once more on the Tracer.
And we'll see if it pays off. ISU, we know what they can do on this comp. Alino and Bagel are going to combo for some insane dives. Draxnos is going to be trying to counter that on the Torbjorn. The turret should be able to keep Bagel at bay for the most part, but already the turret and Draxnos already sent back to spawn. ISU seem to have identified the weakness that the Braves were posing in their composition, and they've quickly taken off the biggest piece. Speedweed responds with 2 kills, but with no supports. I don't believe the Braves bring this one back.
No, I don't think they do either. I mean, you need someone to keep your team alive. You need that backbone, and right now, that's exactly what they're missing. Shuffle, finding a bunch of cheeky headshots. Love to hear the Lucio headshots and 4-man unison.
Sniper Monkey.
Ooh. Yeah, Sniper Monkey, no joke. Alino finding the wrong long-range kill on Speedweed.
Still, though, the Braves, despite getting monkey sniped, they're right back in. ISU is able to sense that they don't have the numbers, and this is where this team comes up big. They're going to get the numbers and be back in the blink of an eye, already stepping back into the fight, getting control of the bot. It's in the neutral phase, but I'm already really feeling confident about ISU's play so far. Bradley's posing a challenge with the comp they're on, but I think ISU is just playing a nice level of Overwatch here for the Challengers Division on a new game mode.
I hear you. I disagree. I think that Speedweed on this Genji might be exactly what they need. They have Draxnos laying the turret down, so it's harder to get that dive engage that ISU has been getting, right? They dive in the backline, they get everyone yet low, then Bradley has to waste resources with Volodon's nade or with an amp up. They're not having to do that if Draxnos is back there. Adversely, Speedweed is finding the picks necessary, and Jay is able to expend all of those Zarya bubbles on them to get those kills. This could be the composition that the Braves have been looking for.
And I think ISU definitely smelled what you were cooking up there. They've already switched over to the Brawl comp with a Reaper. Pretty hard for Speedweed to dive in there, and not a lot they have to worry about crashing into a Torb turret with this heavy set composition. They're rolling right into this fight, barreling through it, brawling it out. They've won, they've taken control of the bot. Still though, they've got some ground to cover.
They do have some ground to cover. They are going to make it back and begin their push now. But it's really not that much. It's only 34 meters. It's before the first point. So we'll see how this works out for them. But overall, I am really, like I said, I'm really liking this Braves composition thus far.
Ryan charging in, Olino closing the distance onto the chokeway. Bradley Braves have their DPS ultimates online as well as a sound barrier. ISU not working with many tools here, but Cryptic with the railgun is able to take down the player for the Braves so far. Voladon is sent packing. Still though, stepping up into the front line is Speedweed. The Dragon Blade is able to slice up Pasta. They found 2 kills. They've got the advantage. ISU once again sense it, concede some ground, step back in, bait out these kills from the Braves, and we should see a very even fight here. I believe it's a 2 versus 2 now?
It is a 2 versus 2 now, and it's exactly as you said earlier, Berkeley. These soft resets are actually pairing very, very well for both sides. As they're both very cognizant of who is around.
Not play the bot.
Yeah, they're like, oh, we're just gonna wait.
This is the least I've seen a push bot move in any push game I've ever played in or casted.
They're waiting, because see, if they do get all the kills here that they're looking for, this is going to be a huge push for them. It's going to be Draxinus in the back line. Unfortunately, that's going to be all of ISU in the front line, moving beyond what the Braves had expected for them, and bringing up the bot and tail will be Cryptic. They're going to begin their push once more and the ascent into the lead.
Yeah, the bot's still in the neutral phase for so much of this game. We see the Braves already coming back. I don't believe ISU get a clean cap of what would be considered an objective here, but the Braves, they hop right up to the high ground. They've got a sound barrier and a speed boost that they can rush out with, and that is the plan. Closing the distance onto the ISU black carbohydrates, but dropping the slam is Olino, laying down the Lucio Empathy, who already did pop the sound barrier, and that was enough shields to keep them alive for a tad bit, but still just the vicious onslaught from ISU Black is able to win this fight. That's the first time we've seen back-to-back fights won in this game, Nuke.
You're absolutely right. It has been such a back and forth. We haven't seen any 2 in a row, but ISU able to keep their advantage pushed and really find the assertive dominance they need to keep the Braves on the back foot. And they're going to hit that right past that first point. You can now see they're about 30 meters past where the Braves have been, and that means any further, the Braves are going to have a hard time getting this back. That's going to be a great field coming out from Baptiste, demanding more space, which is exactly what the Braves don't want to give up.
Yeah, Pasta, she keeps the Braves at bay for a moment there. Now the Nano Boost and the Graviton Surge lock up Olino. The Antinate as well from Voladon, trying to find this kill onto the Reinhardt, and they finally get it. Jay's Beam, the last word there on Alano's life. It seems like the Braves are stepping back into this one. They're going to regain control of the bot, but now they've got a marathon in front of them. This bot has to go all the way back the other end.
Running with the bot is so inspirational. I wish the bot had 90s training music that just played when you ran with it.
That'd be nice. I wish it was like the Rocky theme song when he's running up the steps.
Exactly.
Like right now as it's going up the hill.
Exactly. No, I that's where mind is in the same space. Once more, I completely agree. And I think the Braves are going to probably wait here over the bridge. And that's interesting, right? The point moves in control. Or, sorry, not in control, and push, so that you can kind of decide where you want to fight around and where you're going to take these fights. And it's interesting that the Braves have chose this location twice now, because the first time didn't work out very well for them, but they're finding the picks this time around, Berkeley.
Yeah, this time ISU's attack not able to come off of that high ground perch with quite the advantage they did last time. It seems like, you know, again, back-to-back fights won. The Braves are going to inch close to this objective. They've got a little bit of distance to cover after that, and unfortunately they held on to nothing except for a sound barrier coming up. ISU's going to be coming out with the Death Blossom and the Shatter. That should be more than enough to clean up this fight unless Empathy makes an insane play, dropping the beat.
They're going to have to make an insane play. This beat is going to be crucial for the Braves. Now sitting at 97, will they even get it in time?
They do have it online if ISU starts to pop off. They have gotten the kill onto Jays. Right now, If ISU were the Braves, they'd already be resetting, and it seems like finally the Braves are on board. They're down a member, and they immediately start to retreat. That actually baits out that kill onto Cryptic and Shuffle, both of those players overextending, but Bagel steps up to the high ground, commits the ultimate, and that's going to keep the bot running along the map here for ISU.
Yeah, Bagel coming in clutch and getting those clutch kills where needed. It's going to be ISU Black pushing once more. The Braves found a little bit of distance there, but it wasn't quite the trek they were looking to have, right, Berkeley? They needed another 30 meters to really tie things up, and even more than that to get in the leads. And with the bot being back on the other side of the map and a minute 30 left, Braves are going to have to start kicking it into gear with these ultimates.
Oh, a big slam there, but a bigger grab. This could be massive here for the Braves. It was beautifully done by Jay, but they've got to find more kills than just one out of that. That Graviton Surge locked up everyone, stopping ISU in their tracks, but all that's happened is one elimination, and now they've lost Empathy and Speedweed. The bot continues to push as ISU are only extending their lead now.
Yeah, they expended 3 ultimates there too, Berkeley. I'm surprised that they didn't get more value. I hate seeing Reinhardt shatter and then just dashing in or fire striking. Just swing. I mean, fire strike is good if you're hitting multiple, right? But just swing. Diving in's only gonna hit one. Just get that hammer on deck. Jay's jibes complementing with Draxnos now, trying to get this point back in control. But ISU has been on point with these soft resets. Waited for the beat to drop for Lucio. Once that sound barrier hit, they re-engaged and just dominated this push.
Yeah, right now they are vicious. They are just tenaciously attacking this Bradley team, trying to get this bot to its final destination. They've won 3 fights in a row now, and ISU is going to have that shatter back online early. Bagel as well with the Death Blossom ready to rip it. Alino able to find a pair with the shatter. Bagel able to take down Voladon, and now it seems like there is just nothing but easy street remaining between the bot and the finish line.
I believe that's exactly what we're going to see. 5 seconds left. They got to get out on point. We're going to see the Zarya Graviton Surge come out, actually. That's going to find the pick on Cryptic, which has been the clutch player for the for ISU Black. So the Braves might be able to do this, but picks are pretty even right now. It's looking like it could be either side.
Wow, just at the nick of time. We're in overtime. The Braves can't step off this bot for even a moment. They've got Draxnos on the Bastion now. The surprise pick gets them the bot back out of their defensive spawn. Speedweed on the Reaper, finally getting some heals. And Nuke, this bot has to have some sore legs if it wants to reach the distance, because ISU Black covered almost the whole map.
That it does, Berkeley. We talked earlier about that training montage. We're going to need the Rocky 4 training montage to even get to the other side of the map. They're going to need nothing short of a miracle to make it to the end. They've got to pretty much push this payload all the way to the end of the map and not lose any of the fights coming up. With their ult economy being worse than ISU, that's going to be a tough situation.
Yeah, and it's so tricky here in overtime because you have to play wherever the bot is in the map, and it's not always in the best spot. Now they're down 5 versus 4 as ISU Black choose to take the fight right here. Alino steps up into the front line. The one-man army again has the shield cracked. The shatter 10% away from being online. That's going to be the only tool ISU have to work with, but right now the Braves seem to be winning this fight. Draxnos gets back into the fray, and the turret goes wild. And it seems like Bradley, they've got to win one more though, Nuke. Maybe 2.
Probably 2, Berkeley, with how slow this payload is going to push. I mean, they're going to make distance. They're all 4 on there, pushing as much as possible, but it's going to take 2. If they do it, though, they will go into a Game 5, and that'll be the first Game 5 I've personally casted this season thus far in the NECC, as these Overwatch 2 matches are a little bit faster and generally show a little bit more early. Cryptic finding the early kill off of the Earth Shatter on Draxnos. We're going to see the Death Blossom follow suit. Bagel and Cryptic picking a couple up. That's going to be Speedweed with a 3-man Death Blossom, though. Cryptic finding another. It is a 1v3, and that is going to be it. ISU winning the series, but wow, what a fight from the Braves and a close match nonetheless.
Yeah, ISU are finally able to put this one on ice, but the Braves in overtime, they gave it their all on Esperanza. Here's the play of the game from Bagel. ISU, such a fantastic job. I can't give Volodon player of the game in a 1 versus 3 game. I think I gotta give it to Bagel here, but Volodon, an incredible honorable mention performance that she had. That was not easy. So much of the focus fire from ISU was coming onto Volodon every single fight, and they were able to hit sleeps, anti-nades, get the most out of their cooldowns time and time again. But here, I think Bagel gave ISU the edge to make them the victors tonight.
I do not disagree. However, I still got to go with Volodon. I think it was so much value coming out of those sleeps and grenades. Keeping the team alive is something that they did not take lightly in this series.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great performance by both sides. I'm glad we had a very close one on our hands. ISU improved to 2-3, and Bradley Braves still yet to find their first win. They were awfully close today, maybe the closest they've been all season. It seems like they're improving as a squad. Hopefully, Week 5 has a little bit of a better tale in store for them, but that is all for Nuke and I. I'm going to be remaining on the mic with Korbeck for the next game. Nuke, did you have any final words tonight before we hop off?
A fantastic match from both teams, and as always, this is great VOD material. I think this match was close enough. I think this might be a good scrim partner moving forward to sort of test out and see what you can and can't play. Overall, fantastic from both teams in the series, and it's been always a pleasure being on the mic with you, Berkeley.
Yeah, absolutely, Nuke. Next game is going to be at 9 p.m. Chat, stick around if you want to check it out. In that case, it's been all for ISU Black and Bradley Braves. I'm going to see you in a little bit. Nuke, I'm going to see you next week.
See you next week.
And we're back. Match number 3 about to be underway. I'll charge alongside Joker this time around. Moving down a division into the Navigators division, we've got Catawba Blue taking on Defiance College. Catawba's 3-2 right now. Defiance 3-1. Both of these teams have winning records in their division. Joker, it should be a pretty good game on our hands.
Yeah, it definitely should. It definitely should indeed. I mean, both teams with a winning record, that's always a good sign to start off, especially when it's getting into the nitty-gritty of the season. It's week 4 now. And, yeah, I mean, I'm pretty excited. Let's take a look at these rosters here, I'll charge.
Let's do it. Let's do it. So, leading things off here, on the side of Catawba Blue, we've got Bushy Dutton, Lucky, Darkness Dodge, Nate Dogg, and Slezkin. All underclassmen except for Nate Dogg, the junior. Wondering who the IGL on this team is, but Joker going over to Defiance College. Rattle off that lineup for me.
Yeah, so from the side of Defiance College, we've got, let's see here. We've got Orpheus, Arc, Ivy, Sparangal, and Gassam and Passam. And wow, and they're a psychology major with that name. That's one of the best names I've ever seen here. I'll charge.
That is a good name. I'm not gonna lie, that's a fantastic name. And again, look at this lineup: 4 freshmen, and then Ivy. She's gonna be the lone senior, the veteran. Wow.
I know. I just the fact that Gassam Bassam is a psychology major makes it even better to me. I don't know why. It just does. But I'm really excited to see these teams play here in the Navigators division here, especially with you today, I'll charge.
Yeah, Console Casters running it back a couple years for this one in the NECC. Got a good game. Navigators division, the lowest division, but a couple of good teams in the Navigators division. It should be a nice little competition. Defiance, all of their wins were 3-0 sweeps, and then their loss was a 0-3 loss to Clark Obsidian. Catawba Blue, some of their games have been toss-ups, a 2-3 loss, a 3-1 win, a 1-3 loss, and then 2 sweeps. So this is a team that looks a little bit shaky. Catawba sometimes, depending on their opponent. And then Defiance, if Defiance is hitting, they're sweeping. And if they're losing, it might be they're booming after map 1. We'll see if they can hang into it for the full set if they drop control. But Joker, it's not a loser's pick. Let's rattle off the fixed map pool here. Do you know where we're going for control?
I don't. That's what I was about to ask you.
That's okay. I'm ready for it. We're going to Ilios first. And then for our hybrid map, a brand new shiny toy in Midtown, the fresh Overwatch 2 map. And then Payload, very familiar from Overwatch 1. Watchpoint Gibraltar is going to be the stage there for map 3. Push, the new game mode, Coliseum is going to be the map for 4 if we end up going there in this best of 5. And then if we need to break a tie, Nepal will be the deciding map 5.
I am so excited here. We're going to start out on Ruins, Berkeley, and, well, right now we're seeing, Orpheus on the Reinhardt. Well, not something I was expecting to see, but hey, maybe it'll work out well for him.
Maybe it will, maybe it will. I'm loving the comp that Catawba Blue is rocking. I mean, that is almost hard meta. Yeah. Genji got some changes Tuesday, but that's a very good-looking comp still.
It definitely is. Well, they're going to switch over to the Sojourn, who is even better. So we're going to see a mirror matchup on the DPS here.
We are. I would say these are the 2 strongest DPS in the game right now. I got to give the advantage to the Winston Slezkin on this particular map on Ruins, but fantastic healing at Defiance. A lot of times, big healing pays off in Navigators division. These lower divisions, a lot of that healing can be very detrimental to the team.
Yeah, I thought Slezkin was going to go off the side of the map there for a second, but they navigate well with the jump pack. And this is going to be Darkness Doge with this first pick in the fight to be up for the side of Catawba Blue here to start things off. But Gassam and Passam has found 2 of their own. The point is in the favor of Catawba, but right now it could be anyone's point. Defiance just needs another pick into their favor, but going down as Gassam and Passam, this should all be over for this first fight.
Yeah, some trades here. Nate Dogg still standing strong on the Reaper, the Edgelord, as the point starts to uptick for Catawba. Defiance struggling to get back in. Orpheus is able to find one kill here. The dive starts to come through from Seleskin, and this one's not over yet.
Look at this. Orpheus with 3 at the backline there, just taking matters into their own hands. Make it 4 for the Reinhardt. Oh my goodness, what's amazing plays coming in from Orpheus.
Orpheus, once they close the distance, a one-man wrecking crew just swings for the fences through all of Kataba's faces. Kataba, though, they're able to chip away 33%. That's a third of the percentage they're going to need here on Ruin. So, despite losing the point and Defiance making something out of nothing, very good job by Kataba to hang on to 33%, but the Shatter comes through.
Yeah, Shatter comes through, takes out Darkness Doge, but that's all they are going to get. Nope, Sparengal is going to find the exit kill onto Nate Dogg, and the side of Katawaba is going to have to back out here.
Back-to-back fight wins here for Defiance. They only use one ultimate that time. Orpheus is Shatter enough to get the job done. Ivy, she's going to have that Valkyrie online for this next fight, and they're also going to have the Overclock in the back pocket. Kataba doesn't have anything yet in terms of ultimates to respond in this fight. They're still a few percentage points away.
Well, let's see here. The Sparengal does have this overclock. Look for them to pop it here coming up soon, but no, they're not going to be using it yet. They've got to do something, though. That's going to be the Kitsune Rush. No, it's not. That is another one of her abilities, but Nate Dogg comes through with the Death Blossom. There's the Kitsune Rush, and that's going to be a fight win for Katawaba.
Yeah, and the Kitsune Rush coupled with the Death Blossom, you just speed your Reaper forward with the Lucio speed boost and the Kitsune Rush. That is some Hellfire shotguns closing the distance to your face awfully quick. They do pick up the stagger kills here onto Orpheus and Ivy. Should get Kataba above 50% easily, maybe even closing on 70 by the next time Defiant step up into the fight.
Yeah, and they did also swap. Darkness Doge has gone over to the Genji a little bit ago, and they're already up to Dragon Blade here, and they're looking to get Gassim and pass him early on in this fight. Just getting, just diving right on the Reaper, and there comes the blade out from Darkness Doge, taking down Arc, looking for Ivy as well. They are going to take them down, but it's still looking good for Katawaba. They've got the advantage in this fight for the time being. The D-Mech is there, but it's still looking good for Katawaba as they've got this defensive positioning, and they're going to just have to wait out for the time being.
Still looking good, still looking good. Defiance just staging on the backside of this objective. They've got to get to the point quickly, though. 93% in, upticking. Defiance has a few ultimates to use, and the Overclock comes loose.
Yeah, as well, Orpheus has found the first pick onto the Baby Diva. The Overclock not finding the value you'd have liked it to, thanks to Lucky Sound Barrier right there, as it is up to this last fight territory if the side of Katawaba win this. But right now, it's looking good for Defiance. They've got 2 picks in this fight, looking for a third, and they find it with the Coalescence and get the point back in their favor.
They've got it in the nick of time, sitting at 99%. All they need is a retake here, and the opening round is theirs, but Defiance, they're coming up with the Shatter. Orpheus has looked great on Reinhardt so far. They just have to stay a force in the front line for this next fight, and they may be able to close off the round. An awfully close opening, though, to open up things here on Ilios in game number 3 of the NECC action. Ivy has the Valk online. That should do numbers for Defiance to support them through the fight. The bomb comes out, only able to find one, though.
Yeah, that was almost a huge play coming in from Orpheus, but taking it away from the rest of the team is going to be massive. Sparengal takes down Nate Dogg, who was mid-Death Blossom as well. This should be all Defiance College right now. The Shatter coming out as well to finish things off. The charge almost off the ad. Oh no, Orpheus off the side of the map, but it should not matter. The odds are overwhelmingly in the favor of Defiance. The Kitsune Rush has been popped. Casman passive with the Death Blossom finds 3 to finish things off.
A very good comeback there from Defiance, showing their defiance despite losing their tank, who took a trip off the side of the mountain here in Ilios. I mean, you hate to lose Orpheus that way, but hey, Defiance's damage dealer still able to get the job done, close out Ilios Ruins, and put Defiance up in this map 1-0 over Kataba.
Yeah, as this now, we're going to head into Lighthouse. Yes, this is Lighthouse, and not so many changes coming out from Kataba here, as no changes really from either of these two teams.
Yeah, it seems like they're running fairly meta DPS. Kataba still trying to experiment with a tank that works for them. On the side of Defiance, Orpheus needs to change absolutely nothing. Just a force to be reckoned with on the Reinhardt. Arc has done a fantastic job supporting them, while Ivy has done a great job just pocketing and enabling the DPS in Gasman, Passum, and Spargle.
Well, the charge is coming in early on from Orpheus, but they're going to have to be a lot more careful. Sleeskin is on the Zarya, just pumps out so much damage from the tank roll as Kataba starting to look to take this point early on here with the point control as they're looking to get this underway, but Gasman Passum is going to take down Darkness Doge early on in this fight. That's going to be huge for the first take in this fight as no, maybe not. Nate Dogg does take down their counterpart, but right now it's still anyone's point. But with Orpheus on this point, swinging this hammer as fast as they can, is going to be able to go in the favor of Defiance College.
Orpheus laying down the slam here, finishing off this fight with an exclamation point. They've done great so far, and I love how they were making space, swinging the hammer on both sides of the objective, just trying to cleave as much damage onto Kataba as they possibly could. Kataba really had no chance of touching that objective. I think their strategy going into next fight should just be to use Nate Dogg now on the Junkrat to just poke and prod, try and find an elimination on the crowded objective where all of Defiance is standing, and then if they're able to find that Elim, that's their green light. There it is. Nate Dogg found the kill. That's exactly what I was hoping for. Now Kataba has the 6v5 advantage. Ivy, though, has a chance to res this.
Yeah, she definitely does. She definitely does indeed. You definitely need to count the body, but it does not seem to matter at the moment. Sparangol finding the pick in that fight onto Nate Dogg. The coalescence is there, but the Valkyrie as well has been popped as another shatter has already been used by Orpheus. Finds 3 and takes them all down and wins the fight for Defiance.
Orpheus seems like there is just nothing in his path separating them from victory here on Ilios. And as we go into Midtown, that's an even stronger map for Orion Main in the Navigators division. Orpheus is definitely the threat that Kataba has to find a way to deal with. Kataba opened up that previous fight with Nate Dogg getting that pick on the Junkrat. They just weren't able to follow up and make that into anything else. Here, they're gonna have the Graviton Surge from Slezkin. Dark is going to have the Death Blossom as well, coming in from the top turnbuckle, letting it rip.
Yeah, they're gonna pop that Death Blossom. They're not gonna find any picks with it, however. But it's still in the upper hand for Kataba right now. They've got the advantage of the picks, but as well, now they've lost Gasman Passum in this fight. It's looking really good now for Kataba. And now they pop the Graviton Surge. There comes the Reptire as well, but it's not going to find any value. That is not what you need right now if you're Kataba. It is this last fight territory, and Sparangos popped the overclock. Found one in this fight, but it's still looking good for the team in blue, Kataba, and they've got all the picks they need to finish this fight out and get the point back in their favor at the 11th hour.
I love it. Nate Dogg just sitting in that Graviton Surge. Some Riptire's drive on a long road trip. That one was going right down the street to the next door neighbor. Nate Dogg was not afraid to just let that one loose inside of everyone on Defiance. Of course, didn't find any kills with it, but that burst damage enough to knock Orpheus down to low HP, and they're finally able to take down Orpheus, who's been such a final boss for Defiance. Looking great here. Now we have Dark staging from the high ground, dropping in straight onto the back line, wraithing up before they find any eliminations, but now this fight is underway before it even gets to the objective.
Yeah, the Valkyrie has been popped as well. Now Orpheus is back on the point. Oh, and I thought we were going to have a Mercy duel in the sky there for a second. That would have been something, but it's going to be Darkness Doge to start things off with another huge shatter coming in from Orpheus, and they're going to be able to find 2, but it's still in the favor of Kataba at the moment. They need to finish off Orpheus, but yeah, they do, and keep the point in their favor. They're up to 50% now here, Berkeley.
Yeah, Josh, and Kataba's doing a great job here changing their strategy, not focusing Orpheus first. Arc and Ivy are just supplying way too much healing for Orpheus to be your primary focus. That last fight, Kataba was able to pick off every squishy and worry about Orpheus last. If they can continue to do that, I think they found the weakness in Defiance.
Oh, Orpheus is right in and found the pick onto Lucky. It is going to be not going to be traded out. Yeah, Orpheus still swinging that hammer, finding picks, and finally goes down to Nate Dogg. The Death Blossom going to be popped by Darkness Doge as well. Finds Ivy out of that fight, and now it's looking really good for Kataba. They've got all the ultimates they need to keep a hold of this point.
Kataba, they've gotten it to 85%. Final fight here for round 2. We're going to see if they're able to even up this round or if Defiance, just with a Death Blossom to start this fight, are able to get this point back and finish Ilios with a round 1 dub. 99% now. The Riptire coming in, finds nothing.
But Darkness Doge does find the pick onto Ark, who almost was up to that Coalescence, and that's going to be the cookie that starts the crumble, as the crumble that starts the... I don't know. But that's going to be the picks that come in for the side of Kataba, and we're going to a round 3. I don't know what I was looking for with that analogy right there.
You know, that's just the way the crumble cookies sometimes. It's just same
cookies.
strokes for different, and everyone's the same. I think that's how the saying goes.
Exactly.
Evened up here, though, 1-1 going into Ilios. Well, one of the wonkiest maps in Overwatch, has the big pit of despair in the center. We don't see a lot of Roadhogs these days, but still a very interesting objective that teams are going to have to traverse.
Oh, speaking of Roadhogs, Orpheus.
Oh, Orpheus.
On to the Roadhog and Sluskin. They saw what Orpheus is doing on the Reinhardt, said, hey, maybe I'll try that, and has gone over to the Reinhardt of their own here.
Yeah, I mean, Sluskin going over to the Rhine, probably imagining that Orpheus is going to be on the Rhine as well, but just like rounds 1 and 2, Orpheus has been the player on Defiance that you've got to be afraid of if you're on Kataba. Now on the Roadhog on Ilios, well, fear is at an all-time high anytime you make eye contact with Orpheus.
Yeah, and well, that almost went badly for Sluskin early on in this. Sparringall is going to take out Lucky. That's huge already for the side of Defiance. There's no more speed boost on the side of Kataba as they're looking to get this first capture underway, but it's going to be Orpheus and Gasman Passum with the 2 picks that they need to really solidify this fight.
I love it. The Junkrat and the Roadhog. If you know anything about Overwatch lore, Defiance just won that fight with friendship.
Yeah, that's as they say in anime, the power of friendship is the strongest power.
Yeah, without a doubt. There's actually an old saying that the strongest ship is not a battleship, it's not an aircraft carrier, it's friendship.
Well, let's see if the power of friendship can continue for Defiance as Kataba Sluskin has swapped over to the Orisa here now as the Javelin Throw coming out and stunning up Orpheus for a little bit, but it's not going to stop Gasman Passum getting Bushido out of this fight early on. They said, hey, I like your, they say like your Junkrat, and there it goes off the side of the map as Sluskin taking a little dip in the well as Gasman Passum saw their Junkrat of Kataba and said, hey, I can do that too.
And I love it. Orpheus switching to the Roadhog in a very opportune time for that hero. Just menacing. Roadhog on Ilios, well, is a tale as old as time. That hook onto Sluskin, that's been happening. Hooking a tank into the Ilios well has been happening for 5 years now, and still players can't seem to avoid it. Once you lock eyes with Orpheus, you know you've already met your fate.
That's pretty much it. As they set the trap, and there goes the Riptire. Not gonna find the value you would have liked to seen, but hey, it got them a little bit more of a time as there it goes off the side into the well yet again. As they are going to turn it back, however, as Kataba. They've got 3 picks to Defiance's 2, and they've got the point in their favor now. And that's huge because well is probably one of the hardest points to retake.
Yeah, well, without a doubt, Josh, well is absolutely one of the hardest points to take. Sluskin's going to be able to set up a front line. Darkness Doge is going to be getting active on these flanks. Hopefully has the Death Blossom coming up for this next fight, but Sparnkle opens it up with a pick. Nate Dogg, though, from the grave, gets the Martyrdom kill onto Ark. Gasman Passum, though, rolls in with the nades, setting the stage here for a Defiance retake.
You know, I said it was one of the hardest points to take, but Defiance just made it look really easy right there as they come back super strong and super fast. And now they're up to 85%, Berkeley. It's looking really good for them right now.
They'll have the Overclocked and the Coalescence to close out the round. Lucky has the Valkyrie, which is a fantastic stall utilization there. And of course, they hung on to that Death Blossom and as well as the Terra Surge. Kataba's not out of this one yet.
Well, they are already lost Nate Dogg, but Darkness Doge comes in strong with a 2K Death Blossom, and the res is there from Lucky. This should be Kataba's fight to win here, as they're looking to finish things off. They did pop that Coalescence from Arc, but it's not going to be enough healing to keep Defiance in favor of the point.
And now Defiance sitting pretty at 99%. All they've got to do is get a retake, and this round is theirs. Still 60 seconds to go here for Kataba to hold this point down. They've got some ultimates to do it with, but of course they're going to burn through those as this time continues to tick. Defiance just has to pick their moment, wait until Kataba's low on resources, and that's when you invest when you're Defiance. You only need to win one fight, and you've stolen Ilios away.
Yeah, especially how we've seen Gassim and Passman be that assassin, the Junkrat assassin for the side of Defiance College, as they're finding one already. Slezkin is down, and that's huge. They had that Terra Surge, and they've still not used it, as it's all Defiance College right now. The res coming in on this Varangal. There's the Terra Surge, and it is going to find two. That is huge, but the whole hog takes out Slezkin, and it looks like it's going to go back into the favor of Defiance College. The Mercy is just there to try to stall for as long as they can. They need someone back, and they do. They get Bushido back, but there goes a trip into the well. Nate Dogg finds one with the Riptire, but it does not look like someone's gonna get back in time. No, Nate Dogg is there trying as they will. They might be able to do something here. They're getting the respawns back. The Valkyrie is on board for the side of Defiance, and it should be enough of a healing to keep them up and healthy, but we just don't know yet. Now there's a pick from Orpheus on the Nate Dogg, but that's a huge move. Lucky takes Orpheus off to the side of the map, and Bushido finds Ivy as well. This is huge. That could change the entire fight. The Coalescence is now on the board. They need kills, and they need them quickly if you are Arc, but it's not looking good for Defiance right now. There's an overwhelming presence of Kataba on the point.
Wow, Defiance used absolutely everything to try and keep that point in their possession, but now it slips out of their grasp in overtime. They've got 12 seconds to scramble back to the objective and retake it. Unfortunately, they've got no ultimates to work with here, Josh. This one could be a comeback story for Kataba.
Yeah, as well, especially losing Orpheus right there like they did. They've got to do something. The Death Blossom comes out, Sparengal's down, Ivy's down. That's going to be Kataba taking the map.
What a banger of a map one. This one did not disappoint. Navigators coming up with the entertainment as Kataba comes all the way back in desperation mode in overtime to settle the score with Defiance stealing Ilios well. Orpheus, of course, gets the play of the game. They played an outstanding Ilios, but not quite enough for Defiance to beat Kataba here.
Yeah, that was just incredible stuff, and that it really comes down to the stall that we saw there from Kataba. I don't know how they did it. I'm at a loss for words for that stall.
Yeah, I mean, I do believe it was just Darkness Doge coming back in on the Junkrat, Slezkin on the Orisa. They played the very back of the objective, put as much space between them and Defiance as they possibly could. For a brief moment there, I believe there was a little bit of stall coming through from Lucky. I mean, it was just a full team effort to stall that objective. They luckily had some ultimates come online after Defiance used all of theirs trying to defend that point. And it was just alt economy in the favor of Kataba once overtime went its distance. Defiance had nothing left in the tank.
Yeah, I mean, that was just incredible stuff. And if every map is like that, I'm here for it. Because it's gonna be a very, very fun night. We might be able to go all 5 maps here, just the way how close that was.
Yeah, I mean, all of the maps tonight, or all of the series is tonight, between Huntington and Southern Michigan. That was a 3-1 game. Nuke and I just casted ISU Black versus the Bradley Braves. That was another 3-1 game that looked like it could have gone 5. A lot of times we come in and you never know. It could be 3 3-0s for the NECC, but tonight it's been very entertaining. All the games so far have been close, and this one is staying on that track record.
Yeah, it definitely is. It definitely is. And, well, we've got some a great gameplay coming up next. We're going into hybrid. We're heading into Midtown, and I'm very excited to see how these teams attack one of these new maps that we're seeing in Overwatch 2 now.
Yeah, Overwatch 2, Midtown, it's a shiny new toy. Players are still experimenting with it, figuring out where you want to hold when you're defending that first objective, or where you want to hold when you're defending any of these objectives, right? It's all new. Figuring out what composition you want to play here in the Navigators. It's the lowest division. Everything is kind of a big learning curve for these players. They seem like they can swing it just fine. That was a great game of Overwatch we just saw. These are two of the more winning teams in Navigators East, so I'm sure they don't have too much to struggle with in terms of what strat they want to run, but still, I'm expecting some different looks. I'm expecting a different tank composition for both teams rocking different DPS duos. I don't think there's a lot of similarities between Kitaba and Defiance, which also makes this one all that more fun to watch.
Yeah, it definitely does, because normally when you're seeing in like, especially in like higher tiers of Overwatch, like the Grandmasters, top 500s, it's always about the different the who can play the comp better, and especially with like we're in Navigators right now, and it's not about who plays the comp better. It's just who in general plays better. It's not, oh, you have to play this comp and that's how you win. It's great to see more heroes being played. We saw so many different heroes being played. I think we saw almost every tank played, besides Wrecking Ball and Doomfist, but they don't count because they're terrible right now.
All the tanks will get played this map, I'm sure. They're all going to come out to the battlefield today for their time in the sun. But yeah, I mean, Overwatch League, right? It's the playoffs right now. It's the biggest tournament of the year for professional Overwatch, and you're only going to see 7 or 8 total heroes. Yeah. Everyone's going to be running Lucio, Kiriko, Reaper, Sojourn, and a Winston for the most part, maybe a Zarya. Here in the Navigators, it is far from that. I like to call it the playground offense. You just take your favorite toys, you play your favorite hero, you go out there and you try to win fight after fight, and if it doesn't work, you know, it's not like you're swapping off hard meta in the Overwatch League. You can just go to a counter pick that you think is going to work, and chances are it is. Counter picking is so effective in Navigators Division. We just saw it there with Orpheus going to Roadhog on Ilios Well, looking like a beast, but Kitaba making the changes to their comp they needed to get back in and steal the point.
Yeah, and like you were saying, the playground offense, and I think that's why all of us fell in love with Overwatch. I mean, like, you could play whatever you wanted, and then when you started taking things seriously, it kind of became less fun. I love when you can just go back to basics and play whatever character you like to play.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a lot of us came from games like traditional FPS games like Call of Duty, where the only thing you can change is like your gun from an SMG to an AR to a sniper. And now Overwatch comes out and you've got all these abilities you can use, different roles for every hero. It is just a wide open game compared to like traditional FPS. It is what makes it so fun. So when the meta is hard locked at 7 or 8 heroes, it can get a little boring, but down here in Navigators Division, we never have to worry about that being the case.
I thought Orpheus had the pin of their life there as Nate Dogg came down for the high ground. But no, they get into their Wraith form immediately as Darkness Doge has taken down one early on. But while they were taking them down, they've gotten a pick on the board, does Defiance College. But at the moment, it still seems like Kitaba have the upper hand. They definitely do. They're just cleaning up this fight.
And here you can kind of see how a Navigators team chooses to attack first point of Midtown. They just go straight for the objective, put a back up against their wall, and try and get Kitaba's defense in front of them. It doesn't pan out there because they lost a player in transition, but they really just try and gun it to the point. It works a lot better if you have a Lucio, but I think Defiance relies on having Arc and Ivy on a Mercy and a Moira, a ton of healing that they output. I think getting to the point in that style is going to require a Lucio, or you're going to lose someone in transition. I would like to see Defiance kind of play their time, go around the safer parts of the map, and just work their way to the point slowly.
Well, Darkness Doge is taking out Sparago early on in this fight. They're gonna have to wait it out for the time being, but maybe not. We're seeing Orpheus stage a little bit, just staying under the trade station for the time being. The Deadeye comes out from Darkness Doge looking for the pick here, and they're going to find it. The shield drops in. They find 2 with the Deadeye, and that's going to win the fight for Kitaba.
Another early one fight there by the defense. Defiance, though, even if they come up completely empty the rest of the attacking round, they've got a win condition. They do have 41% up there, so it's not a total wash if they continue to just run into this wall headstrong like they are right now. And about to have some ults come online. Well, the Shatter lays down 3.
Shatter finds 3, but they're not going to find the pick that they wanted to on Slezkin. Well, they do in the end. The overclock's been popped, as that's going to be the win condition for Defiance College. The Coalescence was there from Bushido, but it's not going to be enough to keep this point into the favor of Kitaba, as that is a mercy duel in the sky. Ivy fighting Lucky.
Ivy, the senior support, she finally comes up to the stage, wins the dogfight against Lucky, asserts some Mercy Glock dominance there in the skies. Now Defiance can roll into the second point. Their strat of just barreling into that first objective, it finally paid off once they had some ults online. That was a big slam from Orpheus to open things up, and Orpheus swung for the fences on that last fight too, already at 70% to the next Shatter. Already at 80 now, they're going to have it this fight.
Yeah, it's just crazy. Orpheus is playing Reinhardt like everyone wants to play Reinhardt, as Gassim and Bassim starts off with a Death Blossom, finds Darkness Doge, and forces Kitaba back to to regroup, to get people back.
Yeah, Kitaba can't do anything without Slezkin in the fight. Losing your Zarya early like that, you just have to give up ground. I like the rotation of the high ground, and it's a great job there. Bushi helping out in the duel that Nate Dogg was in to take down Gasm and pass him. Now it's a 5 versus 5 fight. Kitaba's in a good spot to defend here on the top of this bridge. The payload under it is in a very vulnerable spot. Defiance has a lot of members down there lingering, but the slam comes through.
The slam does come through, but they're immediately countered out by Darkness Doge there and their Mercy Pocket, as Darkness Doge finds 3 now, looking for maybe a team kill of their own. Maybe they're going to find another pick on 2. Oh, no, they're not going to. It's going to be Sparengal going down to Nate Dogg, and they're going to have to regroup now.
Well, the defense is set up. They didn't really have to use many resources in that last fight. In fact, they got out 2 ultimates from Defiance, so really just staging success here on the defense as Ivy reses up Gasm and Passim. I think this is Defiance's point to hold for another minute or so. Kitaba, I mean, they're low. I mean, Kataba's high on resources. It's their point to hold, excuse me. Defiance, incredibly low on resources here.
Yeah, and especially losing Gassim and Passim early on. They do find the pick onto Darkness Doge, but the res from Lucky is going to be there, as this should be, Nate Dogg fighting the pick on Sparengal. They're going to have to regroup for the time being. There's a minute and 40 left on the board. It's they've got to get out quickly so they can have some more fights.
Kitaba still locking it in. They only used a couple of ultimates there. Orpheus trying to swing it back with that kill onto Darkness Doge. Now stepping further into the fight with the Shatter. Lays down a few. Lucky and Nate Dogg sent back to spawn.
That's huge. Orpheus didn't say... Orpheus was not about the regrouping mentality. They just waited enough time to get the Kitaba on a full sense of security. Lays down the Shatter, finds 2, and pushes them back, and they're going to be able to get the point because of it.
How many times can Defiance just rely on a big play from Orpheus to push their payload farther? Still, though, Defiance hasn't won this yet. Slezkin and Darkness Doge step right back into this fight, answering the call. They find 2 eliminations, and now Defiance in desperation mode, popping the Coalescence. But Josh, it's not enough here. Defiance are going to lose this just meters shy of the second objective.
Yeah, I seem to have spoken too early. I thought no one was going to be able to touch, but they get the touch in the end, and now it's down to 30 seconds here, Berkeley, and that's not what you want to see.
No, final 30 seconds, and Kitaba, they've set themselves up very well on this defense the entire time. Defiance, it's got to be them relying on another big ult from either Gasman, Passim, or Orpheus. They've got 15 seconds to get it done, but Slezkin opens up with the kill.
Yeah, and that's going to be huge. There's already 3 picks into the favor, and make it 4 now for Kitaba. The Reptile in celebration. The team kill gong sounds. There's no way anyone can touch. And Kitaba take the round and stopping them before point number 2.
And Josh, like I was saying in the pregame, Defiance, All of their wins were 3-0s, and their only loss was an 0-3. So this is a team that needs to not get rattled after losing Map 1 Ilios like they did. They've got to find a way to tell themselves that Ilios was incredibly close, about as close as a control map could be. This match is winnable for them. They've just got to see how Kataba's playing, realize that they can play it, that Defiance can play the entire map. They don't just have to run straight into Kataba. And I think if Defiance plays their game, they could totally steal Midtown here, or maybe even Watchpoint up next, but this one is not out of reach by any means for Defiance.
Oh, definitely not. I mean, like, Hybrid, as it gets closer and closer to the ending point, it always goes towards the favor of the defending squad. So this is or Defiance College has definitely a very good opportunity, but now we're seeing from Kataba, Nate Dogg on the Sombra, the first Sombra of the evening for these two squads. Sluskin back over to the Orisa as well.
And Sombra did just get a heavy nerf coming through on Tuesday, so we'll see if Nate Dogg is able to get the job done here. Of course, Kataba's the attacking team. They're still in the locker room. Their composition's not final, as they're letting us know right now, changing heroes about as fast as they possibly can. But here they finally exit the doors. Nate Dogg still on the Sombra, Darkness Doge on the Cole Cassidy, Sluskin on the Orisa.
I was about to say, I thought we were about to see the Sluskin Doomfist, and hey, I would have been here for it.
Navigator's Doomfist, no shot.
I would have loved to see some Doomfist gameplay coming out from any of these teams. But, ooh, Nate Dogg got found out early there by Sparangal with some swings from Orpheus, and they're going to have to be on the back foot now because of it. Gasman pass him with a nice concussion mine as well. They're still trying to fight it out, but it is going to be Defiance College finding this first fight win.
And I think this is where Defiance can actually show how strong of a team they are. If Kataba keeps on rushing into these close corridors, Orpheus is going to make you pay. Orpheus has all of the healing under the sun, with Arc giving him the pocket, as well as Ivy boosting up damage from Gasman, Passim, and Sparngle. Defiance, you do not want to run into them in close quarters. Kataba has to swing this one out wide.
It's an interesting change. Nate Dogg is over to the far. It's going to be up to Sparangal to check them as long as they can. But, I mean, when you get into with a trap with the Junkrat, that's not what you need from your Pharah. As Defiance College are going to be able to go back strong. They do with a nice Javelin to keep Orpheus at bay, but they're going to be forced back by Defiance College for the time being.
Yeah, and Kataba's already off the far. You've heard of shooting fish in a barrel. Well, how about shooting a bird in a bear trap? Because that's a pretty easy shot for Sprangle to hit, and they made him pay. Sprangle does go down here to Darkness Doge, and the attacker's coming right back in through the train.
Yeah, it's a huge re-engage coming in from Kataba. They've got everything they need. Orpheus is still alive thanks to that res here. They need to get some good picks from their Reinhardt if they want to keep it up, and that's going to be huge. A massive shatter coming in the face of Kataba there, but Orpheus is so low. They're facing a coalescence from Bushido. They need to get out of there, but they're still somehow alive. Finally going down is Orpheus thanks to Bushido. Now, Gasman Bassam going to try to turn it around. The Terra Surge coming out. They find it pick as well. It's anyone's point right now. They need another pick, and they need it quickly if you are decided Defiance College, just because of the respawn advantage for Kataba at the moment. And it does seem like Lucky with the pistol from the skies are going to be able to get it back towards the favor of Kataba. Now they just need to take out Orpheus, and this should be the first point captured for Kataba.
I love that play from Lucky on the Mercy. Overwatch's Angel with the Glock from the heavens to find that kill when they needed it. Popping the Valk to keep the attacking Kataba team fully stabilized as they're able to take point number 1 and put 3 minutes 30 seconds back up on the clock. Josh, now it's time for Defiance to set up on high ground, much like Kataba was doing, and make the most out of this second point. They need this hold.
Yeah. And they definitely have the capability of doing. They're going to have Sparangal's ultimate, the overclock, to start things off here with a lot of damage coming out from the Sojourn. And, well, look at that. They've already found Lucky early on. Nate Dogg is going to be popping in these concussion mines in their minds in general, just to trying to find something, but the only thing they find is death as Nate Dogg, or Gasm and Passive takes them down, as they're just going to have to regroup and stabilize for the time being.
Tough play there from Nate Dogg. He had someone in their trap, unfortunately threw that concussion mine into the wall like we saw, and then was stuck in the reload animation. Had the trap, could have found the pick, just some unlucky circumstances, but a big Deadeye finds a pair.
A huge Deadeye, and then the follow-up is there as well after Orpheus's shatter for Kitaba, as they find all the picks necessary, as it's looking really good now for Kitaba to finish this fight out. Orpheus over to the Orisa now.
Orpheus over to the Orisa, trying to get this defense back on the front foot. They've got to come out here and hold on this very next fight, or Midtown is dusted.
Well, the overclock is going to be the starting go for the side of Defiance. They've got to find something with this as well, but it's going to be Nate Dogg with a 2K Riptire coming in strong. This is all but over now, Berkeley, as they cruise the fire truck in to the end point as Kitaba take map number 2.
And putting themselves up 2-0 in the series, now on match point against the 3-1 Defiance team. Play of the game, again, a consolation prize for Orpheus, as Defiance not able to win the map despite Orpheus stepping up to the plate, swinging for the fences, playing some stellar Overwatch so far. More members of Defiance need to step up here and make plays like this. The big slam lays down 4.
Yeah, and I think, I really think that's the only thing they need to do is capitalize on Orpheus's play. We've seen them land massive shatters throughout the night. It's just only the times they're winning with those shatters is when they fully capitalize, the rest of the team fully capitalizes on the people that are down and stunned. And like we saw there, it was all Orpheus in that fight. They didn't really get much help, and during that play of the game, they didn't really get much help from the rest of their squad.
Now we'll see if Defiance can get it together. Josh, I drew Zenyatta for 218 days, made this coffee mug with one of the drawings. I don't know if you can quite see it very well, but that is Watch Point Gibraltar, and that is where we are headed next. Map 3, can Defiance get a map up on the board, or does Kitaba get the 3-0 sweep? Stick around. After this short break, we'll be right back.
Welcome back, everyone. It is time for match point here as Catawba is up 2-0 in the series over Defiance College, and we're headed into Watch Point Gibraltar. We're headed to you, Berkeley, as you are currently in Watch Point Gibraltar.
Currently am. I'm just hanging out here in Spawn, waiting for things to happen. I'm ready for the battle to take place. Josh, right now, Catawba, like you said on Match Point, Defiance is trying to change the story of their team so far, where every game this season for them has been a sweep one way or the other. I'm looking at them right now to just get in gear mentally, know that they can win this map, play their game, go out there and win on Gibraltar. Bring us to a map 4, bring us to push, get back in this. I'm rooting for Defiance so hard right now because for every game to be a sweep one way or the other, that is such a roller coaster to be on that team. You're either just rocking the highest high where you're just rolling over a team, or you feel like you can't do anything to win the game. And that is not Defiance. This game is between two good Navigators teams, and it is very close despite the 2-0 scoreline right now.
Yeah, it really is. It really is indeed. And I said it before the break, and I think it really still holds true. We got to see the side of Defiance being able to capitalize on the plays Orpheus has been making throughout the night. They are super aggressive. They do sometimes fall down, but you gotta stay with that Reinhardt and stay with your shield. I mean, it works out. It'll work out for them in the end. Just being that overly aggressive, and teams don't know how to handle it.
Yeah, they really don't. And something that I've seen a lot of teams get success on right now is the Junkrat and Navigators division. Both teams have been rocking it. Just seems to be one of those characters where it just proves how effective spam can be in a lower division like Navigators. I think if you just kind of double down on that, put on a second spam hero for your DPS, and just try and put as much damage out on the map for the other team to try and walk through, I think that sets yourself up very well if you are Defiance College. I don't think you try and run like a pinpoint dive like we see teams do in higher ranks where they'll go like Winston Tracer and they'll be very coordinated. That's not really the way you win games in Navigators. The way you win games in Navigators is you just make it as hard as possible for the other team to walk through you.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree with you here, as we have not swapped any sides, but we have swapped a player. Defiance College making a swap. Meme Man is in for Sparingal.
Coming in to play their opening minutes here in this one. We'll see how they're able to do on the DPS. They're going to play that Junkrat that I just mentioned. Kataba going to play the Junkrat, but with wings. Nate Dogg on the Pharah. Lucky will be on the Mercy.
Nope.
I like that look on defense. Nope. Nate Dogg is like, I'll ditch the jetpack. Just give me the grenades on the ground.
Yeah, and hey, I mean, I was gonna say it was a great choice for Gasman Pascal to go with Soldier because Nate Dogg went with the Pharah, but hey, still a good pick. Soldier is, I feel like, the poor man's Sojourn. It's still really good. It's just not Sojourn, but we'll see how it works out for Gasman Pascal here.
Oh, right here. This is the drawing. This is the drawing that I showed before the break, but that big ball in the top right, that was Zenyatta's head. All right. Josh, take it away.
As they're gonna look to take away this high ground early on from Kataba here is Defiance College. They're gonna push through, but it is gonna be Darkness Doge with this first pick in the fight. And it's pretty much wrapped up already. They're gonna have to regroup. The respawn, the res is not gonna be able to be stuck by Ivy. It's all Kataba right now.
Yeah, locking down the defense early here on the first fight. They're able to get the clean 5K, not losing a single member. Working their alt charge up ever so slightly. Lucky sitting at 61% to the Valk. Darkness Doge sitting at about halfway to their ultimate Defiance. They've got another economy fight before they're able to really make a play here with an ultimate, but you know, if they're able to just poke and prod, maybe move this payload under through the tunnel, just kind of close some distance to that first objective, maybe Kataba makes a mistake and they hop down too early and Defiance is able to get a kill.
Well, they definitely need a kill, and they need one quickly, because this could be the quarter of death for Defiance right now, as they're looking to get something open. Orpheus has swapped over to the Sigma, and it's starting off well for them, but no, they do not get that pick onto Darkness Doge, and 2 picks go back in the favor of Kataba, and, well, that's another fight win for the team in blue.
Yeah, still looking very strong on this defense. They did commit the Valkyrie there, but hey, if that keeps you defending very close to spawn, I say it's worth it. They've still got a high noon to work with here, and Nate Dogg not far away from the Riptire. Defiance, though, now they've got some resources they can make plays with. Orpheus has the Gravitic Flux. Meme Man is getting very close to the Riptire. The Flux comes out now, trying to knock Kataba off this high ground.
Well, Darkness Doge has been the star of this map so far, finding 3 early on in this fight to wrap things up yet again for Kataba, as they're looking for a 4th. There it is. Maybe another one coming in from Darkness Doge, but no, they're just going to back up and wait for Defiance College to come to them.
That was target practice right there for Darkness Doge, able to cycle his way up to that catwalk and pop the Deadeye from behind Defiance College. Now just locking down the initial high ground again. You have Nate Dogg here on the Junkrat, making sure that this staircase is incredibly hard to get through. Challenged now by Gasman Passum in a duel. Can he win it? Able to concussion blast him away, but Gasman Passum gets the last laugh.
That's definitely huge. Nate Dogg had the Riptire online, but the rest of Kataba are going to be able to stabilize and get all the picks they need. Again, Darkness Doge has just found another level here, Berkeley, on this map.
Yeah, really just waking up, coming alive is Darkness Doge. Still has another Deadeye to work with here, going right back up to the high ground. I love what Kataba's doing. They're distancing themselves from the Riptire. Got to stay safe, and Nate Dogg takes it down.
Interesting. I thought they were going to swap off because they used the Riptire from Spall. But no, they're going to stick with the Junkrat. And, well, Ivy's already gone. Another one bites the dust as well. Meme Man back to spawn as well as Orpheus is about to join them. The Coalescence, however, is going to be popped. Dueling Coalescence as well as the Shatter coming out. They definitely think this is winnable. They got to find more picks as they quickly they do. They find Darkness Doge with the Death Blossom. Looking for more, however, as a nice res comes through from Lucky. The Graviton Surge there, and that should wrap things up. It is this last fight. It's in overtime. They need a fight win, and they need it quickly due to Defiance College, and they've got people there to do so. They've got the supports. They've got everything they need, but they need that pick, and they find it. Nate Dogg is down and out, and now this could be what they need for this attack to finally get going. As Slezkin goes down, this should be Defiance College. They just need to stay on the point.
Well, no better time than at the buzzer with the overtime wick burning. Defiance College is able to finally come alive here on Watchpoint Gibraltar, get their play together, and take the first objective. That was not easy, though. They're going to be going into this next fight with just an Earth Shatter. We do see Gasman pass him setting up on the high ground with Ivy in the wings. Kataba, they're switching over to an Orisa composition, Slezkin opting for that tank instead. No ultimates to work with immediately, but coming up with a Riptire shortly, as well as the Valkyrie from Lucky. Should be a pretty even fight coming up. Josh, Defiance might have a slight edge because we know how dangerous Orpheus is with the Earth Shatter.
We definitely do indeed, but Gasman Passam was trying to take that 1v1. It wasn't really a 1v1 because Nate Dogg had that Mercy pocket, but it still goes out on top. Darkness Doge taking out another one in this fight, and that's just going to have to be Defiance College. No, they're going to still engage. They found 3 with this Earth Shatter, and they're pushing up strong. They've got the Coalescence there as well to keep everyone up and healthy and deal that damage as well. But Orpheus is super low at the moment. They need more, and they need more quickly, and they find it. Darkness Doge out of this fight. The res is going to be popped, but a huge Riptire coming in from over the top from Nate Dogg to wrap things up for Kataba.
Darkness Doge just paying for that Deadeye with their life, sitting right on the cart. An easy kill for Defiance to get, but in order to get that kill onto Darkness Doge, they had to step out into the open, and that's when Nate Dogg pulled the string on that Riptire, came crashing into the point with it, and found that triple kill. The fight sealer for Kataba that last time. Now Defiance. They have under a minute to play to get this second objective. They have a Riptire of their own, though, to use this fight.
Well, they've got to do something. It's down to 45 seconds. This needs to be huge from Meme Man, as they're going to look for something, but no, that's going to be stopped up. I don't know if it was the Javelin or it was a little bit too early, as Orpheus almost gets that charge kill onto Lucky, but it is going to be Kataba holding strong on the defense. 25 seconds to go. It's looking good for Kataba.
Yeah, we're in the waning moments here, but again, Orpheus has a Shatter, a clutch opportunity to keep Defiance's attack alive. Kataba does not have a shield, a Zarya bubble, nothing to block in Earth Shatter, so we'll see if Orpheus can land a fat one here in Defiance's final attacking attempt.
Well, they're going to start things off. Darkness Doge is going to look for a pick, but they go down in the end. A little bit over-aggressive for the Cassidy player. The Shadow comes out. There's going to be the Terra Surge as well, and that's going to be a lot of damage going in onto Defiance College. Nate Dogg and Slezkin are going to wrap things up as the overtime bar ticks down, and they hold strong on point number 2.
Such a smart play from Slezkin 2 at the end. The Orisa with the Terra Surge for Kataba Blue. When you are using that ultimate for Orisa, you're automatically fortified. So they were not affected by Orpheus's Shatter. And then Orpheus, trying to find the kills that Shatter laid down, stuck around in that Terra Surge for a little too long. Slezkin brought it down. Orpheus was 1 HP, and then Defiance's attack fell apart when Orpheus fell. The main pillar fell down, and then the rest came crashing. Slezkin made that play happen.
Yeah, they really did. They really did indeed. And again, my thing with Orpheus being the driving force of Defiance College is holding true and steady. Whenever they're not making plays, it's not really looking good for Defiance College. But right now, they still have a good opportunity to win this map out. They've got it past first point, and that's huge because a lot of attacks can stall out before anyone ever gets to that second point area.
Yeah, Watch Point Gibraltar, one of the harder first points for Overwatch escort maps to actually take. There's so many high grounds that the defense gets first picks at. You have to go up tricky staircases that usually have a lot of burst damage getting shot through them. Defiance is not on a Junkrat this time. They're on a Reaper and a Bastion, so those staircases might be a little easier to walk through, but Defiance, they're going to have to find some sort of answer for Darkness Doge. The bird could get loose here.
Yeah, the bird indeed. I could say the goose is loose, but that's not. Far as not really a goose. And well, they're gonna start things off here early on with a nice pick, another huge pick in the sky, taking down Ivy, and that's gonna be a first fight win early on for Kataba.
Those were great shots there from Darkness Doge, and he is going to be a problem for Defiance to deal with. I think they're going to be at large this entire round. I do see Defiance going over to the Soldier 76, gas him and pass him, trying to counter the Pharmacy, but I don't know if it's enough right now. Darkness is playing so well to open this round.
Yeah, they've just been incredible on Watch Point Gibraltar, looking to take out Gassim and pass them. This is going to be a very quick start for, oh, that's just so rude. Getting straight in the face of Ivy and dropping the barrage right in front of them. They've gotten the first point in a very fast time, 5 minutes and 12 seconds to get it a little bit more than halfway to the end of point 2.
And I love that play from Darkness Doge there, using the barrage. You called it rude, but honestly, it made it so that one was a no-doubter. You get that pick onto Ivy, there's no way Orpheus stays alive in that fight. Defiance had no chance at stalling out that objective. Right now, this game is entirely controlled by Darkness Doge, and they know it. They're going to use that barrage instantly every time it comes online, and we're already in the final meters here on Watchpoint.
Yeah, this is the final fight as Darkness Doge is just raining free from on high. No one's going to be able to even touch as Katama take map number 3 and finish the sweep with a 3-0.
And the story continues for Defiance. Every game resulted in a sweep, whether they win or whether they lose. Today, they were not the victors. Kataba played well. They played a ton of different heroes today, Josh, and they played them all so well. Nate Dogg had a great game, but I'd say player of the game has to go to Darkness Doge here.
Oh yeah, definitely. They just took over, especially this last map. They just took over Berkeley. It was just incredible stuff from Darkness Doge there on the DPS for Kataba.
Yeah, and I mean, closing out Watch Point Gibraltar in style, Kataba seemed to improve every single round. Ilios was very close. Midtown, they kind of squeaked by. They won it without giving up 3 points, but then Watch Point Gibraltar, there was no looking back for Kataba. That game was in their hands from start to finish, and especially in their attacking round. Darkness Doge just showed up and showed out, put on a Pharah clinic, could not be dealt with. Definitely deserving of the player of the game, but I mean, Kataba, you can't really have a great DPS player without great support enabling them or a good tank in the front lines. And on the side of Defiance, how many times did we say Orpheus' name when they were popping off? Orpheus, despite losing this game and getting swept, Orpheus played an incredible game of Overwatch today on tank.
Yeah, and I really liked, I didn't get to talk about it, but I really liked Ivy's swap to Ana there because it was going to enable Orpheus's playstyle, especially when they were able to get that nano boost, but we didn't really get to see that come to fruition just because of how quick that attacking phase for Kataba was. But I really like that idea to use the Ana to enable Orpheus to get that as much damage as they possibly can, and the damage mitigation that comes with the nano boost.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good showing by Defiance. Despite getting swept, they had their moments. Kataba, just the better team today. They improved to a 4-2 record here in the Navigators East Division. Defiance, they go to 3-2. Both of these teams are still winning teams in the division. You should expect to see them in playoffs, but that is going to be all for match number 3. We have match number 4 coming up. It's going to be George Fox University taking on Montana Tan. You're going to be casted by Soav Demon, and Korbeck, I believe, is going to be on the mic with Soav. We will see. That one's going to be taking place in just about an hour, so Go grab yourself a snack, make yourself some dinner. That is going to be all for me here. Joker, it's been a pleasure hopping on the mic with you and chat. We will see you in about an hour.
Yep. Welcome back, everyone. It is time for the final match of the evening. It's going to be GFU Esports Varsity versus Montana Tan. I'm still Joker's Ransom, but I'm now here with Sov Danum. Sov, how are you doing today, good sir?
It's good to be here. It's the last game of the night, and I mean, we're all a little tired, but there's still a great game of Overwatch ahead. And I mean, considering both of these teams are still kind of vying for the position of where they fall in the Subvergence division, I expect there's probably going to be a little bit of gas in both of these teams' tanks because they know that this is like week 4. We're kind of behind. We're still catching up. So every game now is at the point where it matters. And now that we're kind of starting to settle out in these divisions, it's going to be really important that every single map matters and every single map win will come to mean something down the line.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree with you here. But let's take a look.
We're just going to go ahead and take a look over at those standings. Speaking of those teams, Joker will be right back. He got lost to the infinite pipeline there. But it looks like I don't know where they are. I don't know where they are verbally because I don't have them in front of me. So it's all right. We'll just come back to those either. But just know that with GFU Varsity over sitting at 2-2, it's safe to assume they're near the middle of the pack with Montana 10 being down at 1-4. They are likely towards the lower end of this setup right now. So both of these teams looking to try to get a win here to keep themselves up and try to improve their status a little bit going into this playoff segment. But with both of those teams looking for it, let's see who they brought today to see who they can try to gas up their teams a little bit more. I take that back. Never mind. We're just going to hit a quick tech break. Everything's in shambles right now. We'll be right back when they're not.
Well, we're back. Sorry about that. My internet decided to ping to 5,000. So hopefully that's sorted out and I don't have to go offline for a bit. But we're going to first take a look at GFU's roster here to see how they are. They are 2-2, and let's look at that team. They've got Odysseus, Thorish, Penelope, Misfit, Caden, and Saucy. And we were talking about the Odysseus name. Interesting that they are an engineering major going with a Greek god. But hey, it's a great name. It's a great name, Soph.
It is, and that's, if you remember anything from your high school history classes, Odysseus went on quite a bit of a journey, which is where this varsity squad's trying to go on, especially given, and you can see it here, this is a younger squad. There's a lot of fresh talent. There's a lot of people coming in. So I'm looking forward to actually kind of seeing if Odysseus maybe takes up that spot, seeing as they are one of the older members here as a junior. Maybe if there's like a leadership role coming out of it, maybe there's some sort of symbolic meaning for this varsity squad.
Yeah, and I don't believe we have the Montana Tan roster scene up, but we do.
Oh, there
Perfect.
we go.
We do. So we have Oiva Tank, Ravka, Young Blitz, Bowser, Hauser, and Shalom on the side of Montana Tan. And it's a lot, again, a pretty young roster. 2 juniors on the starting lineup here, and the rest of them are underclassmen.
Yeah, and the interesting variety of also, as we were kind of talking about, the different variety of majors and spellings and things going on here is just interesting. You have a game design, you have an acting, media arts, there's a little bit of everything here. So, maybe there's something in the difference of viewpoints where all these players are coming from different angles. Maybe there's something to that. But, I mean, this kind of looks like a jumble. They're 1-4. That can't correlate those two things, but I will say that, some like all these different viewpoints, maybe it means that they're now looking to kind of put someone different together, kind of look for someone in. Maybe Ravka needs to come in and help break down the game design to a victory.
Yeah, maybe. And well, speaking of game design, game maps, the first map of the night will be Busan here to start things off. So, what are we expecting from these two teams to start things off?
I mean, if you've been watching the Overwatch League, just know that that's probably not what you're going to see here, but we are, well, let's be real, we haven't gotten the patch yet, so we're still very much on that strong Zarya, strong Sombra, strong Genji patch. So with that in mind, I think it's still very possible that you probably will see a lot of Zaryas. We're in Emergence, so if I had to guess, we might even see down towards like Classic Brawl, like Rhine comps with maybe like the Reaper, who is still very strong in a lot of those kinds of ranks. It's hard to say, especially given here on Control that everything is just really, this is the tester, right? This is the litmus test of everything, because you have to kind of be prepared for whatever round you end up on, and wherever you end up, there's a chance we see quite a bit of different things here.
One thing I think we can expect a lot of is Sojourn. Sojourn being the de facto DPS at the moment, just being so overpowered, not even getting any attention in that Tuesday patch, which was I think a lot of people were quite surprised about. But Sojourn, pretty much it has to be a must pick, unless you're opting for some other type of comp. But even if that is the case, you're still gonna run Sojourn.
Yeah, I mean, if you are feeling confident, because like the most important part to her kit, right, is hitting those rails, hitting those headshots. Like that's the most important thing. Emergence can be kind of a tough segment. Anybody who's picked up Sojourn, you kind of understand what really the like cycle is for things that happen and what the important part of it is. So, I mean, here at Emergence, it's very possible you end up with a soldier like a 76 because you just aren't feeling as confident on it. And just as I say that, yeah, there they are. And I don't hate that. Simply put, like you will just get more raw value out of a tactical visor that gets nanoed or any sort of play that goes with it. But the interesting change up of things that are going here is you see the Reinhardt out of Montana Tan without Lucio, so they're really willing to sacrifice speed. Tells me they're trying to play a little bit more in place and tanky as opposed to GFU, which looked like that's kind of what that's the kind of meta we were expecting to see, right? That was where we were not long ago. So that looks more on par with what we're trying to run. So keeping an eye on GFU to just kind of wait for those moments to pounce on Oiva Tank and really kind of get themselves into a position where they can create an advantage play.
Yeah, it's just gonna be really interesting to see both really trying to run brawl style compositions, but one's more fast-paced than the other. But hey, it's working out well for Montana Tan already. Ravka finds 2 to open things up, and that's gonna pretty much wrap up this fight as Ravka just going wild already to start things off for Montana Tan.
You don't need to speed on, I suppose, if your hit scan can just make shots, right? The one thing that is working in Montana Tan's favor here is just that they have just more raw shielding, have more raw blocking. If the soldier can just free fire in and contest it like that, that'll work, and that charge is going to open it up and try to keep that space alive.
Yeah, and Oiva Tank going to be able to just swing that hammer into the oncoming attackers, and with not much to really counter him out, as that finds 2 in that fight, 3 for the Reinhardt, as this is another quick fight win for Montana.
Someone's been watching the London Spitfire team. They're still trying to run this. We're still trying to run this Rhine already with the Shatter and Window. That's already a winning combination as it is. But there is the Graviton Surge for Thorish, with not much to really do anything about that. So if Thorish can build enough charge by the time that Graviton hits, they'll be in a good spot to take this, given that they're kind of behind here. So burning that down. There's that Shatter and the Window. Oh, it's over.
Shatter! What a Shatter! 4 people on the ground. Hauser popping the Amp Matrix, just doing all the damage they need. And Montana, who says they're 1-4? They're looking great!
As I say, this is interesting. This is not a 1-4 looking team right now, but they definitely might have just maybe they just shine here. So good thing for GFU Varsity, they really didn't spend anything to get here. They're just struggling. You can see it. There's the Graviton Surge Joker.
They've got a lot of ultimates to pop now, and they're going to pop them. Saucy finds 4 with the Dragon Blade. Thorish going to get 2 as well. That match does not add up. Did they get they must have gotten the Immortality Field too.
Yeah, Immortality.
Everybody's
Everybody's
not
favorite
6 players anymore.
Yeah, everybody's favorite 6-man Immortality Field. But there's still out there. There's a powered up visor on the line for Montana Tan. Like that was just expected. Like that was just have it there. And the early window tells me they're ready to fight here.
Yeah, and they're pushing past it. That's just gonna negate any value that you could have gotten with that Amp Matrix, as Ravka comes back strong with the attack visor of their own, finds 3, and that's gonna get it right back into the favor of Montana Tan.
That's what I was talking about when it comes to like Soldier versus Sojourn. At this level, you can really just basically get the value for free. You don't need to aim if it automatically does it for you, and there's probably going to be one last shot, but there's really nothing here for GFU to do, short of getting the Sound Barrier in play and the Death Blossom, but it might be over before it gets to that point.
Oh, this is incredibly interesting. Thorish is on the Wrecking Ball. The Shatter is going to come out to knock down Thorish for the time being, but it's going to be Misfit Caden finding the first pick in this fight. Young Blitz is down and out. It's looking good now for GFU. They've got the picks they need, but now the Amp Matrix is on the board. That's a lot of damage coming out from Montana. And Hauser gonna find 1. There's 2 with the Death Blossom as well. That's gonna wrap things up. Montana taking a first round victory.
Very definitively with that too. Even from the start, really just kind of playing into the fact that they understand that they don't need to approach. They can just sit back and let Ravka just kind of sit back, get picks, create the space with the Reinhardt that they need. Like Reinhardt is kind of, in a ways, the go-to now holding a position tank, simply because you can't walk at him. That hammer hurts, and that shield is definitely enough to create an angle. So with that in mind, Montana Tan is just giving Ravka these angles to succeed. I mean, Schlum has obviously put in a bunch of work in the Reaper, as you saw in the background, but it's just Ravka was just way more flashy about it, unfortunately. No changes. We're going to bring in the Junkrat for GFU Varsity, and I don't hate that, but I don't know that that is going to be the answer that GFU wants here. You'll burn down the Rhine Shield a little bit faster, but at this point you're just going to get picked out, and that will be a pause, technically, coming in. it looks like we may just need a moment here
Yeah.
just to get some teams, but then again, that kind of pause is not the worst thing in the world either. After a round like that, you kind of almost want to pause. You kind of need a moment to clear your head and just be like, all right, my head's spinning. What just happened? We kind of got run over there 100-0. What do we need to do? And you kind of welcome this in some ways, I think.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you there. Unfortunately, it was Montana having to take that pause there, and that's not what you want when you're a 1-4 team, and you have all this momentum. And now they're going to be late to getting to the objective because of it.
It's just the way it'll be. I mean, they're fine. They don't really need a vie. Their position isn't to get there first.
Yeah.
They're just going to close the gap. The Zarya bubbles were burnt out early there, though, so that's not looking good for GFU.
Not at all, not at all, as now they're just stuck in this room here with a lot of damage coming out from Montana, as they have swapped over to the Junkrat. That's a lot of frontline damage coming out from GFU now, and it's working out in their favor. They've won this first fight.
Yeah, Thorish has been really struggling to kind of get past this Reinhardt and get into the backline like you need to do with Zarya. So the answer they found was just, all right, let's just throw everything else around it and try to put some burst damage down through it, and it's worked out in their favor. That's kind of been the thing that Overwatch has been doing well in round one there, was not allowing the Zarya to really get past to the squishies behind them, and that's allowed the rest of the team to kind of focus and get the picks they need. So retaking will be a little bit harder with that strategy in mind, but they will have that shatter to do so.
Well, Overwatch tries to go in there, already very low because of that charge, and that's not what you want to see, but a massive shatter comes back in response. Takedown 2 for the tank player of Montana. They do pay for it with their life, but they've already set themselves up to succeed, as Ravka now has free range to run wild on the soldier. Sorry, not Sojourn. Yeah, that's going to be a fight win, as it gets up to 41% for GFU.
I do wonder how Ravka would look on the Sojourn there. Not that this is a bad pick. Obviously, they're playing well, but I do wonder, just given their success here, how much, could they get? Could the more value be had? But, they're slowly ticking at percentage, so that's fine. There isn't much for this Riptire, and if they buy the time for Thorish to get Graviton Surge, that could just be a win con in itself. So playing for the Immortality fields here is going to be the key to success on both of the sides, because Ravish is ready, already going low, though. If they can get that early pick, that'll be an easy win.
It will indeed, as Saucy going down low as well, and there's a nice fire strike coming in from Olivatang, taking down Saucy. The Amp Matrix has come out from Penelope, but it's not really getting the value you would have liked to have seen, because they're just, again, kiting around it, and Ravka just doing the damage through it the other way, finding out more players on the side of GFU yet again, and Montana Tan continues to impress on this first map.
And considering they won that without committing anything too, that's I think the equally impressive part. It was only that amplification matrix, but at the same time they did it dry. They won it in basically a neutral, so they're going into what is arguably the second to last fight here with this. And as they run co-side, what do you really need to commit? Just don't commit everything at once, and you'll be in a good spot for Montana.
Yeah, as they are looking to win this fight out. They've got this Graviton Surge as a Thorish, and they're going to pop it early on here. They've got 2 people locked in it. There comes the Riptire as well. That's going to find 2. That's going to be the fight win they needed. Did GFU, as they're going to push back Montana to spawn.
Good for GFU. They were able to hold back and save that Death Blossom. Nothing really else to go for it, so it's going to come down to just making sure the supports are there. But the counter pick from Overwatch, that might be an opening. The Lucy will be back quick, but if they can capitalize on it, they'll be in a good spot, because Montana Tan does have Shatter Blossom. Pick a pairing of those two, and that's a win con in itself. So short of GFU coming up and playing early and aggressively, looking for it. Yeah, if they can get an aggressive pick, they can come out ahead, and there's an aggressive pick.
Yeah, that's a huge pick coming in from Thorish. Now they have to find a pick to counter out. The Death Blossom's going to come down from Saucy, finds the 2 they need. That's going to send the rest of Montana back to spawn. Now they're about to overclips the side of Montana is GFU.
Yeah, and we're looking to last fight there, Joker. So not much for the side of GFU. They don't really have anything. They'll have an Amp Matrix, but that's not really going to do much versus this Death Blossom for Shlum. So it's providing Shlum can find an angle to drop in and catch at least 1 to 2. There's a chance, but this Reaper fight is happening, and this could be the factor. Is anybody even going to make it a touch?
Nope.
No, they don't.
They aren't. And they had everything they could have wanted to win that fight, too. That's not what you want to see if you're Montana. But hey, you had a round to give up. And that's not the worst thing in the world. You still have this third round to win here on.
Yeah, and I think that's fine, but it is unfortunate. Ravka notably quiet actually this time around. Just kept a little bit more in check this time, and I think that's simply because they were able to do that as the swaps come in. They're going to play a little bit more ranged and divey, and I do like this a little bit more. You don't necessarily need to protect the Soldier this much. Soldier is mobile, so I do like this. This is a little more of a viable comp, able to take the angles that Oiva Tank gets. Meanwhile, on the other side, no changes in. It worked last time. They'll probably make a couple swaps once they see that Reinhardt's not there, but like this Montana Tan kind of a dive comp looks very good at taking these wide angles that it wants to. And again, it will just kind of come down to they'll be slower, but they will eventually, they can play the longer game.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree with you there, as Ravka looking for shots through this little window. Oiva Tank going headstrong in, but here's met with some Reaper shotguns there. That's not what you want to see ever if you are a Winston player. As now GFU is going to rotate this point, take down Oiva Tank, and look to collapse on the rest of Montana Tan. And, they in fact do and win this first fight out.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Reinhardt was kind of the one thing keeping the Reaper in check there, because you can still kind of avoid a lot of those bullets, but now that the Zarya Reaper is kind of getting itself into initiating and protecting Saucy with those bubbles, there's not a lot standing in the way of the backline, and now they're going to make the slots in, and we're seeing the Bastion come out. We've seen it a lot across the board, and now that Bastion's back in, I mean, it is powerful. It's very easy just to punish once you go into that tank configuration. And just kind of get that Gatling gun going. And infinite bullets means a lot of damage as long as you can hit those shots.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree with you there, as they're going to get that damage going. And Oiva Tank's going to go in with the charge, take down Penelope. That's a lot of healing now gone for the side of GFU, and it's going to work out in their favor. Thorish does take down Young Blitz, and Odysseus getting in on the kill feed as well. Now, they might be able to hold on to this. Odysseus with 2, but it does seem like the side of Montana Dan have the ability to keep this up. Odysseus just trying to vie for time, get it up as high as they can, as now it's in the favor of Montana Dan.
I think that might have been a little communication error there. Thorish looked like they were kind of throw off for the reset, but Odysseus just decided they were going to stall out the point for the little bit more, which I don't hate. You do have Grab Blossom coming up, so a little bit of poke will get you there. You need to build the charge on the Zarya anyways, because that is going to be your win con. For the Rhine charge, going to try to meet him there. We'll stop him. And there's that Shatter catches too. Huge.
Yeah, but there's the Immortality Field. No, it's not going to save Thorish's life at all. Schlum does go down, however, so that could be a entry point for the side of GFU immediately, but the nano boost is on to Oiva Tank from Bowser Hauser. But again, they're still finding picks. Is the side of GFU. They found 2 here. They're going to be able to flip it back into their favor immediately, and that's not what you wanted to see if you are Montana Tan, as now they're able to get back to this point and take control of the point, and that is going to crumble the defense of Montana Tan.
Yeah, now they're out of this kind of rotation. Half the team wasn't really there. I'm not sure what happened with Ravka, because they had this visor online, and that seems like the great opening to throw it in and capitalize, but they just didn't. Schlum going to give up the Bastion, now move over to the Junkrat of their own. We're looking to last fight by the time everybody gets together here, and GFU just has the ults in their favor. So, I mean, this is an ult bank. You can see the sneaky Zarya catches everybody from behind. Huge. Big time.
And Riptire comes in as well. Oiva Tank trying to get some revenge for their fallen comrades, but it's not going to be enough to sway the fight in any shape or form, as Odysseus finds 2 to end things off, and that's going to end the map. GFU takes map number 1.
It's very interesting because we saw this map was very swingy. We really kind of saw 2 or 3 different stories here, because Montana Tan looked absolutely flawless on the first round, but once GFU got this Zarya composition online in rounds 2 and 3, you could tell they were really going to. That was a great opener. I'm also glad to see it go to the Zarya, because really the Graviton Surge put in the work there. But not to take away from Saucy there, but yeah, this kind of a Zarya Reaper comp can be hard to work and put together the pieces. It requires a lot of teamwork, it requires a lot of bubble control, and it is tough to punish the Zarya, especially for teams that don't kind of that may also struggle with like a Bastion back in the old school days where you had Bastion sitting in place, you know, where it's the old like, if you don't focus this down, it will become a pain for you and you will be punished for it later. This is that kind of a scenario, and that was eventually what happened. They were able to focus it out, and they were able to give the soldiers sightlines earlier that really got them a lot of the way, but in maps 2 and 3 they just kind of couldn't really take the space they were looking for, and the Zarya comp just got online. They were able to rotate bubbles, rotate ultimates, and the rest is kind of is history, because here we are at 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just surprised how quickly that changed from map 1 to map 3. I don't know if it's calming issues or something for Montana Tan, but they looked really good, and hopefully going into map number 2, they'll be able to solidify things, as we're going to a tried and trusty map here from Overwatch 1. We're going to King's Row, Soph.
Everyone's favorite, the Scrims Row, as it were. I mean, if you're like, the Rhine comp looked good, it looked great as long as you can get the positioning, and this is especially attacking on King's Row. You kind of need to continue to get those sightlines for your soldier or your hit scan, whatever your choice of may be. But I would still be a little bit concerned, because that soldier does kind of fall short, especially versus the Zarya versus the Reaper. You don't necessarily have enough long-term damage to burst down through these bubbles. You really have to kind of focus on catching someone out and bursting through, and the soldier just kind of doesn't quite have that. That's why you need the disruptor field. That's why you need a lot of these tools that Sojourn has to close the gap, to kind of make sure you can put out that extra damage. So I'm very curious to see if Rakva continues to do this, and no, we're seeing an entirely different lineup for both teams. Very fascinating. The Rhine defense, that actually doesn't seem too that seems reasonable to me. Thorish, she's been putting in great work on that tank role, and considering that Saucy has been playing well on that Reaper, that makes sense that we'd play this. The Zarya is not as great if you feel like you have to defend, if you want to be a little bit more mobile. Sure, I like that, but on Montana Tan, very, very slow poke comp here with the Sigma. I don't think they're going to get as run over, considering they are playing that, but it's definitely going to come down to Ravka and Schlum to kind of get picks for this comp to really open it up, and that's been the key point for GFU. If they can keep Ravka in check, they've been able to win fights.
Yeah, you are correct here, as Luvatank going to start things off looking to get some picks, but it is, and they're going to get GFU kind of on the back foot here with the damage that's going to come out from Schlum on this Reaper, or sorry, on that Junkrat, as the Reaper goes down by a nice play coming in from Ravka. As now Montana have all they need to open things up, but losing Ravka there, now it's all falling apart. Maybe not, though. Schlum with the total mayhem kill, gonna find that pick, but it's not going to be enough, it seems. So it's gonna be GFU holding on. Maybe?
No, picks come through for GFU and they'll clean this up. It's just Oiva, and yeah, again, this is just it's so slow, because there was that opening pick by Ravka, but there was really nothing else to capitalize on it. The team couldn't really progress forward quick enough.
Ooh,
and although they were deep, Schlum will get huge, will get that support out, and that is a big opener to this fight.
Yeah, now they need to be able to capitalize on it, but no, Misfit Caden's going to take down Ravka. Now they're going to have to slow down a little bit more, because they don't have that second DPS any longer on the field, as Penelope's going to pop that Amp Matrix there in the back, going to put a lot of damage out now from this front line. The Flux is going to be huge, though. That's going to be no way to counter it. That's a lot of damage coming out from them now, as Ravka finds Misfit Caden. Now they need to find more, and they need to find more quickly, as they're going to pop their own Amp Matrix of their own to get things underway, as Thorish finally get a fall down. Now this should be going in the favor of Montana, as Bowser Hauser taking things into their own hands, as should be this fight win, but for how long? They might be able to stall out here, so.
Tyre comes in looking, no, there's that field.
Oh,
that catches 3! Oh, goodness, Joker. Counter Tyre out of spawn, though. Where's it going? Where is it going?
There it goes. It's going to find Thorish, and Ravka finds Saucy as well. If the respawns come back for Montana Tan, they've got this. There's only 3 people on the point right now, so.
They do have those quicker spawns and a couple of ultimates. If they can find some value with this Dragon Blade,
No.
there's one. But the Young Blitz dies with Valve. That might have been the other part of the key to victory here. So, you know, again, I'm just not sure if they really want to stay in the slower pick comp, considering there's this comp that wants to get in their face. There's that Blade Joker.
The Blade comes out, but the Shatter is going to be in response from Thorish, and it's going to shut down any real capability of following up on the damage coming in from Radfka, as well as Odysseus popping that sound barrier. It's just going to annul everything coming in from Montana Tan.
I mean, look, I don't have any numbers in front of me, but I will say that Thorish really hasn't died.
Yeah.
Thorish has been there constantly, and that can't happen. You can get a pick in the back line, but then you need to eventually take down this tank. That stun will come in, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Caden will find their counterpart, and Saucy catches it. Finally, there is a couple picks for GFU Varsity to keep this held down, though.
Yeah, they're looking really good. They got to force them back. They need to get a really quick regroup, but the staggering out is not what you need, especially if Oiva Tank goes down right now. The Gravitic Flux could be massive, but they're now separated from their squad. If they can find out Thorish, though, that would have been huge, but no, they got separated. They did not pay for it, as Ravka does take down Penelope, but that needs to be more. There's not enough support. The Shatter comes out. Misfit Caden, Fallons 2, and this should be all but over, as it is just Young Blitz on the point. No one's going to be able to touch, I do not believe. But the good thing for Montana Tan, is they did get some capture percentage. They've got 47.8 on the board.
Yeah, that is at least a win condition, but I hesitate to think that they will hold that much longer, just given some of those choices that were made. Like, they looked fine to start. They had these opening. They were playing that slow to pick, but just after the longest time, you can kind of see their comp was just kind of countered in a lot of different ways. It was very easy for Oiva Tank to just kind of get overwhelmed, especially when there was no one really playing with them, or the people that were playing with them would just constantly get picked. And every time they would try to get some ultimate value, there was an answer from GFU. So I'm a little concerned for Montana Tan on this defense, because there needed to be a little bit more. They needed to make some swaps. There needed to be some calls. They needed to make a little bit. There's going to be a pause coming in, obviously, as you can see there. But I really hesitate, because they really needed to make some calls and some judgments, including stopping those fights and just disengaging a little bit sooner, I think, than they really needed to.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree with you there. And then most of the time, there were those key ultimates that Montana Tan came out with. They were good in the situation, but then there was never any follow-up coming in. Like, we saw the Gravitic Fluxes from Oiva Tank. They found a lot of value. They got 4 people in each of the times, but there was no one ever there to follow up on the damage to finish them off. They got them to very low health, but very low health doesn't win you fights. Killing them or eliminating them wins you
completing
fights.
Kills, confirming kills is really the thing we're looking for here, and that was a lot of the time that was lacking, right? Just one solid reset. Everybody meet and spawn. Let's go. We have Grav, we have Flux. Just taking a hard stop and kind of getting yourself a reset is kind of an important thing sometimes, and that gets lost, right? When you think something's winnable, when you look and see, oh, we have 2 picks in the kill feed, we can take this, let's get it. It feels enticing, and you feel invested in it, and that can sometimes come back to hurt you, and we kind of saw it there. Again, like I'm a little hesitant going into this defense. We saw the Rhine, we saw the Bastion. I do think that's a little bit better, but we haven't seen the Rhine head to head yet, so I'm very curious to see how that plays out. The Bastions have come out and gotten some value. Again, I just really want to see it, because we saw a very good Rhine comp out of them. We saw a very good lineup, and we saw a very good play on that first map. There are sparks of success here. They're just not quite converting kills enough, and they're not quite putting the pieces they have together to make as much success as they did in that first map.
Yeah, no, I definitely have to agree with you there. And it was crazy that how their Rhine comp worked as well, because they played it like you'd think of old school NYXL. They played very laid back and waited for the other team to make a mistake. But then when GFU came out with the Reaper and the Junkrat, they completely fell apart. And when they decided to counter it out, their entire game plan has just changed, and they can't seem to get back to that same form that we saw on Busan round 1.
Yeah, they've really kind of had it figured out, right? That Rhine comp, when you look at it on paper, if you're not really thinking I don't want to say you're not thinking hard enough, but if you're not really like looking at it really, really deep, you might just look and go, oh, the Rhine's just going to brawl in and, everything is going to make shots around him. But no, it's really kind of similar to, like you said, like that old school NYXL. You'd almost kind of prefer an older Orisa comp here. It's a very slower comp where you're just using the Rhine to buy angles. And now that those angles don't really exist and you can't really keep your backline attackers and your damage out there and outputting, they're just kind of getting punished. The Rhine was eventually getting punished by the Reaper and the Junkrat. And once that started to happen, they started to kind of just go, we don't really know how else to kind of work around this. And then on the other side, they went, okay, well, let's just bring in a Sigma. We don't have to push. And those pieces, those similar kinds of style pieces were there. It just never really kind of fell into place. A pick would happen. They wouldn't move on it and aggressively play forward. They could never get a follow-up, or the Sigma would just kind of get hit by the Rhine when they tried to approach. And you just can't walk at the Reinhardt.
Yeah. And, I would really like to see coming out from them would be either a Pharah or an Echo. I know Echo is not even talked about anymore, but some sort of a flyer would be great.
Yeah.
Because we haven't seen the capability of GFU yet if they can play a hit scan hero. So running out on a Pharah might be huge for Montana.
Yeah, and it's fine. I wouldn't expect it. We're in emergence.
Yeah.
I wouldn't expect an old school, maybe like Ball Sombra Tracer comp or like a Diva Tracer comp. Like I wouldn't expect these very wide poke comps to necessarily be in a lot of these students' playbooks. There's plenty of time to learn those. Those are higher skill things that sometimes you just don't. That doesn't work well with a particular team set. But that's the kind of comp style you want to be running here, and that's what you can see them trying to do. But the pieces just don't quite come together. And who's to say why? We're only watching from the outside, but you can commit, like you said. Like I do like the Echo. We haven't seen a hit scan. We haven't really seen a lot come out. We've seen some bastions, but that doesn't necessarily mean you can counter something in the sky. So yeah, I think if they want to look and say like, how do we play our style, that might work. Bring in Echo, bringing in a Pharah, even pulling into Sombra is still very, very strong on this patch right now. That's kind of the other thing that I think we're kind of forgetting is that Sombra is still very strong. So even if you can just be a nuisance in the back lines and just kind of pull attention for a moment, you can capitalize on that alone.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree with you there. It's just again, like you're saying, we're in emergence, so it's not. They don't have everything in their bag of tricks, but you gotta try something, and it's I don't know. It's not that difficult, but it's just point and click. But we're gonna head to a break here while we figure out this tech pause. It's great. When we send a break, they say, hey, we're back in lobby. You can we can start the game back up. So we took a little, like about 30-second break, and now we're ready to head back into the attacking round of GFU. And we're seeing Saucy on the Widowmaker, probably for just that quick opening pick. But other than that, we see Odysseus on the Ana for the first time.
Yeah, interesting. Usually your Ana, because we saw Odysseus earlier on the Lucio. Usually you don't end up moving that player to to Ana in the flex support kind of slot typically, but hey, whatever works. You know, this is that level where whatever's your comfort pick is whatever good. The Widow's probably not going to find anything. No one's in line of sight. We're just gonna wait for any information. No, make a pick. Yeah, just delay it. No, we'll eventually. Yeah, gonna spot the Rhine out, but that's about it.
Thought they're gonna do the old ring around the rosy, but a
lot of space for free. A lot of space given up for free here. Not really even contesting the front.
Which is very interesting. They are just gonna try to play this back of point type of style for this for Montana Tan, and they're gonna, like you said, it's gonna give up a lot of space. But now that they're there, it's gonna be very difficult to break open this defense as they're trying to right now. But they're pumping in a lot of damage, and there's a lot of people low on the side of Montana Tan at the moment. As I'm losing frames here. Nope, we're back. As it's working out well for GFU.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't take that many. There's a lot of frames. We don't need them all to kind of see that a lot of that backline, the Widow and the Junkrat, were just never really bothered at all. Thor is just cleaning up a lot of that, but I don't think there's going to be anybody here in time, Joker. Yeah, it's as simple as that. They were just uncontested. They were given the space for free, and you know, GFU were just able to kind of take high ground positions, just able to set up those crossfires and just be able to kind of take it. Eventually, Thorish was able to just walk in and charge in and get those hammers. But yeah, Bowserhauser did put in quite a bit of work. I think this is going to be the Ant Matrix. Yeah, great kiting around this. That was a great play. It's a shame that Montana 10 never really got to capitalize off it, because this was probably one of their better moments where they really could have on that.
Yeah, Bowserhauser has been very good for Montana Tan.
Yeah.
She has definitely been one of the bright spots on this Montana squad. But I mean, I still think we've got to see a Farah coming out from them, and they're down 2-0. They've got to come back from this. We're about to head to a break. Don't go anywhere. You're not going to want to miss the conclusion of this series. Alrighty, everyone, welcome back. It is time to maybe see the conclusion of this series. It's right now, GFU is up 2-0. Does Montana Tan have it in their bags to get this reverse sweep, or at least take a map off of this GFU varsity squad? Well, we'll have to find out right now because we're heading into map number 3, and it's going to be Route 66 here, so.
I do like Route 66 for Montana Tan. We've shown a lot of poke-based and long-range-based heroes. We've seen the Soldier that looked really, really impressive on that first map of round 1 of the game 1. But the problem is that ever since that moment, it's kind of been behind. But I think if there's a moment ever for Soldier to come back out and really shine, 66 has those great sightlines. If you don't want to take the Widow, if you don't want to take like another long range hit scan, that medium range Soldier can put in a lot of work. And given that you kind of now have to contest the payload, that initial comp we were seeing could work in their favor. But meanwhile, GFU has just showed very much a bit of flexibility. They showed what's in theory good, quote unquote, for this time in space, but they've also showed us some other things that have worked really well. Those kinds of brawl comps worked out in their favor, and they've also shown that they are ready to play and be committed to various things and wait for the right moments to pounce.
Yeah, they definitely have been very, very flexible and very meta-knowledgeable, and knowing what is good against what is good other heroes, and that's really
that's a lot of the fight. Yeah, that's a lot of it.
Yeah, I mean, hey, it's working out for them well. They're up 2-0 in the series, and we're about to see map number 3. It's just can Montana come back and get that lightning that we saw on that first round of Busan back into the bottle.
We are finally seeing the Sojourn, but it's not who I thought it would be on it. Shum is picking up the Sojourn there. I wonder. I mean, Ravka has looked good on that Genji, so I don't hate that. Again, this kind of a slow poke comp out of Montana Tan for this attack, but you can see them lining up in the car. Again, GFU Varsity just has this very strong, aggressive frontline just team that is ready to just kind of run over Oiva Tank while there's not much with them. So let's see if they check the car or if they kind of get figured out. They will eventually get caught out. They're just going to run on that Mercy, and it's back to the spawn for Young Blitz.
Yeah, that's going to start things off well for GFU. They've just pounced right on them like a big cat in a tree.
Remember when we used to have to Hanzo arrow check things? I guess we're back to that, because we're still going to try these things, but I guess that's the way it is. So the plus side is that not a lot of ultimate was really gained on either side. Penelope is leading the charge there, but not much as they're barely halfway to an Amp Matrix.
Yeah, as they're going to try to attempt something now, but Ravka is already out of this fight, as that is not looking good. Shlum does turn it back on its head. That now is going to open things up, especially with the spawns, how they are and what they're trying to do. Montana's going to have an ability to at least push the cart up a little bit, as Oiva Tank does take down Odysseus. This should be Montana able to open things up as much as they want to. Oiva Tank finding all they need, as the cart is going to be able to push up.
Yeah, it did eventually. They were rewarded, but again, it's not necessarily how this comp wants to work, but hey, whatever gets the cart rolling is all you need to. But now you can see it. The Rhine is going to try to take this aggressive top space, and the cart will roll. So again, now that the space is there for Montana Tan, they have the Shatter too to go with it. I don't know what they'll probably throw this overclock with it too, but the question is what happens when GFU closes the gap?
Well, let's see here. They're going to pop this Amp Matrix early on, and, well, it's going to work out well for GFU. Misfit Caden is just going to set up shop right there and lob some grenades in with said extra damage, and, well, it's going to work out in the favor of GFU and push the rest of Montana back to spawn.
Incredibly in their favor. They'll have almost 4 ults. Odysseus will get that sound barrier just before the start of fight, so they're looking good to continue to hold here. There are all 5 for Montana Tan, though, so the problem is for them, suffering from success here. What do they do with all of them? It's, they have to win without committing all of them, so the question is what do they do in as close range? Oiva Tank, we've seen win out a lot of these fights.
Yeah, but oh my goodness, Thorish and Saucy combined for everything they need. The Shatter did get committed by Overtank, but they kept the other 4. But now Odysseus has the sound barrier online.
That's fine. All things considered for Montana Tan, you could have gotten a lot worse. You could have committed several more ults into it. So, I mean, you're probably now looking for a boosted blade to be your win con here. You don't really have much to put with it, so let Oivatake create some space and kind of capitalize on that. But the problem is that that Riptire can just catch him off guard. So I really want to see them take a little more time to poke before they approach this.
Yeah, well, they're going to start things off with the overclock. The pick would be massive if they could find it, but there's going to be a Riptire taking down Shalom. There's the Dragon Blade as well. They've got to find something with this. It is going to be Oivatang taking Thorish off the side of the map, but no picks come in from the Dragon Blade. That is not what you need right now. It's down to 24 seconds on the board. They are trying to backcap it, but that's not going to happen for much longer as GFU win that fight out.
Yeah, I don't know if it's the comms going out, because I feel like maybe Youngblitz died early there. But again, there's just been first picks. You lost Overcharge. Blade got nothing. Yeah, this is more of what I was expecting, but it's a little too late with nobody. I don't think it will be a touch, but I think it's a little too late now for this Montana Tan team.
Yeah, it definitely is. The Sound Barrier and the Amp Matrix have been popped. And Youngblitz is just trying, as they will, to stall out this cart for as long as they can, but it's not going to be for much longer. Oh, maybe not. They need to force them down. Finally going to be able to take them down, and they did get it far enough. I've seen closer holds than this before, but it's really looking up for GFU right now.
Yeah, the concerning thing for that is that Montana 10, when it comes to these kinds of close-range brawls, has really not had much success. I don't actually think they've won any close-range brawl. In fact, I think, again, no numbers in front of me, but just from what I can remember from observation, they've had a lot of first bloods on their side. So losing those first picks early and kind of putting yourself down in the 4v5 early does not work in their favor. They need to play a little more safe in some ways for Montana 10 to really kind of wait for that value to come in. But the question is now that we're on the offense, now that they're on defense, what do they want to do? And it looks like they're going to keep to the same kind of strategy. And I still don't know. Like, the Reinhardt has to be a comfort pick at this point, but I just wonder if you would rather almost have a Diva, something a little more mobile, so you can contest, get out, and just kind of play around the point a little bit more. You're really just kind of waiting for your DPS to get picks and trying to buying some chaos, but it's never really happened for Montana Tan. I don't want to talk about this ball yet because we're not.
Yeah, I was about to say, if they go out on ball, I feel like that's a big slap in the face to Montana Tan.
That's because, like, you really want to be running ball if you're Montana Tan. Like, that is kind of the answer you're looking for, but there is going to be a pause in the way of that. Yeah, like, that is kind of, in a lot of ways, the, like, what you don't, like, that's kind of what Montana 10 really wants to be running here, right? They kind of want to be running the ball instead. This Rhine isn't bad, but it's not holding as well in place without anybody with them, and constantly the Rhine is getting caught out. Oivatang will try to take some space or play aggressively. Lots of Rhine players do want to play Rhine aggressively, and that's still a bit of a holdover, but you're just trying to, you can't necessarily sit that. You kind of almost want the ball, so I'm very curious to see if they run out with this ball, because they might just be beating Montana 10 at their own game here.
Yeah, that's. I was more saying just how Wrecking Ball is just kind of not picked by anyone, which was I feel like it's one of the lower tanks on. So that in the meta tank list, which is why I thought it was a big slap in the face.
They did roll out on it, though.
They did, and it might work out really well for them. They're going to be able to disrupt and displace very easily with the Wrecking Ball.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want to be doing, especially with the comp that GFU has been looking for. They know that they're just playing from the back lines, and yeah, Thorish will open it up on Ravka, and that's already looking, considering, again, they've given up so much free space here. Yeah, that's not looking good for Montana 10 already. Saucy will take out that Immort field, but again, They're already fighting man down. That's another first death for Montana Tan.
Yeah, and Young Blitz going down as well. That's not good at all. The Discord Orb is on Oiva Tank. Gonna be focusing them down immediately as well. And this should be all but over. Saucy is gonna go down to Ravka, but there's only so much one man can do, and that one man is Ravka at the moment, and they're not gonna be able to do much. That's going to solidify. No. There is a respawn coming in, but the minefield is on point, and that's gonna be able to disrupt for a little bit. Thorish finding Shalom. Young Blitz going down. The respawns are trying to do something, but that's going to be it finally. There, GFU take the map and the series in a 3-0 fashion.
In quite a pretty good looking 3-0 fashion too. They only really dropped that one segment of the first map there. So again, just recognizing what Montana Tan's game plan was and just saying like, all right, if you're just going to sit back and try to let your hit scans, your long range get that. Oh, this is Saucy's play in that incredibly good looking play. Just recognizing that, all right, Montana Tan, you want to sit back and let your hit scan get the value, and you want to play to your strength in that. Well, we're just going to counter that. We're just going to harass your backline. Your Ryan's not really going to be able to swing on us. He's not going to be able to keep up with the ball. So, like great recognition for GFU to kind of acknowledge that this is what they're trying to do. So let's play to our strengths and what we can do to counter that. And they are rewarded with a win, bringing them to 3-2 here, and probably moving them up a bit in the rankings, if I had to guess.
Yeah, definitely. They looked really good and looking good going into next week. Before we head off, sir, I think we'd have to say, I don't know, who would you give a man of the match to? So I think it's a toss up to me. I think it's pretty much the entire team.
Yeah, like I don't know that there was any one standout player for this match. There wasn't necessarily like a standout player. The team, everybody in the team had moments where you could see it. I would say the winner of the game is us, because we got to see some great Overwatch, honestly. But like, it's hard to say because there was no real obviously standout player for a lot of that.
Yeah, so I think that's really about it. So do you have anything else to say?
It's been a pleasure to be here and catch some great Overwatch with you all, and I can't wait for next week.
Yeah, so thank you all for watching this Overwatch 2 portion of NECC. I've been Joker's Ransom. He's been Sov Danum. Thank you all for watching. Peace out, and have a wonderful rest of your night.